lost in a mix of bewilderment and intrigue. The offer was almost tantalizing, the promise of a new destiny in a world unknown. It sounded like something out of the pages of a fantastical novel, yet here it was, offered to them by a deity-like figure with a gentle glow surrounding his form. Amamiya Hiroto stood among the others, a quiet observer amidst a crowd filled with whispered wonderings and hushed contemplation. He couldn't help but ponder over the choices laid before them: to stay and embrace this extraordinary new fate, or to relinquish it all and return to the monotonous cycle of rebirth on Earth. His mind raced back to the fragments of his recent life, his cold and loveless existence, his lonesome journey without kin or camaraderie. His heart still ached with the residue of regret, especially knowing that Narumi had not been saved. But even through this cloud of despair, something else began to stir. A flicker of hope, perhaps. A chance to redefine himself, to imprint a legacy in a world where he could matter. As more people moved forward, expressing their desire to seize this opportunity, Hiroto felt a shift within himself. The allure of the unknown, the promise of adventure, drew him in. Could this be the salvation he had unconsciously yearned for? He no longer felt tethered by the grief of his past or the weight of his untimely death. With quiet resolve, he stepped forward, blending into the throng of souls eager to embrace their unconventional resurrection. The deity, with a compassionate smile, acknowledged their decisions, and with a wave of his hand, the atmosphere shimmered, signaling the beginning of their new journey. A cascade of light engulfed them, washing away the residue of their old lives. As Hiroto drifted into this radiant horizon, he briefly closed his eyes. Perhaps now, amidst the mysteries of this new world, he could find what he had always sought: a chance to be truly alive. In a divine chamber filled with celestial light, they waited eagerly, hearts pounding with anticipation for the god's offer. Each one would be granted a special power, allowing them to be reborn into a new world, a fresh start with a loving family, and a life overflowing with happiness. No other future seemed more promising. Now, as I call your name, please step forward, the god's majestic voice commanded, echoing through the room. Indu Kuya, the deity called, and a young man strode forward, excitement in his eyes. Shihuan Mari came the next name, followed by a graceful young woman who stepped ahead, her smile brightening the room. Then, Naru's Narumi, and as if following a divine rhythm, Kaitu Kanata, Minami Asajai. One by one, they approached the divine presence, receiving their unique gifts and destinies, leaving the room with joy and hope. Naru's Narumi's name had been called, and half the group had already departed, joyous with their gifts. Yet, one remained, Hiroto, still waiting for his name to be uttered. Amamiya? Came a slight pause. Amamiya Hiroto, the god announced. For a brief moment, Hiroto's heart leaped. But the joy was short-lived as a young man with an almost identical name stepped forward. He resembled Hiroto physically, even appearing similar in age. Could it be a twist of fate? A doppelganger? An unknown sibling, perhaps? Amamiya Hiroto was bestowed with a staggering 7 powers, mighty and grand, along with 2 woven destinies and 2 entwined fortunes. Such lavish favor from the god surely meant this individual was blessed beyond measure. As Hiroto watched, the god moved on, and soon, Hiroto stood alone, the silence deafening. "Who are you?" the god finally inquired, noticing his presence. "I'm Amamiya Hiroto," Hiroto replied, solidifying his identity before the deity. The god's eyes widened in realization. "Amamiya Hiroto? Not Amamiya? Your surname, written as Shrine of Heaven, and your given name, Knowledgeable Person?" "That's correct," Hiroto nodded, though a sense of dread loomed over him. "Oh dear," the god groaned, realization settling in. "It seems a grave error. I mistook you for Amamiya Hiroto. All the gifts meant for you, I mistakenly awarded to him, including the destiny and good fortune intended to safeguard your path. An honest mistake, born out of sheer coincidence, had altered Hiroto's fate at the instant he thought he heard his name. But Amamiya has already departed. so reclaiming your share is impossible. Nor can I grant you new powers, nor destiny or fortune. The god explained with regret. So, it means I'm the only one who must start with nothing? Hiroto asked, his voice trembling with disbelief. No, you will begin from a negative, the god corrected solemnly. You'll receive no interventions of destiny or blessings of fortune, not even a clean slate, but a daunting abyss awaited him. In that case, I choose to forego this path. Return me to the regular cycle of transmigration, like the one chosen earlier, Hiroto requested, his hopes of a fresh start dissolving. But the god shook his celestial head. The moment for deciding passed, he declared. You can't be serious. Hiroto protested, but his words came too late. Already, his form was enveloped in a radiant glow, his consciousness slipping away as the transformative light washed over him. It seems your time for rebirth has come, the god stated, sealing his fate. No way. Is it fair for me to be left with nothing? Hiroto's thoughts screamed into the void, fading into the inevitable. Yet there was a glimmer of hope, a final exchange. Your soul possesses a vast, empty frame, distinct from the others. The god's voice trailed off, echoing as Hiroto prepared to meet an uncertain future. In the mysterious realm known as Origin, where the wonders of magic and the marvels of science intertwined, an unusual journey was about to begin. Amamiya Hiroto, unremarkable in his previous life, was reborn into this enigmatic world with an unexpected gift, a wellspring of mana coursing through his veins, yet a complete inability to wield magic. A cruel twist of fate, it seemed, for without the aptitude to harness this power, it was nothing more than a tantalizing mirage. Hiroto's journey was embedded in whispers of a destiny unfulfilled, where dreams danced but eluded his grasp. It was the god Rodcourt, guardian of the cycle of souls across myriad worlds, who delivered this verdict with an aloof detachment. Though you are bereft of special powers, the god mused, take heed, for life will be a gauntlet of trials, woven with adversities far greater than before. In the absence of magic, you may find your spirit isolated, your heart heavy, but I urge you, press forward. Resilience is its own kind of magic. Gods seldom speak in riddles of hope, and Hiroto found himself whisked into this novel world, mere whispers in his soul from the deity trailing behind. The new world, Origin, a shimmering mirror to Earth, was a place where 100 reborn souls gathered like constellations in the night sky. Each carried secrets untold, memories clutched close, and special powers that etched them into legends among the populace. They were hailed as heroes, their stories whispered from lips to curious ears, weaving an epic tapestry over the land. All, that is, except the 101st soul, Hiroto, an enigma beyond the heroic narrative. Rodcourt, the unassuming architect of lives and lives anew, watched over the cycle of souls with a stoic omniscience. He did not revel in worship, nor interacted through priests or prophets, but a dilemma had woven itself into the fabric of his creation. A particular world's progress had crawled to a halt, stagnating under the weight of unchanging times. Wars for power and bursts of innovation that dwindled like dying embers. Such had become the monotonous rhythm of a world gripped in futility. When nations achieved a fragile peace, new demons loomed, bringing devastation larger than war could muster. It was a land once protected by gods, but their struggles against a previous demon king left them weakened, summoning heroes from distant worlds to defend against myriad threats. Rodcourt pondered over the tales that trickled in, a rumor among divine whispers that a soul carrying its memories into a new life, granted otherworldly abilities, could stir an era of unparalleled progression in any world it touched. A tantalizing possibility, to be sure, one he wanted to cling to despite its improbability. What could one soul's memory bring when faced with the vastness of eternity's cycle? Yet, in Hiroto, the gamble had been cast, a single flutter of wings in their perpetual waltz of worlds. And so, Hiroto set forth, wrapped in the mystery and chaos of his existence, marching onward through challenges unseen, with only Rodcourt's enigma to guide him. In the tapestry of worlds and possibilities, the whispers of heroes with extraordinary powers cast a shadow over destiny itself. The very fabric of existence trembled under the influence these beings could wield, rippling across the cosmos. In a world that teetered on the brink of chaos, where no demon king loomed and malevolent deities lay dormant, an experiment unfolded, a test of legendary proportions. Once, in this troubled realm, the gods called forth champions from distant worlds to vanquish the harrowing demon king. These heroes, unlike others, arrived without the divine endowments that bestowed godlike abilities. Yet, against all odds, they triumphed. Their fleeting presence carved unforgettable echoes into the world's history, their sacrifice standing as a testament to mortal tenacity. Now, the time was ripe to revisit this grand experiment, free from the urgencies of catastrophic duels. If heroes were to be reborn with those fabled cheat-like powers, their influence could reshape the world beyond imagination. Leveraging his celestial status, the god Rodcourt devised an ingenious plan. He could usher souls from the afterlife back into this world, blessing them with the memories of their past existences. And with a stroke of his ordinary divine powers, infusing these souls with unimaginable talents became a reality. Unease gnawed at Rodcourt, for placing the fate of the world into the hands of but a single hero seemed reckless. Instead, he chose 100. Just then, as if destined by fate, 100 souls from Japan perished, inhabitants of a distant island, rich in scientific prowess and unique culture. Seizing this opportunity, Rodcourt handpicked the virtuous among the departed, leaving the rest to faded memory, and cast them not onto the troubled world, but into a realm known as Origin. Origin served as a proving ground, a place for these souls to rehearse life and amass wisdom. Once these echoes of humanity traversed their second lives, Rodcourt planned to endow them with unparalleled powers, sending them once more to the world in need. With meticulous care, Rodcourt shepherded his plan, confident that the tapestry of fate would align with his will. Yet, even divine foresight can waver. Unaccustomed to the complexities of such ventures, a minute oversight slipped through Rodcourt's divine grasp, a mistake that would unspool the threads of destiny in ways unforeseen. The error began to unfold as a soul appeared before him, far sooner than anticipated. It was the battered spirit of Amamiya Hiroto, the 101st soul, stripped of power, bereft of fortune, returning from his sojourn in Origin not with triumph, but with hatred festering in his heart. Rodcourt's voice carried an echo of inevitability. As I expected, your time was cut short, Amamiya Hiroto. Hiroto's soul, etched with wounds and cloaked in dark mana, surged with unresolved vendetta. Defying deity status, Hiroto lashed out at Rodcourt, his bitterness spilling into rebellious fury. Born in a martial state within Origin, Hiroto was condemned to a life shadowed by misfortune. His existence was a litany of miseries, abandoned at birth, sold into the clutches of a clandestine laboratory that probed his being with scientific avarice. In a world resonating with elemental magic and light, Hiroto was found lacking even the faintest spark of magical affinity, a destiny bereft of the blessings Rodcourt had vowed. Yet, in this coil of strife, Hiroto's journey had just begun, a tale unspooling with vengeance, searing, unforgiving. In a sterile and silent lab, Hiroto appeared to be an enigma. He exhibited no discernible qualities or traits, much less a connection to any particular magical affinity. To the researchers, he was a puzzle, seemingly flawed and lacking, even compared to the average person. Yet beneath this unremarkable exterior lay a staggering revelation. Hiroto possessed a mana pool oceans deep and vast, dwarfing anything typically held by an ordinary individual. How could he wield such power with no apparent talent? The contradictions fascinated the scientific minds observing him. Have we overlooked something monumental? One researcher questioned aloud, sparking the onset of their groundbreaking journey. What if he aligns with an undiscovered attribute? And so, the search for an unseen thread began, pulling them into a new horizon of understanding. It was during this fervor of discovery that Hiroto's past life memories resurfaced, threading together his fragmented awareness. Years passed, with Hiroto caught in the unyielding grip of experimentation. The lab's relentless pursuit unlocked the mysterious eighth attribute, death itself. The researchers compelled Hiroto to master this death attribute magic, reshaping his mind and body in a relentless quest for knowledge, treating him less as a human and more as a critical element in their quest for understanding. Dai, his voice echoed, though his desperate circumstances spoke more than words ever could. With the return of his past life memories, Hiroto's world was shadowed by the constant threat of violence. Explosives were hidden within his very body. Freedom was but a distant dream held hostage. Around him loomed scientists who saw him as nothing more than a project, dismissing his humanity in exchange for potential breakthroughs. Deprived of even basic autonomy, Hiroto endured a stark existence. In place of rebellion, he was met with electric shocks that would leave him writhing, stripped even of his will. Amidst bland sustenance and ceaseless obedience, Hiroto adapted, honing his death attribute magic within the restrictive confines of his cell, a prisoner working towards the very nation that imprisoned him. Yet, nothing he achieved offered him recognition or reward. Instead, his captors grew wary, constructing a fortress of control around their prized subject as his powers evolved. His body became a canvas of surveillance and control. Explosives nestled within his heart, and brain ensured his continued subservience. A GPS tracked his whereabouts while a wiretapped artificial eye and covert listening devices ensured his silence. His diet was calculated to the ounce to prevent any physical rebellion. His chamber was a claustrophobic cage from which he'd never emerge willingly. Every augmentation and manipulation aimed to enhance his unnatural affinity, even at the cost of his humanity. In darkness and solitude, Hiroto was isolated from forming bonds that might lead to escape, each guardian and guide intentionally swapped to prevent attachment. An ultimate betrayal, they sliced into his brain, severing his connection to mana, turning Hiroto into their puppet before he even reached the tender age of 10. Through this torment, Hiroto bore witness to another decade of suffering, unable to lift a finger by his own volition. Yet miraculously, his spirit endured, buoyed by whispers of hope from the souls drawn to his lethal attribute. Death, ironically, became his liberator, an untimely end by inexperienced hands pushed beyond reason. Free from corporeal constraints, Hiroto's soul finally reclaimed sovereignty over the life it struggled within, its whispers of release distorted through the haze of scientific ambition. Mana. The name echoed in Hiroto's mind as he transformed his once living body into that of an undead, his very existence now driven by an insatiable thirst for vengeance. Those who once manipulated his life became mere playthings in his relentless onslaught. Researchers, once begging for mercy, found themselves squeezed lifeless in his iron grip, reminiscent of wringing out a damp rag. Military personnel met their end as Hiroto made a merciless sport of their lives. Yet, after laying waste to all within the confines of the laboratory, his hunger for revenge was left unsatisfied, and suddenly, familiar faces materialized before him. With an exclamation of pure joy, Hiroto stood transfixed. These were the faces of people he'd once known intimately, albeit with slight variations. Among them were classmates from a shared past life, figures with whom he'd navigated the halls of school and shared the dream of a new beginning. Some he recognized as esteemed teachers, while others, like Naru's Narumi, were companions who had been reincarnated alongside him in origin. These are the people who would one day find and rescue me, he thought. For 2 decades, this hope had become his unwavering beacon. As Hiroto quivered with excitement, he stepped forward, heart set on celebrating this long-awaited reunion, convinced that they'd rewrite the story of their second lives together. Just as his dreams seemed within reach, a commanding voice rang out, shattering the joy that clung to Hiroto's heart like dew on a morning leaf. Everyone, commence attack. In a heartbeat, Hiroto was engulfed in an onslaught of magic, devastation unfurling all around him. Ravaging flames, slicing winds, numbing cold, and lethal lightning all danced in a cacophony of destructive beauty. His hopes lay in shambles, much like his defenseless body, and Hiroto was left utterly bewildered. "Why attack me?" he screamed silently. "I'm one of you, a companion." The familiar voices above him, once a comforting balm, now twisted into mocking cruelty. "Surprisingly quick, wasn't it?" one remarked. "For an undead deemed formidable, it fell easily before us. Of course, with 30 of us here out of 100 heroes, there wasn't any other possible outcome," another chimed in, conviction dripping from their words. 100 heroes, they said? "No, there were 101. Hiroto tried to scream the truth, but no sound passed his mutilated throat, his voice silenced by the merciless attack. Amidst a maelstrom of chaos, Hiroto's one good eye landed upon Naru's Narumi, now matured, standing with the man who had ordered his demise. Their proximity whispered at an intimacy he both envied and loathed. "Ah, he's another victim of the laboratory," she said, a hint of pity lacing her voice. The man beside her, the so-called leader, regarded Hiroto with cool detachment, knowing their bond was deeper than any Hiroto could claim. "I'm sure he wants this," Narumi continued, speaking his name with casual disrespect. "Let's free him from suffering." The heroic pretense in both their voices made Hiroto's heart sink into an abyss of betrayal. They were casting him aside, outcasting the forgotten one, the 101st hero. With a final glorious light, Hiroto crumbled into dust under the power they wielded together, a power he once thought was his too. In the aftermath, his wrathful spirit unleashed an invisible punch, its darkness feebly reaching towards the divine Rodcourt, who stood unscathed. "Everything is your fault," Hiroto spat with all his fading spirit, a defiant echo in the void. Rodcourt looked on with something akin to regret. "I am aware that I did a terrible thing to you." Yet, for Hiroto, no acknowledgement could ever undo the hell of his second life. In the realm between worlds, Rodcourt found himself yet again explaining the intricacies of rebirth to the soul of Hiroto, whose anger simmered with the flames of death itself. Divine knowledge flowed directly into Hiroto's awareness, filling his mind in a heartbeat. "So there's a third time?" Hiroto's voice was a tempest of wrath and disbelief. "Indeed," Rodcourt replied, his tone steady and imperturbable. "This has been ordained since your first rebirth into the world of origin. This time, there is no option to refuse, no intervention I can undertake." Absurd as it sounded, to Hiroto, this insanity felt like a lifeline thrown in a stormy sea. "I understand. In this next world, I will find them. Those responsible for my death. I will not spare a single one. I was the first to die, wasn't I? Then I'll be the first to rebirth, gaining the edge. This time, they will be the ones to fall." His voice hardened, firm with resolve and vengeance. "I'll grow stronger, find Amamiya Hiroto and the others among the children, and erase them. Even with no special powers, this is possible for me." With a desperate demand, he turned to Rodcourt. "So, grant me what I need, Kami-sama. Surely you have a destiny and fortune meant for me, correct? There's no chance of confusing me again, right?" Rodcourt's voice was a weightless sigh. "I have no power to bestow upon you." With a gentle touch against Hiroto's soul, Rodcourt nudged him forward. "What?" Hiroto uttered, confusion lacing his words as he felt himself propelled towards a new fate. "The only thing I can offer is addition, not power," Rodcourt murmured. "And why, you ask?" Hiroto's soul shuddered. "Why must I be the one without again? Why? For I cannot, will not, allow you to harm the others," Rodcourt confessed, his voice tinged with regret as Hiroto dwindled from his sight. "Your demise was born from a formidable misfortune, as was Amamiya Hiroto's and the others' ignorance of your fate. Even so, words cannot sate your anger." After Hiroto's death at sea, His soul went unnoticed on the periphery of the gathering spirits. He had been the only one to spurn reincarnation and the last chosen for rebirth. The others assumed he had survived, or like another, refused rebirth. His altered features, a result of relentless experiments, rendered him unrecognizable even to Narumi. "This misfortune is my blunder," Rodcourt admitted solemnly. "I hoped you would look to the future without bitterness. Despite the circumstances, you pushed advances in Origin's understanding of death attribute magic. I can scarcely repay your contributions, yet here I thrust upon you a third life of hardship." Even from afar, Hiroto's silent vow of unforgiveness reached Rodcourt's conscience. "All I can offer is the hope you abandon this reckless revenge before committing further sin, ending your turmoil on your own terms." In his hand, a formless mass materialized, a curse. As it collided with Hiroto, searing pain ensued. "This curse is irrevocable," Rodcourt intoned. "In this new world, you will be denied any new powers. But, for your fourth life, I pledge to erase these sorrowful memories, returning you to the natural cycle of rebirth." Before Hiroto could voice his dissent, darkness enveloped his consciousness, erasing all thought. Note from the translator. Hello, dear listeners. First, let me apologize for the delay in releasing this chapter. Life decided to throw a few curveballs my way. A busy work schedule and an unwelcome cold. Not the best combination, I assure you. If you're wondering about the gaps between releases, it's because each installment in this captivating series is a substantial undertaking for a lone translator like myself. Dedicating the time to bring the story to life isn't a small task. That said, the generous contributions from those who sponsor chapters make an enormous difference. If you're eager for more frequent releases, please consider donating. It truly helps keep the story flowing at a steadier pace. A heartfelt thank you to Sebastian for sponsoring 2 chapters. I'm sure all the listeners join me in gratitude, and I'll strive to bring those chapters to you as soon as possible. Now, on to the adventure. A week after Vandalu's departure, Cashew, the head of the bold wind chasers, was brimming with enthusiasm. He and his companions had secured the coveted rights to be the first to explore a new dungeon granted by the Adventurers Guild. Yet, it wasn't just about prestige or advancement for their party. The treasures hidden within were an alluring siren call. In any dungeon, the monster's ranks and the item's value are generally predictable. However, an unexplored dungeon, left untouched, brews an unpredictable elixir of potential danger and reward. Monsters multiply, battle, and evolve without interference, their ranks escalating in the perilous crucible of their world, increasing both the challenge and the bounty within. For Cashew and his crew, the first delve into any dungeon promised towering risks but also glittering rewards. Meticulously, they checked their gear, eager for what lay ahead. However, reality served them a dose of anticlimax. Only goblins dared to show themselves on the first floor, a pitiable mix of goblin soldiers and archers. Lighting their path with lanterns, the second floor posed no more difficulty, and the third merely required careful muddied steps. "Most of the monsters are rank 1, observed one of them. "A rare rank 2, but nothing significant. Is this what they call a low-difficulty F-class dungeon?" Another questioned. The Adventurers Guild ranked dungeons by difficulty to guide adventurer parties on how many allies they might need. An F-class held the likes of training grounds for novices, far below what Cashew and his seasoned D-class companions would expect, leaving them with no more than chump change for their effort. "The dungeon stairs have become ramps. The hardest part is going up or down," one remarked, a thread of humor in his voice. "Maybe it's a leg exercise," another jested lightly. But leisure chatter vanished like mist with the dawn once they descended onto the 4th floor. What had been an uninspiring escapade morphed into a battle for survival. "Ooh, Thyre, what on earth? Rank 3 zombie soldiers and wraiths out of nowhere," yelled one member, panic edging his voice. "Cashew, skeleton archer targeting us ahead," came another urgent cry. "And is that a stone golem barreling towards us?" a third voice gasped, disbelief and fear interwoven. Though Vandeleu had disposed of monsters between the first and fourth floors previously, making them relatively safe, he hadn't touched the fourth. Here lay the true heart of the dungeon's peril. The stone golems, crafted by Vandeleu to sidestep traps, now counted among the restless, deadlier beasts haunting these hidden corridors. Lacking Vandeleu's rare death attribute charm, the undead attacked the Wind Chasers viciously. Even though Cashew's party was striving for a C-class promotion, having tasted battle against both rank 3 and the occasional rank 4 monster in times past, they had banded together to face a formidable rank 5 monster, emerging victorious against overwhelming odds. These seasoned adventurers could effortlessly take down rank 3 creatures, even when significantly outnumbered. Yet, they knew their limits. Battling endless hordes would grind them down inevitably. "Damn it, we're pulling back for now," Cashew commanded, wise enough to retreat before the cost of bravery became too steep. Returning to Taro, his party abandoned their solo conquest of the dungeon, joining forces with the formidable Steel Wings and White Stars. With a combined might of 15 D-class adventurers, they tore through the 4th floor with ease, barely scraping by the 5th. However, the battle against the rank 6 Black Skull General and his 10 rank 4 cursed armors stretched them to their limits. Outmatched and weary, they retreated, prompting the Adventurers Guild to call for a C-class team to spearhead the dungeon's first complete clearing. The anticipation among the C-class adventurers was palpable, like the calm before the storm. "I expected so much more from an uncleared dungeon," one of them grumbled. They vanquished the Black Skull General without a hitch, yet the so-called treasure left much to be desired. Mere trifles not worthy of their status. Even the general's enigmatic mana-absorbing weapon and shield crumbled to dust upon his defeat, robbing them of potential trophies. Though undead foes are typically rich in magic stones, so too were most monsters at rank 4 and above. So, in bitterness, they dismissed the dungeon as a letdown, never dreaming that a mere infant, neither noticed by the guild nor aspired to be an adventurer, had quietly claimed the dungeon's heart before them. Subsequently, the Adventurers Guild classified this place as an E-class dungeon. They reasoned that the powerful creatures lurking below the 4th floor had only appeared because adventurers had neglected it for so long. The dungeon then became a training ground for fledgling adventurers, a crucible of growth shielded by crafted treasures. Armor made from monsters' hides, skillfully lined with fur to protect tender skin. Though seemingly flimsy, their infused mana granted resistances beyond ordinary plate armor. Particularly striking were the striking high-leg leotard and bikini armors, notable not for their protection, but for their daring design. With ample exposure around the navel and back, they offered a bare minimum of modesty, save for their adequately constructed guards and shoulder pieces. While they might appear provocative to some, such sentiments were directed only towards those who donned them, women to be more precise. Vandeleu gave an approving nod as he inspected these light armors, noting they were indeed just that, armor. Unbeknownst to some, the high-leg armor bore the essence of Sam's eldest daughter, Saria, and the bikini armor harbored his second daughter, Rita. Both were girls of marriageable age, beloved by their father for resembling their mother. Yet, now they existed only as spirits, housing these revealing armors. For Vandeleu, accustomed as he was to the deathly arts, the sight of only the armors was a relief, sparing him from the charred visage of their spiritual forms. Despite the daring design of these armors, not even a whisper of inappropriate intent touched the memory of Sam's daughters. Their essence had been lovingly nestled within, transforming plain attire into something alive, honoring past bonds and present purpose, something more manageable. "Okay," Vandeleu said, a hint of skepticism in his voice, but also a touch of admiration. It was intriguing to see these two animated suits of armor display such unexpected strength, easily wielding weapons that would have once been too cumbersome for untrained hands. Saria and Rita nodded in agreement, their armor clanking softly with the motion. Though they had been raised from death into this new form, they retained some of their graceful disposition from their previous lives. The halberd and glaive, now extensions of their resolve, gleamed with a strange allure under the dim light of the dungeon, as if daring the shadows around them to come alive. With the experiment concluded for now, Vandalyu stepped back, contemplating what he had learned. The notion that monsters, much like people, required certain conditions to evolve resonated with him. It suggested a deeper, more intricate weave of this world's magic and intentions. "Let us return," he finally declared, as Saria and Rita fell into step beside him. Their presence, though silent, filled the corridor with a sense of companionship and determination. As they made their way back, Vandalyu's mind whirred with possibilities. Perhaps there was more to be explored, more secrets to be uncovered within the vast tapestry of the world he inhabited. Each step took him closer to answers, yet revealed new questions that piqued his curiosity. The flicker of torchlight danced against the stone walls, casting shadows that rose and ebbed like waves. In that dim glow, Vandalyu was reminded of the path he was forging, a path that intertwined life and death, growth and transformation. Saria and Rita, with their chosen weapons, walked confidently in this newfound existence. Their allegiance to Vandalyu was unquestionable, their loyalty as unwavering as the metal that encased them. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead, delving deeper into the mysteries that beckoned with whispered promises of power and enlightenment. And with each discovery, they became something more, a force unyielding, living echoes of a past melded seamlessly with a now glimmering future. A sword or a spear, we've got you covered. And if heavy weapons catch your fancy, there's a sturdy cudgel just waiting for you. As Vandalyu offered these choices, the two eagerly, or at least seemingly so, began their training alongside Bone Man and the others. You see, it's a given that skills sharpen with practice. With the unique advantage that the undead neither require sleep nor rest, they dived headfirst into their regimen. However, while enthusiasm was high, none, not even Vandalyu, were adept with the likes of a halberd or a glaive. So, the training involved the basics: swinging, stabbing, slashing, a makeshift grindstone against which they tested their mettle. This wasn't as fruitful as actual combat, but then again, dragging Vandalyu on an endless quest for experience points against foes like goblins and bandits was a wearisome prospect, even if his undead crew could soldier on. Besides, Vandalyu had no particular desire to moonlight as a peacekeeper for the kingdom of Murg. "Right? I'll get started on the walnuts we collected yesterday," Vandalyu mused, noting that the sun still cast its long, lazy rays across the land, and weariness was yet a distant notion. Besides, the idea of kicking back while others toiled didn't quite sit right with him. He rolled up his sleeves, readying himself to prepare some of the walnuts. Though his supplies were ample, the simplicity of salt as the sole seasoning option was growing stale. He intended to concoct a sauce from the walnuts he had gathered, a plan to add a dash of flavor to his meals. The vase of walnuts lay before him, their skins still green and the fruits intact, far from edibility in their current state. Spreading them across the ground, Vandalyu estimated they'd need about a month to be ready. But conventional patience was not his style. "Decomposition," he intoned, summoning his death attribute magic to hasten their ripening by a month. The vivid fruits transformed to a blackened mush almost instantly. With a splash of refreshing spring water, meticulously gathered by golems, Vandalyu washed away the decayed fruit to reveal the seeds. He peeled back their shells with precision, cautious not to let haste result in the crumbling of shell fragments into the usable walnut flesh. Utilizing earth golems, he roasted them gently, the fire born from golems crafted from firewood, their friction sparking the necessary flame. This gentle heat coaxed the shells to cooperate, making them easier to crack. "Once they cool, just split the shells with a knife," advised Darcia, her voice tinged with the wisdom of forest-dwelling races who embraced the bounty of the woods. Cooling the walnuts with his heat leachability, Vandalyu decided to forego the knife, instead putting his own versatile nails to use, a recent skill he developed, extending them to deftly split the shells. "Might come in handy for a fight someday," he thought aloud, a nod to his father's prowess in hand-to-hand combat using claws, A potential lineage talent, perhaps? Suddenly, Darshia's curiosity awakened. Speaking of the future, Vandalyu, is there something you aspire to be? She queried wistfully. Well, Vandalyu pondered, his voice echoing through the gentle cracking of walnut shells. I aim to become a high-class adventurer, amass achievements, and earn nobility. From there, I want to etch my name into society's consciousness. That sounds rather fanciful. Darshia chuckled gently, but then, discerning seriousness behind his words, she added, but why societal recognition? It's quite essential, actually, Vandalyu explained, thoughtfully splitting walnut shells, his focus unwavering. Because when Amamiya Hiroto and his companions eventually reincarnate here, even if Rodcourt warns them about me, they won't act recklessly if I'm a respected figure. They'll have their roles too, parents, siblings, friends in this world. Even with overwhelming abilities, they'll hesitate to turn all of society against them. In understanding his reflections, Vandalyu was preparing, fortifying his place in an ever-unfolding story, one walnut at a time. Older cousins, often worn beyond repair, with patches upon patches barely holding them together. Even the shoes on his feet bore the scuffs and marks of their previous owners, soles thinning with years of use. Yet, despite all these hardships, Vandalyu found himself gazing into the distance, pondering the simplicity of his deepest desire. I want to be happy, he whispered to the silent world that surrounded him. It wasn't about the glitz and glamour, the fast cars, or the sprawling mansions, but rather the warmth of human connection and the joy that comes from a life well-lived and well-loved. As he crushed the walnuts, the rhythm of his hands seemed to keep time with the beating of his heart. Build a warm family, he thought, envisioning laughter echoing through a home filled not just with people, but with spirit and love. In truth, luxury for Vandalyu wasn't material. It was a choice, a freedom so long denied him. To eat without guilt, to wear clothes that felt like yours from the start, to learn and play and wander without the chains of another's expectations binding your dreams. In that moment, as Vandalyu imagined a life of his own making, he felt hope bloom within him, a small, bright light against the darkness of his past. His uncle's voice, harsh and condemning, faded into the background. Here and now, amidst the cracked walnut shells and the whispers of the past, the future opened up like a vast and promising horizon. In the gentle quiet that followed, Vandalyu held onto his dream, as simple and profound as the breath he drew into his lungs. I just want to be happy, he murmured to the air, feeling the weight of his truth settle softly where it belonged, in his own heart. In the desolate backdrop of Vandalyu's earlier years, he endured a life devoid of warmth and friendship. His uncle, following a twisted philosophy, believed that using a closed fist might be abuse, but an open palm equated to discipline, a principle he adhered to with no remorse. Meanwhile, Vandalyu's aunt and cousins turned a blind eye, choosing self-preservation over intervention, despite the comfortable financial cushion provided by Vandalyu's inheritance, life insurance, and reparations from the tragic accident that had taken his parents away. This substantial sum could easily have supported 3 children through private educations and beyond, making the neglect and cruelty Vandalyu faced even more unjustifiable. Despite his bleak circumstances, Vandalyu showed resilience. He managed to save from his part-time job for a high school trip, a bright spot quickly extinguished when the trip ended in disaster at the hands of terrorists. To add to his misfortune, any promise of a future inheritance was lost forever to his uncle's family. His subsequent reincarnation in Origin offered no solace, casting him into the role of a mere laboratory specimen, stripped of freedom and dignity. This relentless cycle of suffering fueled Vandalyu's yearning for happiness and indulgence in his third life, a life he envisioned filled with the luxuries that had been denied him. His immediate goal was to reach the Orbaum Kingdom, a place where he could finally unleash the latent wealth in his hands. I'll decide what counts as a luxury once I get to the Orbaum Kingdom, he resolved. Really? A familiar voice pondered. I think you'll turn rich if you become a high-class adventurer. Yeah, it's fine. I'll properly take care of High Priest Gordon and Hines, Vandalyu replied, conviction in his voice. "Why, you don't have to force it," the voice reassured, concern palpable. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll become strong enough to make it look easy," Vandalyu assured her. His mother, Darcia, sensed his determination and quietly accepted his resolve, understanding that his path would inevitably lead to confronting formidable adversaries like High Priest Gordon and Hines. Meanwhile, Vandalyu added the last touch of herbs to his evening meal, sighing with contentment over the better fare. A respite from burned, hard bread. Despite the harsh days, a small luxury like rice was still within reach, thanks to his uncle's constraint not extending to that particular staple. "Rice?" his mother echoed. "I hear they cultivate it in the Orbaum Kingdom. People call amid the bread land and Orbaum the rice land." "Really?" Vandalyu's eyes lit up with anticipation, his heart finding a glimmer of hope. As winter's breath began to frost the land, 16-month-old Vandalyu pressed eastward, skirting nature's untamed territories and devil's nests, aiming ultimately for the mountain range. Though wisdom cautioned against attempting the perilous winter crossing, he devised a plan to bide his time, laying low amidst the forests, thwarting bandits until spring's thaw opened the path once more. Contemplating the future, a light-hearted thought danced in his mind. "I've never been skiing before. I wonder if I'd take to it quickly with my current physical capacities." Indeed, according to his status screen, even his formerly weak agility had burgeoned, promising untapped potential for the adventures that lay ahead than that of a living creature. Still, Vandalyu managed to make out a group of figures moving in frantic haste. The forest breathed a sigh as the sun set, casting deep shadows over the figures below. As Bone Bird swooped lower, its spirit wings shimmering in the dim light, the scene slowly sharpened into view. Several men, brandishing weapons, surrounded a lone woman who appeared to be clutching a bundle to her chest. A child, perhaps. The air crackled with the unmistakable tension of imminent violence, and Vandalyu's eyes narrowed, a determined glint casting a glow above his pallid skin. With every beat of Bone Bird's wings, the situation below grew clearer. Raspy laughter and harsh commands resonated from the men, their voices crude and threatening, a jarring contrast to the serene whispers of the cool wind. The woman's pleas, desperate yet defiant, pierced through the air like an auditory dagger, her voice a solitary flame struggling against looming darkness. "This is looking grim," Sam's voice echoed in Vandalyu's mind, the usual soft timbre edged with concerned urgency. The spirit horses, sensing the shift in Vandalyu's demeanor, quickened their pace, their spectral forms blurring into the dusk as they carried the carriage through the dense underbrush with supernatural grace. Bone Bird, loyal and unyielding, continued its reconnaissance, weaving effortlessly in and out of the treetops. Vandalyu's gaze intensified, linking to Bone Bird's vision, as his grip on the magical connection tightened. Despite the imperfection of his magic, the image became clearer, capturing the woman's terror-stricken face and something else, a fierce resolve hidden behind those wide eyes. A quick assessment of the scene compelled Vandalyu to act. "Sam, pick up the pace. We cannot let this injustice play out." His voice, steady yet firm, broached no argument. This wasn't just about helping. It was about fulfilling a role he had assumed by choice, a protector against the merciless chaos that plagued their world. "Understood, Bakken," Sam acknowledged, the spectral reins twitching in his phantom grip as the carriage surged forward, the ethereal glow of the spirit horses illuminating their path with an otherworldly light. Meanwhile, Bone Bird glided silently above the confrontation, its presence unnoticed by the assailants below, a silent guardian from the skies. In moments like these, Vandalyu understood the weight of his decisions, every choice carved into the fabric of fate, each one carrying the power to shift destinies. They were more than a band of bewildering misfits marked for extermination by a world that did not understand them. They were a force unto themselves, forging a path through the darkness with every stride, every wingbeat, and every whispered promise of something greater. Soon, they would arrive, and through the veil of night, justice, or something akin to it, would descend. In the eerie, pulsating stillness of the wood, They barely made out the shapes of humans clustered nearby, like shadows cast in the twilight. 6 figures dotted the clearing, 5 standing, 1 prone on the earth. Over the fallen figure, one straddled them menacingly, another crouched solicitously beside. Metal armor clinked in the motion, gleamed dull gray among 3 of the men, while leather hugged the limbs of one more, and flowing robes adorned another. The one atop the prone person bore metal armor, hinting at some strategic skill among them. Adventurers, Vandalu mused, their differing gear whispering tales of quests past. Yet, their wary glances were cast outward, towards the ominous fringes of the Devil's Nest, their threat perception seeming woefully misdirected, for they were heedless to the apparition amidst the thickets. A bone bird, spectral and elusive even under the sun's glare. On the cold, unyielding ground lay a woman, her long hair tousled, her skin an unusual gray-brown hue. Her wounds gaped, marred her almost as much as her half-nakedness. The crouching man reached towards her chest with cold intent. Sam, move silently and swiftly. Let's kill them all. The words left Vandalu's lips with a chill detachment, yet his heart seethed. These men seemed the dregs of adventurers, akin to vile blue-flamed sword hinds, a disappointment in humanity. Did none uphold honor? On your command, young master, Sam replied, flicking the reins with deft skill, the carriage surging forward silently, unnaturally smooth. The wood's rough terrain posed no hindrance. The rough road travel skill paired seamlessly with the high-speed travel skill, evening the ride, canceling the thunderous hoofbeats with the silent step skill, leaving an eerie, hushed rush. Every bump absorbed, every strike softened, by the remarkable impact resistance skill. Sam was a marvel, an opulent carriage, indeed, the stuff of high-class limousines. Beside them, Bone Bear, Bone Wolf, and Bone Monkey kept pace, silent phantoms streaking through the wilderness. Bone Man, Vandalu called, glancing at the skeletal figure readying a bow. Wait for my signal, then target the one in leather armor. If he's a thief, he'll slip through easily. Sam might chase him, but let's avoid loose ends. I'll handle the robed mage. The others, pair up for each man in armor, overwhelm them. His voice was an iron command, his gaze steely resolve. We'll save the girl, he concluded. It was the right thing to do, the just thing, a life in need of redemption. Monster explanation. Living armors. Envisage the battlefield relics, armors imbued with malicious spirits. They might house warriors' souls, knights or warriors, haunting their own arms from lifetimes past. Few remember their humanity, a shadow now, driven to mindless violence. Their prowess speaks through the metal they cloak. Rank 3 for chainmail and half-plate, rank 4 for full plate. Rare drafts of magic-imbued living armors exist, their rank tethered to their arcane endowments. A steadfast trophy is their magic stone, remarkably potent despite the rank. Bereft of battle, these armaments, once stripped of their hostility through purification, could transform into talismanic items. Such was the tale and craft of Saria and Rita, enlivened within enchanted suits, part of their wondrous lore. Despite their lack of experience with weapons, the maids find their ranks unsurprisingly low, reflecting their untrained prowess. However, this doesn't compromise the integrity of their armor. Their defensive and resistance capabilities remain intact, providing a steadfast protection. Now, let us delve into the intriguing skill known as mental corruption. This skill embodies a deep mental disturbance, mirroring the weight of personal traumas and phobias. Interestingly, while it signifies mental imbalance, it serves as a formidable barrier against mind-altering influences such as poison, curses, and certain types of magic. Yet, the paths to acquiring this skill often lead through shadowy alleys, as it is linked to clandestine and underground circles. Within the confines of bustling cities, this skill is frequently perceived as a malady, prompting the establishment of specialized centers dedicated to its treatment. Many who wield this skill are seen as societal outliers: sadists, killers, battle-scarred soldiers, adventurers hardened by gruesome melees, and assassins who have numbed to the weight of guilt. But the tale doesn't end with infamy alone. Notably, history books whisper of artists and inventors who shared this skill, leaving behind legacies woven into the fabric of time. Thus, while viewed with suspicion, possession of this skill seldom leads to imprisonment, unless accompanied by far darker deeds. On that fateful day, Zadiris gathered the bright-eyed young girls from her village, ready to share her wisdom about the life-giving plants and fungi hidden within their world. These weren't just ordinary study sessions. They were journeys into understanding the grasses, fruits, and mushrooms that could heal or nourish. Many of Zadiri's kind paid little heed to the importance of passing down such knowledge, but she was different. She saw the future in those young eyes and knew the weight of what she taught. Though her race typically left these matters to chance, she had long been a vocal champion for change, ensuring her community understood the value in what she was doing. Only the girls accompanied her on these quests. The stark differences between the males and females of her race dictated their duties. While the men excelled in combat and toil, the women were celebrated for their intellect and foresight. Although there were exceptions among the men, Zadiris had already shared her teachings with those eager minds. Today, however, was for the young maidens. Despite the absence of immediate danger, Zadiris never fully relaxed. Strong in both body and magic, she knew their gathering on the forest's fringe was potentially dangerous. Yet, strong monsters were unlikely to appear, and adventurers rarely ventured there at this time of year. But complacency, no matter how slight, can be treacherous. A sudden shout shattered the calm. "She went that way," a voice yelled, urgency marking its tone. "She's fast. Don't let her escape." Zadiris had indeed let her guard down. 5 adventurers had discovered their sanctuary. "Be cautious. She's a mage, a powerful one," another voice cautioned. Aware of Zadiri's reputation, "We lost all the others. If we fail to capture her, winter will be cruel to us." Despite their desperation, Zadiris had managed to cloak the escape of her charges with a flurry of confusion spells. But doing so had drained her. Her mana resources were nearly depleted. Engaging them now was a fool's errand, leaving retreat as her only option. But running taxed her weary body, and her breaths turned ragged, echoing like a creature pursued. To be out of breath so quickly, time is a foe no amount of magic can conquer, she thought, lamenting her waning years. An arrow sliced the air alarmingly close, provoking an instinctive spin to evade. She gasped as her foot met nothing but air. She was on the brink of a cliff, standing perilously on the forest's boundary. Though one might survive a fall from this height, fate deemed her slip deadly. Tumbling down the slope, she landed with a jarring thud, face pressed to the earth. Her limbs, rebels in her moment of need, refused to offer any strength. Death whispered seductively as her exhausted body succumbed. The toll of leaving the devil's nest, coupled with age's relentless march, had her at a loss. So be it, she resigned herself. Her lineage would endure. She had groomed a successor and trusted in the capable hands of the men she left behind. She had ensured the escape of the young, those who would carry their legacy. In truth, with only a decade left to her life, hadn't she succeeded in her way? Perhaps it was time to rest, before senility claimed more of her dignity. The adventurers drew nearer, their laughter and footsteps drumming a foreboding symphony. Her end was near, and soon they would harvest the riches of her magic stone and her remains, much like she had stripped her own foes in times past. There was no malice in her heart. They were caught in the same cycle of survival. She braced for the end, closing her eyes, only for their grip on her legs to turn her over. They could have ended it swiftly, so why didn't they? As Zadiris gradually regained her senses, she found herself surrounded by adventurers whose faces were twisted into lewd grins. "Heh, I noticed during the chase, she's quite the beauty, isn't she?" one of them sneered. "Really now," another mused. "I prefer my women a bit more mature." "No one asked your preference," their leader cut in sharply. "What matters is if she'll fetch us a good price." The realization hit Zadiris hard, like a punch to the gut. They weren't planning to kill her for materials. They were planning to sell her. The word sell echoed mercilessly in her mind. The females of creatures like her fetch a hefty sum on the black market, one of them explained. Thanks to that, we'll be able to relax this winter. Zadiri's blood ran cold. Captured and sold as a slave. Anything but that. She couldn't allow herself to be reduced to such a fate. A mere object stripped of dignity and life. "You fiends!" she spat, her voice trembling with fury. "Oh, she speaks our language," one of them chuckled. "Not surprising for a mage. She'll go for an even higher price." Zadiri's bared her fangs at them, eyes burning with defiance. But their grins only grew wider, mocking her helplessness. Summoning every ounce of strength she had left, she lunged, hoping to take at least one of them with her. But before she could, an adventurer's knife plunged into her side. "Arg! Ea!" She screamed as a torrent of pain overwhelmed her senses, rendering her vision blindingly white. "Hurts, doesn't it?" the adventurer taunted. "This knife is enchanted with pain up, makes it 3 times worse. Just a little nick from this got a bandit to spill everything," another boasted. Ragged breaths escaped her as tears mingled with the dirt beneath her. Her will faltered, crumbling like the brittle leaves around them. Hee, I bet you've been around," one said with a lecherous glint in his eyes. "Might as well test the merchandise ourselves." "Hey, watch out or she'll scratch you up," another warned. The first adventurer, undeterred, positioned himself over Zadiri's and began to remove her clothes. Her vision blurred with humiliation, yet she refused to grant him the satisfaction of her fear. "Tisich," the adventurer scowled, annoyed by her lack of response, and his hand reached for the knife still embedded in her body. "Hi-e!" she gasped, anticipating another wave of agony. But then, Jaya! A low grunt cut through the tense air. The thief on lookout staggered, an arrow suddenly piercing his back. Hope surged through Zadiri's. Could it be her allies from the village? Panic spread among the adventurers. Are they saving her? Weapons flashed as they readied themselves, but the mage, arrow in hand, shouted frantically, "You idiots!" It came from behind us. Turning, they were met with a surreal sight. A carriage barreling towards them at an unnatural speed, flanked by a horde of skeletal beasts. Undead? And from the plains. Not the devil's nest. "It doesn't matter. There's one with a bow. Get in front of me," the thief barked, downing a potion as the adventurers scrambled to regroup. But Vandalu's forces were relentless. Bone Man had already drawn and released a second arrow. Though the thief avoided a critical hit, the frenetic chaos only deepened as the Bone Man, his skills still crude, readied yet another shot. The battlefield was in disarray, an unexpected chance for Zadiri's liberation amidst the bone-clad onslaught. The realm of long-range strategies was woefully lacking, a fact that pulsed in the air with a hint of frustration. Perhaps Saria and Rita should have been trained in the art of archery. The realization drifted through his mind like a whisper of fate. With determination, he unleashed his spell, targeting the mage who stood ready with an incantation of his own. Magic Absorption Barrier. A dark sphere of mana soared toward the mage, who scrambled to conjure a defensive spell, only to find it devoured, nullified entirely by the insidious black mass. Yuyuwa. That ghost carriage used some kind of strange magic. What the hell is this? Panic rippled in the mage's voice as the black sphere enveloped him like a shadowy dome. Yet, bafflingly, it caused him no apparent harm. "Don't fret about that. Just hurry and cast your spell," urged another, as those armed with swords, spears, axes, and shields strode forth to face their adversaries. Their resolve was quickly shattered, their front line crumbling with a dreadful finality. If you will not retreat, then I shall sweep you aside," roared Sam from the driver's seat of the ghost carriage, urging his spectral steeds to gallop with unbridled speed. With a ghostly whinny, the white horses charged, closing the distance with daunting swiftness. "Charge! Our ruin!" bellowed the shield-bearer, prompting the adventurers to scatter from Sam's path. even fortified with defensive magic such as Stone Shield and Stonewall. They knew these would falter against Sam's high-speed travel and charge combo, propelled by a 3-horse carriage. Quick reflexes alone spared them, as Sam executed a breathtaking drift turn, pulling to a stop a mere 2 meters from Zadiri's feet. It was a feat possible only because the spirit horses were an extension of him, keeping the carriage steady despite the induced turbulence, an effect expertly mitigated by the impact resistance skill, ensuring everyone inside remained upright. Everyone, that is, except Vandalyu. Gah! Guo! Came the cries as the adventurers' ranks disintegrated, opening the way for Bone Wolf, Bone Bear, and Bone Monkey to advance. The adventurers, though seasoned and skilled, deftly avoided the initial assault, quickly regaining their stances, weapons at the ready. Gia! Uhu! Yet, with Bone Bird swooping with Talon attacks from above, and Bone Man leaping into the fray from the carriage, their situation swiftly deteriorated into chaos. What are rank 3 monsters doing outside the Devil's Nest? Someone shouted, desperation in his voice. How should I know? Single flash. Another attempted to counterattack, but Bone Bear's mighty swipe was shielded, just barely, its force threatening to shatter defenses. Meanwhile, Bone Monkey evaded a strike from a swordsman employing this single brandish technique, and another adventurer barked demands at the mage, whose efforts at casting support magic seemed interminable. Oh flames, gather forth in my hand. It's no use. My magic, my mana is being absorbed. I can't use it, cried the mage, desperation tinging his words as his mana was siphoned away by Vandalyu's imposing magic absorption barrier. Within this oppressive dome, any attempt to weave magic saw the mana stolen before completion. Overcoming such a barrier required either a prodigious torrent of mana, an anti-barrier spell, or evasive movement beyond the barrier's reach, feats possible only for a master mage, far beyond this mage's current capacity. Damn it! What's with this guy? Where am I supposed to attack? Elsewhere, the thief found himself engaged with Saria and Rita, creatures of armor and might. Ordinarily, a thief lacking sheer combat prowess would be overwhelmed in such a confrontation. Yet, while Saria and Rita swung their weapons with resolve, the nimble thief evaded their strikes, though, in turn, found his own dagger strikes ineffective. Had they been typical living armors, the solution would have been simple. Insert the dagger between armor gaps and sever the connections. Yet, for reasons beyond his comprehension, neither Saria nor Rita succumbed, result in excruciating agony. Zadiri's tried to stop him. However, her voice was faint, barely escaping her lips, and Vandalyu, determined to help, continued his action with unabated resolve. As he gingerly pulled the enchanted blade free, a pulse of magic surged, threatening to intensify her torment. But Vandalyu had other plans. With a deft motion, he let his death attribute magic flow into her wound, dulling the pain and beginning the healing process instantly. "Please hold on," he said softly, his voice calm and reassuring despite the slashes of blood on his forehead. "I'm here to help." His words were unexpected and comforting in the eerie silence that followed the battle's end. Zadiri's, who was bracing herself for the worst, found herself enveloped in the gentle glow of his magic. The relief washed over her like a soothing balm, leaving her both astonished and grateful. Vandalyu, focused and gentle, began explaining, "This might feel strange, but it's healing. I promise you are safe with us." His peculiar presence was offset by the empathy in his voice, a contradiction that caught Zadiri's off guard. She looked at him, her suspicion slowly giving way to a tremulous trust. In this strange child, this undead being, lay a kindness that contradicted his spectral origins. As fear ebbed away, Zadiri's found a flicker of hope igniting in her heart. Meanwhile, Vandalyu's companions busied themselves with the grim tasks left unfinished, gathering valuables, tending to the fallen, and whispering to the spirits of the deceased, coaxing out the remnants of knowledge they might hold. Yet through it all, they remained attentive to their leader's actions, aware of the unusual bond forming with the rescued girl. As Zadiris found her strength returning, she murmured a quiet, heartfelt, "Thank you." Vandelyu merely nodded, offering her a small, reassuring smile. "We'll talk more once you're feeling better. For now, let's get you out of here." And with those words, amidst the echoes of battle and the gentle caress of magic, a silent pact formed between them. The adventurers might have had their intentions unknown to the world, but to those left standing amidst the quiet, an unexpected alliance had been born, a beacon of solace against the darkness. Zadiris, wincing in pain, attempted to halt Vandelyu's hand. "Let me," she began, but before she could finish, Vandelyu, grasping her discomfort, wove his death attribute magic into a spell of soothing reprieve. "Painlessness," he whispered, and instantly, her agony dissipated, leaving her astonished. In one swift motion, Vandelyu extracted the knife embedded in her abdomen, pouring a glimmering third-class potion over the wound. To Zadiris' astonishment, the once gaping flesh knitted itself back together seamlessly, the skin smooth and unmarred. Haunting evidence vanished without a trace. The magic of Lambda, Vandelyu mused, far surpassed that of Earth's laborious surgical and cosmetic techniques. Yet, he chuckled wryly at what seemed like an obvious thought. Such potions came at a price too steep for casual contemplation. His demeanor gentle yet direct, Vandelyu turned to the disoriented girl, her eyes still gleaming with shock. "I am Vandelyu," he introduced himself with quiet gravity. "Would you like me to prepare some water for you to clean up and perhaps some clothes to change into?" The offer came as naturally as a breeze, though inside, he felt like a fish out of water. On Earth, situations like these would require the delicate touch of a female police officer. Yet here he was, fumbling in the dark of his inexperience, the sole available support. He reflected, woefully underqualified for the task of tending to a victim of such trauma. His past lives offered little guidance. Interactions with women had been sparse, governed by the sterile detachment of a scientist's gaze or the fleeting, ghostly connections from origin. As if conceding this inadequacy, the girl's eyes overflowed, tears shimmering anew, brimming with raw emotion. Before he could muster a comforting word, she flung herself at him, her grip as relentless as her sobs. Saria and Rita leapt as if to rescue him from Zadiris' clutches, yet he signaled them away. Accepting the embrace, however unwieldy it was, she was unexpectedly strong, her fingers pressing almost painfully into him. It was a crush that nearly stole his breath, yet it paled in comparison to the vivisection and human experimentation he had once endured. Summoning patience, he murmured reassurance, though inwardly he acknowledged there was no triumph in being held by a much traumatized, albeit adorable girl. "You've truly saved me," she sniffled between gasps, gratitude laced with disbelief. "You vanquished those adventurers and used such a precious potion on me. I owe you everything." Her words found him quiet contemplation as they journeyed forth into the Devil's Nest. Zadiris now just a weary passenger as they left behind the defeated adventurers and their stripped gear. "Forgive me, the village is a bit further," she apologized, leading them through the ominous terrain. It was a village concealed within the dark embrace of the Devil's Nest, a sanctuary amidst monsters because Zadiris herself belonged to a race most regarded as monstrous. "We ghouls withstand great pain," she confessed quietly, "but that magic item was unbearable. Those men intended to enslave and sell me. Humans truly are terrifying." Vandelyu gazed at her, surprised. A ghoul. Her skin had hinted at a different origin, yet the truth still caught him off guard. Nestled in her comforting arms, Vandelyu grappled with the contrast against his ingrained beliefs. Ghouls, not undead, he wondered aloud. To him, ghouls had always been shambling undead with sharp claws and an insatiable appetite for the dead. But here was warmth, a stark contradiction that defied his every preconception. In a realm where reality often blurred with the shadows of myth, Vandelyu's heart danced with emotions he hadn't felt since losing Darcia. His sense life, skill reverberated with the pulse of vitality from the figure before him. Not human, yet undeniably alive. She exuded a strength and mystery that defied the simplistic lore labeled upon her kind. "Bakken," Sam began, his tone woven with the threads of myth and misunderstanding. "We ordinary folk hear that ghouls are but a higher class of zombies, akin to vampires. Ghouls, as Sam painted them, were monstrous specters, powerful entities that both lived and reproduced, renowned for their formidable might and resilience to pain. Their claws dripped with venom, and they converted the newly dead into their ranks through dark rites." We are not higher-class zombies, Sam," a voice chimed in correction. It was Zadiri's, unveiling truths hidden between the realms of rumor and reality. She refuted the notion of ghouls as mere inferior vampires, suggesting instead they shared a twined legacy. "Our origins are simpler," Zadiri's elucidated, her words weaving a tapestry of forgotten lore. "The founder of the ghouls was the twin sibling of the vampire progenitor, perhaps even a younger sister. Thus, we too are children of the goddess Vita. But ghouls were absent from the tales my mother told," Vandalyu countered, memories of Darshia's stories swirling within him, tales populated with lamias, scyllas, harpies, arachne, and centaurs, yet devoid of ghouls. "Such legends," Zadiri's mused, "are seeds carried on the winds across lands, always varied by those who speak them. This truth I learned from the elders. Despite the tales, humans bore no warmth for ghouls. They saw monsters, not kindred spirits. For Zadiri's, the memories of blood-soaked conflicts lingered, the scars etched upon her heart. That they intended to sell me as a sex slave, had it been death they sought, I would have resigned myself," she confessed, the violation of human desires still an open wound. What people underground deemed unknown, sordid transactions were woven into the seams of their existence. Mankind's appetite did not discern beyond a creature's skin or slight differences. Zadiri's words echoed with bitter disbelief. "Heavens above, they wouldn't pursue a female orc so," she exclaimed. Vandalyu, gazing intently into her eyes, shook his head. "You're strikingly beautiful," he confessed, sincerity coloring his cheeks. To him, Zadiri's golden eyes and dusky skin whispered of the exotic, her fangs, a charming quirk. Zadiri's found herself disarmed by Vandalyu's youthful admittance. A tumult of unfamiliar emotions swirled within her, her heart aflutter, an inexplicable sensation when she thought of him. Minus a few years, she mused, she might have been ensnared by love's first strands. Her mind reeled. What is this odd sensation? Unsure of the whims of her heart, Zadiri's pushed aside the peculiar feelings. "Yes, indeed, I must exercise caution," she agreed, contemplating future threats. At 290 years, she stood as the village's matron, carrying the weight of her people's future. A warning was necessary, not just for her own safety, but for all the women who stood beneath her guardian wings. In a world that spun tales as binding as the truest histories, one must always tread with care. The lifespan of a ghoul stretched to an impressive 300 years, and when Zadiri's confided in Vandalyu that her time was drawing near, it was clear she wasn't spinning tales. Through the use of his sense-life ability, Vandalyu had detected a faint pulse resonating from Zadiri's, not as a result of her recent knife wound, but rather due to her advancing years. Though I doubt adventurers could ever gauge a ghoul's true age, Vandalyu mused aloud. Despite her skin glowing with the vitality of youth and devoid of a single wrinkle, Zadiri's let out a sigh at his comment. "It's something we ghouls become accustomed to over time," she explained. "A ghoul woman's appearance freezes at the age when she bears her first child, so the villagers have a pretty decent guess about our ages." "What troubles you, young one? Are you tired?" "No," Vandalyu responded, staring at the ground and exhaling softly, an inexplicable sense of disappointment tugging at him after hearing Zadiri's explanation. "Is that so? Then I must ask you to keep a little secret for me. Promise you won't tell anyone how I cried like a little girl? And keep it from Samdano as well." "I can promise that," Vandelyu replied without hesitation. I exist to serve Bakken's wishes. Sam chimed in, a flicker of humor lacing his tone. My thanks are limitless. Ah, it seems we have company, Zadiris noted calmly, though they were currently trekking through a devil's nest, a place teeming with monsters in far greater numbers than any typical forest or wasteland, but with Bone Man and Bone Wolf vigilantly guarding them. Only one reckless goblin attempted an attack and was swiftly dispatched. Under Zadiris' instruction, Vandelyu reached out with Sense Life and felt about a dozen life signatures ahead, humanoid but larger in stature. However, the distress, danger sense, death usually generated was surprisingly absent, suggesting these creatures weren't intending an ambush. Bakken? Sam inquired softly. Let's keep moving forward, Vandelyu decided. The dense forest made aerial scouting by Bone Bird impractical, so he chose to bide his time and observe. From the shadows, the creatures emerged. They resembled humans in form, but their heads bore the fearsome visage of lions, proud, untamed kings of the wilderness, their fangs prominent and manes unruly. Below their necks, their skin was a gray-brown, and their arms were disproportionately long, their fingers nearly brushing the ground even at full height. Their muscular build was as formidable as any wild beast. Yet, unlike goblins, these creatures did not emanate lethal intentions. Instead, they seemed strangely bemused. Ah, everyone, Zadiris greeted, still cradling Vandelyu in her embrace. You've come to meet me, Elder Sama. We intended to aid you. But why are you with the undead? One questioned, their lion mouth surprisingly adept at human speech. We are grateful you are safe. But what are these beings? Another added, their voices a low, guttural growl. Vandelyu mirrored their confusion, bewildered by the unfolding situation until Sam whispered beside him, Bakken, I've heard ghouls differ greatly between men and women. This is my first time witnessing it. Indeed, Zadiris appeared almost entirely human despite her skin tone and fangs. The male ghouls, however, shared little semblance with humanity despite being of the same race. Yes, I was in grave danger from adventurer attacks, but this boy rescued me, Zadiris declared, gesturing to Vandelyu. These undead follow his command. The boy defeated adventurers and commands the undead? Disbelief swirled among the ghouls, their eyes darting between each other in incredulity. Even Vandelyu found this revelation stretching the boundaries of believability. Just then, a towering figure emerged from the forest depths, a ghoul of colossal stature dwarfing his peers, clad in leather armor, was crafted from the hide of a fearsome monster. His mane was adorned with a dazzling array of bird feathers, each one shimmering in the light. Strapped securely to his back was an immense battle axe, so formidable it seemed capable of slicing a bear clean in half. This imposing figure was certainly the leader among the males, Vigoro. Vigoro, you've stepped out once again. I must remind you, the village chief should not leave so casually, came an admonishing voice belonging to Zadiris. You're still the chief, Zadiris. It's only fitting that I, as the leader of the warriors, should step forward if the chief is at risk, Vigoro replied, his tone unwavering. You are the de facto chief. Even if I were to fall, the village would continue to flourish under your guidance, Zadiris insisted. De facto chief? What's all this nonsense about the village thriving? Did you hit your head during the adventurer's assault? Challenged Vigoro playfully. I retract my previous statement. You ignorant fool. You need to train your mind more, she retorted with a hint of exasperation. Retract? Just so you know, I've been training my mind. I even took down an orc with a headbutt. Vigoro boasted, puffing up with pride. Zadiris sighed deeply, her breath gently ruffling the hair on the back of young Vandelyu's head. Despite her disapproval, there was no denying Vigoro's remarkable physical prowess. His arms were as thick as logs. Vandelyu couldn't help but wonder how one attained such incredible strength. What do you intend to do with that child? Zadiris inquired, shifting the conversation. We shall welcome him into our village, of course. This young one is quite generous. He's even offered to supply the meat for a feast. There should be no issue with that, right? Vigoro reasoned, tilting his head slightly. Gur, Vigoro murmured with uncertainty. Under usual circumstances, Zadiris would never permit an outsider to enter the village, even someone who had saved her life. The ghouls lived in a treacherous devil's nest where every other species was often seen as adversarial or prey. Even among different ghoul villages, conflicts leading to fatal outcomes were not uncommon. Thus, exclusion of outsiders was a strategy for survival, one both Zadiris and Vigoro had always adhered to. Vigoro was acutely aware of Vandalyu's damper nature. Yet, he was intrigued by the promise of the meal Vandalyu had offered. Still, the potential threat posed by revealing their village's location weighed heavily on him. Though Vandalyu himself showed no hostility, his eyes were eerily lifeless, like the floating eyeballs found in a pot of orc stew. Something was not right. Those eyes seemed to beckon Vigoro's curiosity, compelling him to ensure the child's well-being. If it's too much trouble, we can just be on our way, Vandalyu softly suggested, his words piercing through the tension. Vigoro, along with his contingent of warriors, felt a tightening in their chests. A pang of guilt mingled with the unsettling realization that Vandalyu would truly depart if not stopped. Unanimously, they could not let that happen. It's no trouble at all. We'd be honored to guide you to our village. Please allow us to welcome you, Vigoro exclaimed with heartfelt urgency, echoed by the cheers of his fellow ghouls. Vandalyu, you're our honored guest. We shall welcome you with open arms. Grrrr. Vigoro vocalized, his roar echoing through the skies, vibrating the very air. Vandalyu stood, awestruck by the formidable roar, as Zadiris offered an explanation. He's communicating with the village, letting them know the chief is safe, a guest is coming, and they should prepare for a celebratory feast. And so, for the first time in his life, Vandalyu found himself embraced by a warm and welcoming community. Monster explanation: Ghoul mages. Ghoul mages are ghouls who have mastered the art of magic to an advanced level. Their skills surpass those of novice adventurers, combining formidable spellcasting with extraordinary prowess in close combat due to their innate physical strength and the paralyzing venom carried in their claws. Renowned for their intelligence, ghoul mages often occupy significant roles in their society, such as the head of a family or a council advisor. Because of their status, they rarely act solo and are typically accompanied by several subordinate ghouls. This necessitates that adventurers form well-coordinated parties when tasked with their elimination, as recommended by the Adventurers Guild. In the treacherous realm where adventurers roam, the ultimate proof of vanquishing a formidable ghoul mage is none other than the severed right ear of the ghastly beast. These creatures, infamous for their perilous prowess, offer more than just dread and fury. They provide a plethora of valuable materials. Among the gruesome spoils are the claws of all four limbs, eyes and tongues brimming with mana, livers prized for their medicinal properties, and spinal cords coveted as catalysts in alchemical concoctions. Ghoul mages rank perilously high on the danger scale as rank 5 monsters, leading many adventurers to ponder if the risk far outweighs the reward. The ingredients may fetch a fair price, but the effort required to obtain them often deters even the bravest of souls. More sinister, however, is the clandestine lure of the underground slave market, where female ghoul mages are bartered for exorbitant sums. Capturing them alive presents an even graver peril, for these cunning creatures can easily reverse the hunter's fortune. Within the shadowy dealings of the black market, captured ghoul mages impart their arcane wisdom to other female ghouls, elevating their rank and threat. To ascend to the formidable rank of a ghoul mage, a ghoul must first hone a level 3 skill in the mystical arts. One such master of malevolence is Zadiris, whose mastery over magic is renowned among her kind. Yet, time has not been kind. Her stamina and mana have waned with age, marking a notable decline in her combat effectiveness. In this realm, where the line between predator and prey is thin, Such vulnerabilities make all the difference. The testament of his remarkable maturity that he carried himself as if he were wise beyond his tender age. As the night unfolded and laughter echoed among the trees, mingling with the crackle of the bonfire, Vandalyu found himself enveloped by a community unlike any he had known. The ghoulish village buzzed with an energy, a sense of belonging that seemed to transcend the primal instincts of survival. Here, despite the curious customs and unsettling tastes, was a tapestry of life woven with camaraderie and mutual respect. Around him, the ghoul men, with their leonine features and lank, muscular limbs, and the women, nearly indistinguishable from humans save for their exquisite gray-brown skin, celebrated with an unrestrained joy that was contagious. They raised their goblets high, their voices a raucous symphony that sang of gratitude and newfound kinship. Vandalyu, though reticent to partake in the unconventional feast, couldn't help but feel a swell of pride and contentment. These creatures, misunderstood and maligned, had found in him a kindred soul, one who could see beyond their monstrous facade to the heart of who they truly were, a people yearning for acceptance and recognition. As the Diris, the formidable yet nurturing chief, continued to guide him through the intricacies of their world, Vandalyu sensed the profound honor of being welcomed into their fold. He marveled at their resilience, their resourcefulness, and how they had carved out a sustainable existence amid the perils of the Devil's Nest. The night lingered, bathed in the soft glow of starlight, a reminder of the vast, mysterious world that continued to unfold before young Vandalyu's eyes. Here, amidst the dense canopy and shadowed paths, he discovered the universal truth that even in the most unlikely of places, the bonds of family, friendship, and shared struggle could create something beautiful, something enduring. And so, while the ghouls reveled in the bounty Vandalyu had brought them, he, too, indulged, not in their peculiar banquet, but in the warmth of their welcome and the promise of new beginnings that danced between flickers of firelight and the gentle murmurs of the forest night. To hunt them down or do with them as one pleased, at least in the eyes of the law. But that grim reality did little to faze Vandalyu. In fact, his focus had entirely shifted to the unexpected attention he was receiving from the ghoul women, a situation so alien from his past lives that it seemed almost surreal. As they whisked him around, inspecting him like a cherished artifact, he remained stoic, his expression as inscrutable as ever. Yet inside, his thoughts were a swirling tempest of bewilderment and a novel excitement. These women, their eyes glinting with a seductive curiosity, seemed drawn to him not just out of fascination, but with a respect that defied the cold logic of their world. Even as the Diris, with an authority that belied her youthful appearance, attempted to keep their exuberance in check, there was an underlying warmth in her tone. It was a voice that acknowledged Vandalyu not as an anomaly but as a beacon of hope in their isolated existence, a glimpse at a future where monsters weren't hunted blindly, but where alliances could be formed between the strangest of allies. The ghoul women, young and full of life despite the harsh realities that defined their existence, gathered around Vandalyu, their presence a contrast to the bleak surroundings. They carried themselves with a confidence that seemed to say, "Here, within this village, we are more than what the world sees. We are a community bound by more than fear or survival, but by the courage to embrace the unknown." And for Vandalyu, a boy who had already faced the darkness of isolation and the sting of loss in his mere year of life, this moment held a promise of change. It suggested that perhaps, just perhaps, this life would offer him the connection he'd never experienced before, a chance to be more than a ghost wandering through the shadows of his past. With each ghoul's spirited remark about his curious appearance and each gentle, albeit rough, hand that reached out to touch him, Vandalyu began to feel the strands of a new existence knitting around him. This time, a life where he was not merely a damper wielding powers that struck fear into the hearts of humans and monsters alike, but where he could carve out a place that respected who he was, an enigma to some, a savior to others. And so, Vandalyu's journey into the myriad complexities of this third life continued. a journey where allies came from unexpected places and destiny wove its intricate tapestry from threads of both light and darkness. As he stoically accepted his newfound popularity, a flicker of a smile threatened to break his characteristic solemnity, suggesting that deep within, the spark of hope had finally taken root. Actions in nature, their reality seemed grim, yet strangely captivating for Vandeleu. To them, he was not just an outsider, but someone who, in their eyes, shared commonalities with these peculiar creatures. In the world of the Amid Empire, perception was stark. He was a damper, a being deemed monstrous, much like the ghouls. For Vandeleu, engaging with the adventurers was not a moral debate, but an instinctual play for survival. In attacking, his actions mirrored those of a person defending one's kin from marauders. His choice to seize their gear was a pragmatic one, akin to taking what life hands to you, rather than a descent into banditry. Convening with the ghouls, Vandeleu found resonance in their acceptance, as if destiny had guided him to kindred spirits. But for him, the societal battles of damper rights held little allure, a cumbersome crusade too burdensome to champion. Introspection revealed his closer affinity with the ghouls, their camaraderie reigning truer than humanity's distant regard. His acceptance was palpable, warming to their shared indulgence in the spoils of survival. Among them, adoration flowed, with hopes and dreams tied to his burgeoning legend. Gestures of reverence met him, a mother's wish for a robust child like Vandeleu, another's request to christen her offspring with his name. His heart wavered, undone by the maternal hopes that embraced him. He was nothing more than a child himself, just 1 year into life, yet to these mothers, he embodied a beacon for future strength. The complex tapestry of emotions was woven into his thoughts, darkened briefly by the shadows of his journey. He chastised himself for sentiments deeper than those felt during the bloodshed. For others, his lapse seemed simple, mere exhaustion yielding a moment's pause. The ghouls, creatures of remarkable vigor and lineage, presented a paradox of strength and complexity. Their societal fabric was richer than the primal chaos of other subhuman monstrosities. They were intriguing, a blend of lion-headed muscularity in males and often magical grace in their female counterparts. Some transcended their origins, evolving into greater manifestations of power and mysticism. In the ghoul village, Vandeleu found an unexpected refuge, pondering his stay until the advent of spring. His mother, Darcia, voiced her maternal concerns, misgivings shadowing her mind about these enigmatic hosts. She feared their primal hunger, knowing well they lacked the undead's inherent kinship with her son's arcane skills. Yet Vandeleu, stoically assessing their nature, felt a tentative sense of safety, a divergence from the ominous presences he had encountered elsewhere. In the ghoul's village, within this tenuous sanctuary, he momentarily laid his journey's burdens aside. In the hushed shadows of the land, where mysteries whispered among the trees and the moon cast its gentle glow upon the village, Vandeleu found himself gradually lowering his defenses. Not entirely, but enough to blend amidst the community of ghouls. Unbeknownst to him and Darcia, his death attribute charm was weaving its influence effectively among them. As it stands, I need to bide my time until spring in the right place, Vandeleu mused, his thoughts shared only with Darcia. Zadiris and the others have graciously allowed me to remain here as long as I wish. Assurance had already been sought from the elders of the community. Staying until the thaw was not only acceptable but encouraged. His subtle charms, coupled with offerings of meat, had borne fruit. And during this time, he continued, a note of anticipation in his voice, I plan for Zadiris to teach me much before winter grips us with its icy fingers. That might wait until you reach the Orbalm Kingdom, but I can't exactly say that now, can I? Darcia's voice chimed gently in his mind. Indeed, because there's a concern with the guild cards, Vandeleu's eyes fell upon the 5 cards resting in the sparse interior of the carriage. The ghouls had lightened the load, indulging in the alcohol he had shared. These cards, vital to adventurers, bore not only their names but also their D-class status. His plan was to dispose of them eventually, but first, They had revealed critical intelligence thanks to the departed adventurer's spirits. Guild cards could expose one's status to others. While normally it required intricate spells or magical items to obtain such knowledge, the cards allowed their owner to control the level of detail shown. From a mere name to a complete history of jobs and skills, it was all at the owner's discretion. However, during the creation of a new guild card, the full spectrum of one's details became visible to the guild staff. This means that the moment I step into the role of an adventurer, every skill and curse I possess would be laid bare, he realized aloud, a shadow of concern crossing his face. That does present quite a problem. Normally, this would mean a reward. They'd likely want to recognize you for discovering uncharted skills, Darcia pondered. In the world of adventurers, novel jobs and rare skills could mean significant rewards and fame. Vandalu's unique talents, death attribute magic and death attribute charm, were the stuff of legends unheard of, except within the memories of his past lives, known only to Darcia through Vandalu's recounting. Registering at a guild would light a beacon over you instantly, drawing the mage's guild's eyes for certain. Even your curses would become a point of curiosity, she hinted, understanding the implications. I can neither forget my skills nor cast away my curses, so it seems wiser to amass knowledge, refine my strength, and hone my skills before revealing myself. Vandalu's voice was resolute, reflecting his determination to carve a secure space in a world that offered no sanctuary to an orphaned soul. Registering at a guild was essential for survival, a step toward earning a rightful place in society. However, guild cards posed a distinctive risk, revealing his hand far too early. While guilds promised protection to their members, Vandalu knew the world was not entirely bound by justice and moral codes. Shadows lurked, and not all players respected the sanctity of rules. It would seem your best bet is to learn from Zadiris, Darcia encouraged, her voice a comforting guide. Even if you can't replicate the magic directly, you might glean insights for your own death attribute technique. Agreed, mother, he nodded, his future unwinding softly before him, nestled within the ghoul's embrace. Thus, Vandalu settled into the rhythms of the ghoul community, his presence becoming stitched into the fabric of their lives. His death attribute charm leveled to a potent level 3, while he acquired the strengthen follower's skill. The object before him was both baffling and mesmerizing. Bathed in an intriguing hue of blue-purple, it bore a fin-like shape, both enigmatic and unappetizing at first glance. A touch revealed a curious wetness and inconsistent softness. Could it possibly be fit for consumption? Or was it some outlandish jest? Vandalu pondered this, daring a cautious taste. The texture was unlike anything he'd encountered, a turbulent dance of bitter and spicy on his palate, accompanied by an unclassifiable aroma that teetered between the bounds of allure and aversion. The aroma surged through his nostrils, leaving him unable to discern whether it was meat, fish, or perhaps a vegetable unless he had inquired about its ingredients. "What's the verdict, Van? How does the Gobu Gobu measure up?" queried the statuesque female ghoul, addressing him with a familiar nickname. "It's delicious," Vandalu responded, his words feeling almost mechanical as they left his lips. His seemingly incurable lack of communication skills revealed itself once more as he delivered a compliment that even he found unconvincing. Yet, his expression remained unchanging, rendering his words meaningless to the female ghoul before him, who studied him with a mixture of empathy and curiosity. "Van, what have you been living off of until now? None of us ghouls can consider this stuff anywhere near appetizing," she marveled. The truth of his diet wasn't something he could easily share, especially under her sympathetic gaze. "The rear legs of large frogs," he confessed. Aside from his mother's milk and blood, they were the most palatable meals he'd encountered. "There's no need to worry, you're just 1 year old," she reassured him. After all, the Devil's Nests have a variety of delectable monsters and fruits to offer. The ghoul, who now patted his head with a gentle hand, was Badya. She was the revered leader of the warriors who ventured into the forests to hunt goblins, returning in the early dawn hours. As Zadiris' youngest daughter, she was striking. a true beauty standing over 190 centimeters tall, muscular yet curvaceous, appearing as though she might have been a gifted athlete on Earth. With an uncanny resemblance to her mother, Zadiris, anyone would mistakenly presume them to be siblings rather than mother and daughter, Badia undoubtedly being the elder. Humans don't make gobu gobu, do they? Can you savor an array of delicious experiences in human villages? That must be why the adventurers turned out so flavorful, she mused aloud. No, I think it's more that they lack the knowledge to prepare gobu gobu, Vandalyu countered. Really? But why wouldn't they know? The ingredients are so accessible, and don't adventurers often hunt them? Badia pointed out. She referred to the goblins and the juice of gabubu grass, a purple-tinged weed notorious enough to be dubbed the goblins of grass. When crushed, it emitted a purplish juice, a form of magic grass. Not directly harmful, but a bane to farmers due to its ravenous nutrient consumption in their fields. Despite its magical properties, it had no culinary or medicinal use, thus earning its troublesome name, gabubu grass. Equally repelling was the goblin meat with its nauseating odor and inedibility, including their blood and organs. Vandalyu considered goblin blood to have such a foul taste that, given a choice, he'd rather drink the juice of crushed insects. Goblin meat underwent a day-long immersion in the juice from pressed gabubu grass, eliminating its stench but yielding something neither appetizing nor repugnant, known as gobu gobu, capable of lasting up to a year. When hunting proves fruitless, we subsist on this gobu gobu, Badia said. Preparing this requires less time and skill than dried meat, and it serves as a handy emergency food reserve. But for humans, consuming goblin meat might not justify such efforts, Vandalyu speculated. His explanation seemed to satisfy Badia, or perhaps she simply opted not to delve deeper into this conundrum. She returned to the task at hand, deftly carving goblin meat drained of its blood with her large butcher's knife, destined for another dozen batches of gobu gobu. Among the young ghouls, Bastia's proficiency was unmatched, even among the males, although her social standing within the village remained modest. In ghoul society, men's rankings were determined by their strength while women's depended on their magical prowess and the number of offspring they bore. However, despite her impressive skills, Badia hadn't yet mastered magic, nor had she birthed any children. Her prowess in battle was undeniable, yet she knew she could never ascend to the highest ranks. As Vandalyu savored the last bits of gobu gobu, he reflected on how people from Earth would be quick to brand this mindset as discriminatory. But there was little time for social critiques in the world of ghouls, who were, after all, considered monsters. I need to have a child soon to gain importance, she mused. If that happens, I won't be settling for hunting goblins or making gobu gobu. I'll be out seeking greater prey, spending my free time getting stronger. Tasks like housework, crafting everyday necessities, and maintaining the village's surrounding fences were assigned to ghouls of lower social status. Gathering gabubu grass and hunting goblins fell into this category too. Interestingly, ghouls who could forge weapons and armor were held in high esteem, regardless of their strength or number of offspring. Do you want to become important and strong? Vandalyu asked. Yes, I admire strong people, so I aspire to be strong myself, Badia replied. She had the presence of a female warrior. Her demeanor was as fierce as her appearance. There's my age to consider too, she added, acknowledging her 25th year. The physical maturity of ghoul women halted until they bore their first child, and she feared her appearance might soon mirror Zadiris' double in age. As Vandalyu looked up at her, he thought her concerns were unnecessary. If you were just a bit older, Van, I'd be willing to receive your seed, Badia stated bluntly. Boo! Vandalyu sputtered, caught off guard. What happened? Did the gobu gobu get stuck in your throat? Are you all right? Badia exclaimed, dropping the cleaver that could easily decapitate a cow, lifting Vandalyu into the air without a trace of embarrassment. I'm just taken aback by your serious tone when saying something so outlandish, he admitted. Her proposal was not something he anticipated, but Badia simply tilted her head, puzzled. Mother says when a ghoul woman has trouble conceiving, we sometimes capture a human man, offering him freedom in exchange for his seed. Non-ghoul races, like humans, have a higher success rate in producing children. Human men are generally quite cooperative, making this method rather effective. Well, if it's a matter of life or death, it's understandable they'd cooperate, Vandeleu remarked. Any man faced with such a choice would likely opt for creating life over losing it. Ghoul women, with their only deviations from human women being their skin and eye color, were quite appealing. Ghoul women are very attractive, he added, thinking of the stunning ghouls he'd encountered. Even from a human's perspective? That's flattering, but impossible for me, Badia replied, a hint of resignation in her voice. In human society, especially among adventurers, a woman past 25 is often mocked as middle-aged. Lambda's medical advancements were lacking compared to Earth's or Origin's, leading to a shorter life expectancy. Though magic existed, only the wealthy could afford to rely on it, with few mages skilled in obstetrics and gynecology. Producing offspring was paramount in this world, where human labor drove all industries, from farming and clothing production to construction and warfare. Hence, marriage before 25 was the norm. Female adventurers often exceeded that age unmarried, but this was usually due to their wealth, connections, or hidden relationships. In this world, where time seemed to flow differently than on Earth, women could still bear children well into their 40s. However, societal norms were harsh, labeling those past their mid-20s as middle-aged and urging them to hurry and have children. Badia, unfamiliar with the intricacies of these human customs, relied on whispers and stories passed down from ghouls who had eavesdropped on humans. Don't worry too much about age, Vandeleu reassured her gently. To me, you're still very young, Bastia-san. He, too, was a stranger to the norms of human society, having only been a high school student on Earth and reaching just 20 years of age in Origin. He found it hard to grasp the weight humans placed on the legacy of descendants. I'm glad to hear that, Badia replied with a radiant smile, one that revealed her enchanting beauty. Vandeleu, nestled close to her flawless skin, couldn't help but acknowledge her alluring presence. Her beauty, attributed to the unique biology of ghouls, shone through despite a diet that consisted mainly of meat. Vandeleu, Mother mentioned you wield unusual magic. Is there a spell to enable you to give me your seed? She inquired with a seriousness that took him aback. I've heard of a spell capable of rapidly growing a body part. That might be a bit beyond my abilities, he replied, slightly flustered. Bastia's desperation hinted at pressures he hadn't fully understood, making him ponder the ethics of capturing a bandit or adventurer for her sake, an idea that left him uneasy. Later, in Zadiris' home, Vandeleu recounted this conversation, and she nodded thoughtfully. I apologize for my daughter's request. Her yearning for a child is strong. You have about 10 years before you're naturally able to give her your seed, Vandeleu, she explained. At her age, she can wait. My eagerness for a grandchild might have inadvertently burdened her. It's impressive, though, how much you grasp considering your tender age. It's nothing really, he replied evasively, aware that a typical 1-year-old wouldn't comprehend such topics. He treaded lightly around his past lives, leaving them unspoken. Turning his attention back to the matter at hand, he questioned, So, this talk of a first grandchild? Through the gaps in the leaf and wood structure, the distant sounds of merriment drifted from another part of the village, where the ghouls lived without the bonds of traditional marriage. Here, in the Devil's Nest, relationships were fluid due to dangers, the peculiarities of aging, and the challenging nature of conception. A single partner wasn't viable for maintaining a village population. In response to his musings, Zadiris simply stated, Indeed, that's our way. Intrigued, Vandeleu pressed further. Who was Bastia's father, then? She smiled, a bit wistfully. It's Vigoro, she revealed. Badia, at 25, had been born when Zadiris was an impressive 265 years old. Even among ghouls, such an age was considered venerable, and it was rare for someone so seasoned to give birth. Yet, there she was, weaving her life into the vibrant tapestry of their community. In the twilight of her years, Zadiris, a venerable ghoul, shared an unusual tale from her past with a young Vandeleu. It was a time when she and others had tangled with kobolds, relishing in the stolen human spirits far more potent than anything her village could brew. That liquor was no ordinary drink, Zadiri's reminisced, a hint of laughter in her voice. I surrendered to its intoxicating embrace, and when dawn broke, I was in the same bed as him. Vandalyu listened intently, absorbing both the story and its implied caution. I see, he murmured, processing this story of an unromantic conception. Zadiri's offered a sage piece of advice, her voice tinged with the wisdom of age. Beware the allure of alcohol, boy. Drink, if you must, but let not the spirits possess you entirely. Now, to the matter at hand. Shall we begin your lessons in magic? Though the passage of time had dimmed her vitality, Zadiri's ghoul heritage endowed her with a robust knowledge of magic's fundamentals. While she couldn't wield death attribute magic, the fundamentals she could impart promised to be invaluable to Vandalyu. As he embarked on this journey of magical learning, Bone Man, Saria, and Rita honed their combat prowess under the tutelage of ghoul warriors. Meanwhile, Sam, Bonebird, and the other undead busied themselves with village tasks, even aiding in hunts through the Devil's Nest, which expedited their growth as they steadily acquired experience points. With curiosity as his guide, Vandalyu embarked on his first formal lessons, no longer relying solely on his own discoveries. In this brave new world, he delved deeper into understanding the wonders and dangers surrounding him. Monster explanation. Ghoul warriors. Ghoul warriors are a formidable evolution of their kind, boasting superior combat abilities. Often they become leaders of small groups, or even entire tribes when higher-ranking ghouls are absent. These warriors wield venomous claws deftly, mastering a blend of martial arts and weapon skills. Their outward appearance might deceive many into thinking they are ordinary ghouls, allowing them to catch unwary adventurers off guard. The right ear serves as proof of their vanquishing. From them, fangs, claws, and medicinal livers can be harvested. To ascend to a ghoul warrior, a normal ghoul must possess multiple martial-type skills at level 2 or higher, requirements most achieved before reaching the pinnacle of level 100. Badya, possessing more raw brawn than magical talent, chose this path, becoming a ghoul warrior. Although she gained the unfortunate status of infertility, her attributes and skills remained unaffected. Monster explanation. Ghoul barbarians. Ghoul barbarians emerge through ascending ranks and refining their combat prowess and superhuman strength to new heights. Towering over other ghouls, they revel in the chaos of battle, wielding weapons with destructive glee. Often dense in thought and singularly focused on fighting, these barbarian ghouls find themselves of lower social standing, often being exploited by more strategic ghoul mages. Masculine qualities define their kind exclusively. No female ghoul has been recorded achieving this rank. Just like their warrior cousins, their right ears are proof of a successful hunt, with their fangs, claws, bowstring-worthy tendons, and mana-soaked manes serving as valuable spoils. A ghoul must attain the superhuman strength skill at level 3 or higher, alongside mastery of a level 4 two-handed weapon skill, to become a barbarian. Vigoro, however, defies the stereotype of his barbarian brethren, blending rare intelligence with the strategic acumen that could see him crowned as the next chief. Unlike many who prefer solitary battles, Vigoro thrives in command, leading his comrades with unmatched competence and making him a more formidable adversary than most. Note from the translator. Apologies for the brief pause. I was enjoying a short break. A sponsored chapter will be on its way soon. Now, dive into the unfolding tale. Yoshi, well then, first of all, can you tell me about the magic you use and the skills you know, boy? Of course, if you do not wish to tell me, I will not press you any further. Vandalyu considered the request. No, I trust you. There will be hundreds who'll find out eventually anyway. To truly master the fundamentals of magic, Vandalyu needed to share his secrets with Zadiri's. Her guidance, rooted in experience and wisdom, was invaluable. However, this meant revealing the essence of his death attribute magic, a secret that most adventurers and creatures alike guarded fiercely, lest it exposed their vulnerabilities. Yet within a trusted circle, Such revelations were not unusual. For adventurers, it was vital for smooth teamwork. For monsters, it became a story of its own. And though a few decades stood between now and their arrival, 100 souls would journey from origin, reborn here, all aware of Vandalu's unique magic. Even if, by some twist of fate, Rodcourt kept silent, the remnants of his knowledge would survive, tucked away in laboratories or woven into the very magic items crafted with his power. These were once credited falsely as products of life attribute magic, but surely by now, the truth had unraveled. Thus, it was likely that Amamiya Hiroto and others became privy to Vandalu's death attribute abilities after his demise in origin. Given the cascading revelations, it seemed pointless to withhold this from someone like Zadires, who had his trust. 100 people, you say? Well, let's discuss your magic, boy, Zadires replied, still processing the weight of his words. For now, she believed Vandalu wielded some variant of life attribute magic. Although the undead seemed a stark departure from such magic in Lambda, life attribute mages alone held sway over the undead. They infused corpses with life force, breathing fake life into them. These creations lagged behind the naturally stronger undead spawned by devil's nests and dungeons. Zadires imagined Vandalu's spell was simply a sophisticated twist on this, but learning of his death attribute magic left her reeling. Death attribute? A ninth attribute? Such a thing truly exists? No, it must be true. You control the undead and cast spells beyond my kin. While in origin, the death attribute ranked as the 8th, here, the presence of the time attribute shifted it to 9th place. You're surprised, aren't you? Vandalu noted. Naturally, any creature with a grasp on the potential of a new magical attribute would be intrigued. For monsters, magic wasn't merely survival. It was a ladder to ascend the societal hierarchy where might ruled. Facing unfamiliar spells meant battling an unknown enemy without defenses. The full extent of the death attribute spurred intrigue and apprehension, conjuring countless tactics to vanquish foes before they could react. In Lambda, much like Origin, magic remained inaccessible without the right affinity. Monsters weren't all capable of harnessing this power, but there loomed a concern they might, especially those with mage etched in their identities. So, the adventuring mage couldn't cast because of this death attribute magic, Zadires realized, recalling the chilling fate of the slain adventurer who dared attack her. As a ghoul mage, the thought of losing magic was nightmarish. It mirrored stripping a swordsman of his arms, leaving him to fend for himself with bare feet. Reflecting on this, a flicker of pity toward the adventurers lingered in her heart, though the chance for change had long slipped through their fingers. Given the situation, the mage began. With my mastery tied to light and wind attributes, I can't directly impart the secrets of death attribute magic to you. But fret not, for I can still guide you in harnessing the magic you possess. Magic, after all, is a boundless art. At first glance, the fire and water attributes seem to stand in opposition. Yet delve deeper, and you'll find that fire embodies heat, while water holds the essence of liquid and cold. A master of the fire attribute could effortlessly escalate the heat to ignite, or diminish it to freeze. Conversely, a water attribute wizard could command molten lava as though it were an extension of their very being, moving with the grace of arms and legs. An earth element mage might manipulate both mercury and lava, while a wind element user could ignite the flammable air to spark a grand explosion. Such knowledge was found in an old tome the chief shared with me when I was but a child, Zadires recounted, recalling her education garnered from books seized from adventurers. For a monster, knowledge in written form was a treasure, usually pilfered from humans or rival creatures. This means that the key is not in how many attributes you're attuned to, but in how deeply you refine your skills. Certainly, handling multiple attributes brings convenience. Yet there are adventurers, skilled enough to weave spells from various attributes but lacking depth, who find themselves bested by a goblin mage wielding nothing but fire. Framed like that, I feel a surge of motivation, Vandalu mused. He found Zadiri's wisdom to be a breath of fresh air, particularly as those from Origin had instructed him to solely hone his death attribute magic and manage his mana capacity. This new perspective stirred a sense of passion within him, though he remained outwardly as stoic as ever. And for skill refinement, mana is essential, Zadiri's continued. Your available mana impacts how long you can sustain your spells. Tell me, how much mana do you possess? I need to tailor our sessions accordingly. Ah, yes, it's around 100 million, Vandalyu replied casually. 100 million, Zadiri's repeated, initially taking it in stride before her eyes widened in shock. 100 million, could that truly be? I don't even have 10,000, yet you, boy. But considering your mastery of an unknown magic, perhaps this isn't so extraordinary after all? Though astounded by the child's self-disclosed mana pool, Zadiri's instincts told her he was sincere. A lie of that magnitude served no benefit. One could exaggerate, but 100 million was beyond such stretches. Well, soon enough, I'll discern the truth of your mana reserves myself, boy, Zadiri said, regaining her composure with difficulty. Vandalyu, meanwhile, realized that his immense mana was indeed unusual and decided to keep quiet about it among humans, unless, of course, it came up when registering at a guild. And what magic-related skills do you possess? She inquired. To start, I have the chant revocation skill. Oh, and the golem transmutation skill. Does that count? Boy, must you shave years off my life with such revelations? I should be seeking instruction from you to grasp the basics of chant revocation. And golem transmutation? That's a new one to me. Vandalyu had heard from Darshia how rare chant revocation was, but seeing Zadiri's, a being who had witnessed nearly 3 centuries, express such wonder confirmed its rareness. Vandalyu stood, deep in thought, reflecting on his assumptions about magic and the surprises that lay hidden in Zadiri's words. Having spent his past life immersed in fictional tales on Earth, he naturally assumed that alchemy was the key to crafting golems. However, Zadiri's, skilled in the art of alchemy, seemed unaware of his rare ability, golem transmutation. You'd like me to teach you the fundamentals of chant revocation? Huh? Well, it's simpler than you think. Just practice casting spells in situations where you're unable to chant, she explained. Her eyes filled with a knowing gleam as she added, of course, only you, with that vast mana pool, could achieve it so effortlessly. Casting spells without chance demanded immense mana, often barring even the most skilled magicians from succeeding more than once a day. Vandalyu's uniqueness lay in his unfathomable reserve of mana, which allowed him to master this challenging spell to the point of gaining the skill itself. Typically, only those gifted mages who had delved deep into numerous magical jobs or the legendary monsters of myth could achieve such feats. Zadiri's, observing Vandalyu with a mix of admiration and surprise, remarked, "It seems I won't need to teach you the basics. Your prowess with no attribute magic and mana control is exceptional, isn't it?" Puzzled, Vandalyu replied, "No attribute magic? What exactly is that?" Zadiri's recoiled in astonishment. You're not familiar with it? No attribute magic is the essence of all magic. Mana in its pure, raw form, before it takes on any element. Every mage starts there, mastering the fundamentals of mana control. Known for its simplicity, no attribute magic was commonly the starting point for most mages due to its straightforward nature and lack of elemental dependency. Yet, Vandalyu stood before Zadiri's, having never encountered this basic concept, largely due to his unique journey. In Origin, his previous world, such magic was unheard of, possibly kept from him by the lab researchers who often spoke only of nonsense. With a sigh, Vandalyu mused about the researchers, perhaps the keepers of this secretive knowledge. Their spirits had lingered, but they only answered his questions directly. Given past limitations, he couldn't tap into his mana then as adeptly as he did now. Darshia, when later asked, simply expressed her certainty that Vandalyu was already in the know, his natural affinity for magic leading her to overlook this oversight. When the right moment arises, maybe I'll ask Hiroto and the others when they reincarnate here, he considered, hoping to unravel this mystery. Determined to fill this gap in his magical knowledge, Zadiris declared, "Let's start with the basics of no attribute magic. It took me 3 years to gain the skill. For you, it won't take but a fraction of the time. With your mana, practice ceaselessly." Meanwhile, Vigoro, the ghoul warrior's stalwart leader, noticed the telltale sign of spring, a weed sprouting nearby. The passage of seasons for ghouls, unfamiliar with calendars or structured farming, was a sensory experience. The world breathed its own rhythm. Rainy seasons with humid skies, the blaze of summer, the bounty of autumn fruits, and the retreat of winter. Now, these silent heralds of spring emerged, signaling nature's cycle anew. Half a year already passed since his arrival, Vigoro mused. In a life as long as his, half a year might seem a mere blink of time. However, the days with Vandeleu were anything but ordinary. In the blink of an eye, life in Vigoro's village transformed, a village he had called home for over a century. In gratitude for their care, Vandeleu wielded his death attribute magic to preserve the ghouls' food. His spell, Preservation, allowed raw meat, which the ghouls could hardly consume after just a few days, to remain fresh for months. Previously, the ghouls only knew of preserving food by drying it on sunny days or relying on gobu-gobu. This newfound convenience meant they no longer needed to hunt daily. With more time to train and fewer injuries, their lives took a turn for the better. However, the naturally laid-back ghouls found themselves tempted into laziness. Fortunately, Zadiris taught the importance of diligence, while Vigoro intuitively understood its value, ensuring that the tribe kept its discipline. "And the meat he prepares for us is absolutely delectable," marveled many ghouls. Vandeleu cast a maturation spell on the meat just before it was served, enhancing its flavor beyond imagination. To achieve this effect on Earth, one would need a carefully controlled environment for days or even weeks. Yet, in this simple village of pit dwellings and warehouses, the spell bestowed them a taste of paradise. The ghouls felt invigorated, their strength revitalized by their savory meals. Though Vandeleu intended to leave come spring, a sentiment echoed by Vigoro and many others was an earnest wish for him to stay. In his maturity, they would have offered him several women to be at his service, but such a proposition seemed out of place for a child of less than 2 years. Fortunately, it appeared Vandeleu's skill lessons with Zadiris might draw out until summer, granting the village more time with their esteemed guest. As a kind soul, the villagers hoped for Vandeleu's success in his studies, secretly wishing he would remain indefinitely. Such was the conflict in Vigoro's heart as his apprentices embarked on a hunt against a formidable foe. "Wurhun, Ga, take down the one with the staff first." A battle erupted, but their prey was not a band of adventurers. Contrary to what one might expect, Vigoro and his warriors seldom challenged adventurers. They rarely ventured into the Devil's Nest, a haunting memory from Zadiris' youth, when 2/3 of the village were eradicated by adventurers, enforced a village law to avoid them unless necessary. Instead, they mastered the art of concealment, engaging only if an attack was imminent. While ghouls savored the taste of adventurers' flesh and coveted their equipment, they understood the sheer terror adventurers could invoke. Unbeknownst to Vigoro and his kin, their village's Devil's Nest saw few adventurers due to its remote location. The size of the area and the nature of its creatures suited D or C-class adventurers, but the nearest human settlement was a 3-day journey away. Furthermore, a nearer Devil's Nest, popular with adventurers for its eclectic mix of creatures and dungeons, diverted attention. Thus, the guild deemed the monster threat in Vigoro's Devil's Nest minimal. The nest was home to many demi-human creatures, goblins, kobolds, orcs, and ghouls, constantly at war. Their ongoing conflict suppressed overpopulation, unlike other areas. Despite the isolation, Vigoro and his village thrived amidst the whispers of an ever-distant human world. Gravelly voice, trying to summon the elemental forces to turn the tide. The words spilled out in a rhythmic hum, vibrating in the air, and for a moment, the battlefield seemed to pause. The apprentices, their armor gleaming in the light, braced themselves for whatever sorcery might be conjured. But ghouls and their allies were far from ordinary combatants. Saria and Rita, the living armors, recognized the threat and exchanged a determined glance. They had not trained tirelessly for months to let victory slip through their fingers at the last moment. With a powerful surge of mana, they launched a synchronized attack aimed at the mage, cutting off its incantation with ruthless efficiency. Meanwhile, Bone Monkey, Bone Wolf, and Bone Bear, once simple apparitions of bones, now radiated an intimidating power. Their transformation to rotten beasts had made them formidable guardians for the apprentices. With gnashing teeth and powerful howls, they kept the ranks of encroaching kobolds at bay, their very presence a deterrent. High above, Bone Bird soared in lazy circles, its keen eyes taking in the scene with a serene satisfaction. Once lifeless remnants, the bone creatures had found purpose amid their strange entourage, a fact not lost on their leader, Vigoro. Standing beside the spectral driver, Sam, Vigoro allowed himself a moment of pride. His apprentices had risen to the challenge, proving their mettle against odds that had seemed daunting at the first clash of steel. Sam, ever the observant charioteer, would soon be tasked with ferrying the victors away from this theater of war. But for now, he watched, sharing in Vigoro's quiet joy at the spectacle of unified strength and the promise of growth among their ranks. As the last of the kobolds fell and the sounds of battle faded, the air buzzed not with silence, but with the unspoken camaraderie and the sense of achievement shared by all on the field. Each warrior, be they flesh, bone, or living armor, had contributed to a canvas painted with valor and teamwork. Through the dust and debris of their hard-won triumph, they stood tall, their spirits unbowed, ready for whatever challenges the Devil's Nest might offer next. In the dim and smoky forest, the air crackled with tension as a spear of fire materialized with a sudden, blazing intensity. The kobold mage, cunning and calculating, understood the perils of a wide-area assault that might endanger its companions. Instead, it opted for the precision of a single, searing strike. As the fiery projectile blazed across the night sky, it sought out a peculiar adversary, one of the enigmatic living armors whose long weapons glinted threateningly. As if guided by an unseen hand, the spear danced through the ranks of kobolds, drawing ever closer to its target. Rita, wielding her ornate glaive, met the fiery missile with a decisive downward slash. Chest! Her voice rang out, and miraculously, the blazing spear fragmented into a cascade of embers, shimmering like scattered jewels. Under any ordinary circumstances, a mere metal weapon would falter against such magic, but Rita's glaive was no ordinary blade. It was a magic item, procured from the cavernous depths of an ancient, unexplored dungeon. This remarkable weapon could cleave through spells, cutting down the fiery spear before it could unleash its full fury. Though the fiery shards sizzled around her, Rita remained unharmed, her suit of fire-resistant armor bearing the brunt. Her defense, a seamless integration of weapon and ward, protected her fully where mere flesh would fail. However, the scattered inferno caught others in its chaotic swirl. The kobold mage's plan had backfired. The flames consumed some of its own, while Rita, unscathed, seized the moment. With a fierce cry, Rita swung her glaive with lethal precision, driving the stung kobolds back, creating a breach in their line. Before the clear path stood two formidable kobold chiefs, armored in the hardened shells of bug-type monsters, bracing themselves as an immovable wall. Rita's glaive descended with deadly intent, only to clang against the expertly raised shield of the first chief. Its canine visage twisted into a victorious grin, believing it had stopped her advance. The second chief, poised to strike, drew its blade, ready for blood. Yet Saria, steadfast at Rita's side, delivered a blow of daring brilliance. Her halberd arced like a flash of lightning, and with a swift, sideways stroke, cleaved the chief in two, bypassing Rita's inert form unharmed. The armor that housed her contained nothing but void where living creatures bore organs. The grisly scene sent a chill through the remaining chief, frozen in its tracks by the gruesome fate of its ally. "Ready? YH!" cried the pair, their spirits unbroken. Together, the living armor and her ghostly companion pressed the attack, Rita's glaive clashing against the shield, while the halberd missed its mark. The chief's luck ran thin as the ghouls descended, their wicked talons rending flesh, consigning it to the grave alongside its comrade. Desperation swept through the kobold ranks as their strongest fell. The mage, realizing the tide had turned, desperately called for retreat. But the resolve of their adversaries had sharpened to a deadly point. "The meat is getting away," growled Vigoro, as bone birds swooped down from the canopy above, and rotten beasts surged forward with feral energy. The kobolds were routed, their cries swallowed by the forest shadows. With the battle won, the ghouls methodically dismantled their foes, stripping away weapons and repurposing armor. Though kobolds favored daggers too small for the ghouls' might, these could be fashioned into new, more formidable tools. The kobold chief's weapons, swords and axes, held promise, while the lightweight armor proved a coveted prize. Meanwhile, the mage's staff, a simple yet potent artifact, awaited a new master among the ghoul ranks, promising power and prestige to any who might wield it. Using magic in the Devil's Nest brought unexpected rewards. While the kobold's furs wouldn't fetch a price in a human marketplace, they served as luxurious carpets and could be tailored into warm clothing for the harsh winters ahead. The kobold chief's sharp fangs were perfect for crafting knife blades and spear tips, while the mana-infused eyeballs and organs of the kobold mages were invaluable in medicine production. And naturally, their meat was a resource not to be wasted. Curiously, the right ears, typically used as proof of their extermination by adventurers, were disregarded here. Why clutter with insignificance? We'll gather some kobold fruits and leaves before heading back as well, they decided. These rare fruits, with their distinct blue hue and baby-sized, round form, were treasures in human society, known for their delightful crunch and tangy sweet flavor. The ghouls took pleasure in eating them fresh or relishing their juice, but they also valued them for their other important uses, ensuring to collect them on their kobold hunts. Transporting 35 kobolds and their coveted fruits might seem daunting, but this is where Sam stepped in. "We're counting on you, Father," they chimed. "Yes, leave it to me. But have you drained their blood properly?" Sam asked, ever the caretaker. "Of course. And my sister and I will give you a thorough washing afterward, so don't fret," they assured him. Thanks to Sam, the ghost carriage, the ghouls could transport their spoils effortlessly. Unlike ordinary carts, Sam navigated rough terrains with ease, powered mysteriously all on his own, making him indispensable in the Devil's Nest. His prowess wasn't limited to transport. In battle, he could swiftly crush a couple of normal kobolds under his wheels, much to the envy of adventurers on their own hunting expeditions. However, adventurers from the Amid Empire gave him a wide berth, wary of his undead nature. "Today we're having baked kobold. It's quite delicious, you know. I hope your master agrees," Vigoro remarked with a hopeful glint, wishing that Vandalyu would find the meal tasty enough to prolong his stay. Vigoro's sentiments were clear as day, a feeling echoed by Saria and Rita. "Bakken's training isn't over yet, so we'll be staying a while longer," they promised. "Learning magic is apparently tough, huh? It's only been a year since he started, hasn't it?" "That's pretty normal," Vigoro replied, recollecting the challenges faced by the women in the village who strive to master magic. Though he himself showed potential as a mage, he knew it would require a decade of rigorous practice to hone his abilities. With that in mind, Vandalyu's continued stay seemed certain. Contentment filled Vigoro as he led Sam and the group back to the village, more fulfilled by the prospect of Vandalyu's extended stay than by the success of their day's gathering. Kobold meat, by human standards, was unpalatable, grungy and tough, its odor stubborn against even the most aromatic of herbs. Yet for the ghouls, who survived by hunting in their Devil's Nest village, it was a different story. They'd long mastered the art of preparing such meats into something passable, creating a unique dish by layering slivers of cobalt fruit over chopped cobalt meat, wrapping it in cobalt leaves, then baking it to tenderness. The result, though peculiar, the taste was unexpectedly palatable, even for humans. In the hands of a skilled chef, who knows what culinary wonders could be achieved? If this recipe were to find its way into the hearts and homes of human society, it would either stir up quite the culinary storm or merely pass as a curious novelty. You see, cobalt fruits were priced at 10 amids each, or, in more familiar terms, about 1,000 yen. This wasn't chump change by any means, but the real hidden treasure lay in the cobalt leaves. Astonishingly, these leaves had no market price at all, yet they possessed a remarkable ability to transform meat by removing its pungent odor and toughness. To those struggling to put food on the table day after day, this could be a godsend. It might not make for a lucrative business, Vandeleu mused, but it sure could be a boon for social welfare. He wasn't even sure such people existed in Lambda, but as he savored the cobalt meat, this thought danced in his mind. And then there was the walnut sauce. Ah, the tantalizing addition that elevated the dish to new heights. His recommendations to Zadiris and Vigoro were met with pure delight. It turned out that, despite the ghouls' passion for culinary exploration, sauces were a concept they had yet to pioneer. This was likely due to a cultural divergence in their culinary arts compared to humans. Thus, Vandeleu's mission in the village became clear: to churn out more of this delightful walnut sauce. Luckily, the Devil's Nest provided a year-round supply of walnuts, so they never ran short of ingredients. Crafting it was not a burden either, as several ghoul women lent their hands. In truth, Vandeleu found the process quite enjoyable. Yet, a new challenge loomed. His salt reserves were dwindling. A strategic encounter with some unwitting bandits could replenish them, he speculated. With salt, perhaps he could even experiment with walnut miso. Not one to waste resources, he entertained the notion of baking cookies from the abundant acorns, the bitterness of which could be leached away using the nearby river. His palate craved for carbohydrates to complement his protein intake, thus triggering this exploration. Does this count as contributing to society, or am I finding my place within it? He pondered aloud. Each day feels so fulfilling. You speak words that make me forget you're not even 2 years old, Zadiris noted with a wry smile. Yet she couldn't deny the size of Vandeleu's impact on the ghoul community. Beyond his culinary creations, his companions, Saria, Rita, and Sam, provided invaluable assistance in combat alongside Vigoro and the village warriors. Even though they trained in exchange, their prowess in battle, thanks to their magical suits of armor, often surpassed the ghouls' physical strength. Since they originated as humans, their diligence imparted a disciplined influence on the younger generation. Zadiris and the others knew well that as Vandeleu's subordinates, their contributions were his victories. Personally invested in his presence, Zadiris hoped he would remain in their midst for as long as possible. Nevertheless, she didn't let this affection impede her rigorous training regimen. "Your work with no attribute magic still needs improvement," she remarked. "Although your progress isn't exactly slow. Materializing and manipulating mana before it takes on any attribute is trickier than I'd imagined," he confessed. Despite his mastery over death attribute magic, he had presumed that learning the more rudimentary no-attribute magic would be a breeze. It wasn't so. Keeping mana in its raw form, molding it, and then casting it as a spell posed a challenge greater than anticipated. He found it hard not to instinctively merge it with a deathly attribute, a reflection of how naturally it came to him. From the onset, Vandeleu's prime asset had been his vast reservoir of mana, enriched by a mind shaped by fantastical literature from Earth. His raw magical talent, though, was just average. He had honed his death attribute magic during his brief stay in Origin, but Vandeleu found himself in a world of do-or-die situations, his personality twisted by the relentless pressure of researchers who pushed the very boundaries of inhumanity. Yet, at his core, he was just a regular soul, possessing a unique advantage. a vast mana pool that allowed him to practice magic far longer than most. It took me 3 long years to master the skill of no attribute magic, Zadiri's reminisced, her voice soothing like a gentle breeze. She offered Vandalyu a piece of meat, laid neatly on broad, green leaves. "There's no need to hurry. Here, have my portion." Her smile was warm, a smile that reflected a relationship she saw as akin to that of grandparent and grandchild. Strangely enough, to any outsider, they resembled siblings born just a handful of years apart. "Is it really all right?" Vandalyu's voice was hesitant as he looked at the untouched meat before him. "Yes, of course. My appetite isn't what it used to be. Those who are older tend to need less." Zadiri's chuckled softly, her youthful appearance belying her age. She would often express her weariness with a simple, "I'm tired," and take her rest, despite her visage reflecting that of someone in their early teens. Yet, she was a venerable 290 years old, the shadow of age ever looming closer. To Vandalyu, her gentle smile could not hide the shadow of death he perceived on her face. It wasn't an immediate threat, yet significant enough to suggest she might not live to see his next birthday. Though ghouls typically lived for 3 centuries, her long survival in the perilous Devil's Nest was remarkable. Her passing would be serene, a natural end for one without blood-related descendants. "Zadiri-san, may we speak alone for a moment?" Vandalyu asked, breaking from the script of nature's path. Defying life and death's natural laws was something he'd hoped to attempt once his skills were more honed. Yet, he felt compelled to try now, perhaps to amend for the surprise he'd caused her, endangering her lifespan unwittingly. Monster explanation: rotten beast. Rank 4 monsters these creatures are, filled with malice-laden miasma within their bones, born from both the spirits that linger within and those they've slain. Blackened bones render them as resilient as steel, regardless of the species they originate from. Their arsenal includes a poisonous breath, a concern for D-class adventurers who must strategize effectively against it. Often moving in packs, thanks to retained instincts from their living counterparts, tackling them alone is discouraged. Parties are the Adventurers Guild's prescription for these encounters. Skill explanation: coordination. This skill enhances group synergy, making cooperation more rewarding. Whether constructing or battling, efficiency and effectiveness are noticeably elevated. Higher skill levels and larger numbers amplify this effect. While adventurers in close-knit groups seldom gain this skill, soldiers and construct crews often do. Monsters cannot obtain this skill without a shared sense of camaraderie, excluding goblins and orcs, while kobolds, ghouls, and wolf-type monsters frequently possess it. A note of profound gratitude: this novel has surpassed 10,000 page views, all thanks to you, dear readers. Your support means the world. Thank you for being on this journey, to pass on all the knowledge and spells I have, so that you can reach heights far beyond what I could ever dream of," Zadiri's declared with a mix of pride and determination in her voice. Her eyes sparkled with the hope that Vandalyu could become an extraordinary mage, one whose legend would echo throughout the ages. Vandalyu, seated across from her, felt the weight of her expectations but was also touched by her words. Despite being so young, he understood the gravity of this moment. It was not merely about learning magic. It was about carrying forward a legacy, about unlocking the mysteries of mana and bending them to his will. "Thank you, Zadiri's," he replied earnestly, his voice carrying a unique maturity for someone just shy of 2 years old. "I promise to learn and to honor the skills you pass on to me." He was resolved not just to learn for himself, but for the villagers who saw him as a beacon of hope and progress. Zadiri's looked at Vandalyu, seeing not just a child but a prodigy, a future where possibilities were endless. Her heart felt light, hopeful that her years of wisdom would find a new vessel to thrive in. It was daunting but exhilarating. She could see in Vandalyu a potential companion in the dance of the arcane arts, a comrade who would elevate their magical craft to new horizons. And so, in the gently flickering light of her home, surrounded by alchemical wonders and mystic artifacts, Teacher and student began a journey that promised to reshape not only their lives, but perhaps the very fabric of their world. The air shimmered with potential, and as Zadiris began her lessons, the future stretched out before them, wide and uncharted, beckoning them forward into the unknown. Flowed so naturally, like a stream that encounters no stones. Yet here he was, bringing his unique talents to bear in a most intimate and profound way. Strange, yet marvelous, Zadiris gasped, feeling each ripple of Vandalu's power as it coursed through her, a foreign presence weaving through the fabric of her being. It was as if time itself slowed, suspended in the silence of anticipation. A wave of relief washed over her, the fear of death slowly retreating, and she thought of the countless memories still left to make, a future she now dared hope for. Trust was a fragile thing, and yet, she felt hers resting securely in the hands of Vandalu. "Your hands are the hands of fate, Vandalu," she whispered, her voice tinged with awe as she leaned into the comfort of their shared moment. Vandalu nodded, a soft glow of determination lighting his eyes. "And they hold the promise of life yet untold." As he worked with steady, deliberate care, deeply ensconced in his task, a newfound respect settled between them, tangible and filled with promise. The room was quiet, save for the rhythmic hum of Vandalu's breath, a soundtrack to the magic unfolding, a miracle she scarcely dared to hope for. Minutes, perhaps hours passed, time losing all meaning. When at last Vandalu withdrew, reeling back his spirit form gently, the room bathed in a calm afterglow, he offered Zadiris a warm, tender smile. "There, your time has been extended," he announced softly, a gentle reassurance wrapping around them both. Zadiris blinked in wonder, her heart swelling with gratitude and a new sense of belonging. Whatever path she was now set upon, she was not walking it alone. Her gaze turned penetrating, the weight of her words wrapped in sincerity. "Thank you, Vandalu. I knew your talents were extraordinary, but to feel your magic, it's like touching the very threads of destiny." A silence enveloped them, rich with fulfillment, and in that quietude, a shared understanding blossomed. The acknowledgement of a bond deepened through trial and trust. "Let us walk this path together," Vandalu murmured, his own spirit buoyed by the experience. The trust he had worked to earn now a weightless joy shared between them. And so, with the world spread wide before them, they dared to look forward, toward the mysteries to unravel and the stories still left to tell. Unravel, like the delicate petals of a long-dormant flower responding to the gentle touch of spring's first sunlit rays. Vandalu felt the pressure of the moment weigh upon him, yet he remained steadfast. The urgency of Zadiris's plight focused his mind, sharpening his resolve. Each labored breath she took tethered him to the task at hand, and he moved with unwavering purpose, cutting through distractions like an artist refining his masterpiece. With meticulous care, he traced the pathways of her lifeblood. The intricate dance of heart and veins, the rhythm of lungs caught in a duet of inhalation and exhalation, the silent symphony playing within her organs. To his eyes, Zadiris appeared almost human, save for the subtle glands poised like sentinels beneath her skin, capable of secreting a venom potent enough to incapacitate. Yet, aside from the ravages of time, her body held no treacherous surprise, no lurking malignancies, no hidden infections. Her age was the true adversary, a relentless force that had quietly eroded her vitality over the years. Confronting such a formidable foe required a solution that balanced complexity with clarity. Vandalu pondered his choices. The first path was closed. It wove a tapestry of interconnected magics, threading together death attribute power with life attribute restoration. But without a mage proficient in life attribute magic, this tapestry unraveled before it began. He could not bestow life where there was only decay, nor reinvigorate what had withered through years of existence. The second path offered a temporary reprieve, casting a net of magic to stave off death's encroaching hand momentarily. Yet, this method was a hollow victory at best. He would merely delay the inevitable, trapping Zadiris in a suspended state, a fragile equilibrium that dissolved the moment he turned away. She would remain tethered to life's edge, never regaining her former vigor, forever shadowed by the specter of mortality. This left the final, audacious path. The very thing that had eluded humanity's grasp, the reversal of age, a grand vision that dared to defy the natural order, to roll back the relentless march of time, to draw back the curtains of age and reveal once more the radiant light of youth. It was a challenge that had left many in its wake, aspirations shattered like glass upon the hard ground of reality. But Vandeleur was undeterred. He drew strength from the reservoir of his mana, a veritable ocean at his command, swelling with potential. With determination lighting his path and the forceful resolve for which he was known, he dove into the complexity of the task. Gently, yet with undeniable strength, Vandeleur extended the ethereal tendrils of his spirit form throughout Zadiris's being. She stirred, reacting to the uncanny sensation, and Vandeleur tempered his approach, easing his presence into the very fibers of her existence. As the arcane energies flowed through her veins, as delicate as the tendrils of a creeping vine, he murmured the powerful words, "Youth transformation." In that moment, the essence of death that had clung to her like a shadow began to slip away. The master's hand guided his magic with the finesse of one quelling the fires of time, reversing the process that had claimed her vigor inch by inexorable inch. Zadiris exhaled softly, a melody of hope escaping her lips. Her age, that once unyielding burden, now began to relinquish its grip. As Vandeleur's magic knitted the fibers of time backward, hope blossomed anew, and the promise of a renewed dawn shimmered on the horizon. The energy coursed back through her, revitalizing her every cell as her organs sprang to life once again. "This takes far more mana than I ever imagined," Vandeleur confessed, feeling the immense toll of this particular spell. No magic he had ever cast compared to the mana-draining task of reversing years off Zadiris's age, each year costing him a staggering 10 million mana. "B-boy W, what are you, coo?" Zadiris exclaimed, interrupted not by pain, but by an unexpected wave of pleasure. Vandeleur was relieved she wasn't suffering, as he needed calm focus to maintain the spell, steadily reversing her age throughout her whole body. "For now, I've made you a little younger," he said gently. "Made me younger? Such a thing is not— she cried out, unable to contain her surprise mixed with delight. "To be precise," Vandeleur clarified, "I've just removed the aging from your body. You won't turn back into a child or anything like that." He had performed a miracle akin to reversing time, yet without devolving her to infancy. It was the reverse journey from life's end, not its beginning. He mused that should he attempt this on humans, they'd likely stop somewhere in their teenage years. Perhaps with further study, he could even venture toward zygote stage transformations. "Qualwa!" A cry of pure ecstasy escaped Zadiris as the soothing relief spread through her entire being. Stiff muscles and lingering aches vanished like mist in morning sun, the sensation more electrifying than the touch of a master masseuse. She gushed breathlessly as her entire body surged with life anew. When the pleasure abruptly ceased, she panted, "Ha, ha, ha, boy." She peered over and saw Vandeleur sprawled, seemingly drained. His spiritual arms, which had been deep inside her, were now back to their solid form. "It's been a while since I maxed out my mana," he murmured, on the brink of slumber. "I'll sleep a little." His mana reserves were depleted from shaving a decade off Zadiris's age, leaving him spent and unconscious, murmuring softly in sleep. With a whisper of exasperation, Zadiris remarked, "You could have explained yourself more." Fatigue from days past had lifted, yet she was left with a strange exhaustion, as though after intense labor, her body adapting to the transformative change. Zadiris, like all ghouls, stopped aging physically post her first pregnancy, so her outward appearance remained unchanged. Had she been human, she might have fainted from the sudden transformation. "Well, it seems beneficial, and I trust nothing ill will come of it. Now, Let me rest as well, she murmured sleepily. Curling next to Vandalyu, she drifted into a comfortable slumber on the rug. Meanwhile, Banid, a young ghoul warrior, had witnessed the village's chief and their honored guest vanish during the feast. Standing outside Zadiri's humble pit dwelling, he swallowed hard, having heard her melodic cries of pleasure. Who would have thought the chief and Vandalyu would? At their age, Dampiers truly are astonishing, Banid mused, etched across his lion-shaped features. He knew it was time to abandon the notion of Vandalyu as a mere child. He was undoubtedly a king in his own right. The following day, as Zadiri's joined the meal with newfound vigor, she marveled at the wonders wrought by death attribute magic, hang in the balance, threatening to unravel the delicate fabric of his life as he knew it. As Zadiri's listened to what Vandalyu had done, a sense of awe mingled with her gratitude, though she did scold him gently for plunging into such endeavors without a word of explanation. Nonetheless, twice now you have intervened to rescue my life. From the depths of my being, I offer my heartfelt thanks. Were you a tamer, I would willingly submit to that bond and serve you as a loyal companion. But now, tell me, how might I reciprocate your kindness? In the realm where creatures born from Vida's influence roamed, those descended from monsters held the potential to be tamed. Yet it wasn't a straightforward process, given their human-like intellect and divine origins. But when one of these beings wished with all their heart for such a fate, the odds shifted. For Zadiri's, her words carried a deeper meaning than mere obligation. They stemmed from a newfound yearning to remain by Vandalyu's side, to witness his journey. It stirred something within her, an excitement that defied her years, although she couldn't make such a decision lightly, bound as she was by her position in the village. I'd love for you to join me, Zadiri-san, Vandalyu conceded, his voice gentle. But wouldn't your departure leave the village in a difficult spot? His observation pulled Zadiri's from her fanciful musings back to the pressing reality. True, she admitted, a hint of reluctance in her voice. The village might carry on, but who would step into my role as mage? That's a worry I cannot ignore. She acknowledged that while her absence might not doom the village, her sudden longevity ignited a desire to impart her knowledge to the younger generation, to mentor promising women, her mind alighting on her youngest daughter, Badya, and her future. And I haven't learned no attribute magic or mana control yet, Vandalyu added, eyes meeting hers earnestly, so I'll be counting on your guidance for a while longer. A warm smile spread across Zadiri's face, her heart swelling with relief. I see, that's good to hear. Let us not delay, then, to our lesson. Ah, my mana hasn't fully replenished yet, Vandalyu sheepishly admitted. Could we wait a bit longer? Breakfast soon followed, a hearty meal of gobu-gobu to fuel their studies. Their lessons resumed, intertwined now with Zadiri's sessions of rejuvenation via the age reversal magic. It was a rigorous schedule that Vandalyu embraced. The days unfolded predictably. Morning lessons in magic, afternoons spent preparing walnut sauce and acorn powder, each task methodically aided by his clever use of stone golems fashioned from a simple mortar and pestle, an efficient, eco-friendly solution beyond anything earthly technology could offer. And as day kissed night goodbye, Zadiri's would receive the transformative spell before Vandalyu succumbed to sleep's embrace, depleted of energy yet filled with purpose. This rhythm molded each day, a dance of learning and progression that Vandalyu endured. Yet, a shroud of secrecy cloaked the powerful spell of youth transformation. Though trust flourished within their ghoul community, and the longevity of ghouls tempered any zeal to reverse age, the peril loomed large in the form of adversaries from outside. The notion of betrayal by a captured ghoul, followed by a bounty-fueled hunt for Vandalyu, haunted them. Such a capture threatened to strip away the very autonomy he cherished, crushing his fragile mastery of life's precarious balance. Was making great strides in his magical abilities. Vandalyu's daily life was a tapestry of secrets and perseverance. To the outside world, he was a young damper living among ghouls, a curious community that held tightly onto its mysteries. Even as whispers and rumors brewed around him, Vandalu's focus remained unwavering. His days were spent deep in study with Zadiris, the wise elder whose vigor and vitality seemed to bloom under his company. A transformation as gradual as the turning of the seasons. Zadiris, whose physical age appeared unchanged, displayed subtle signs of rejuvenation. A spring in her step, a light in her eyes, a richness to her voice that could not be ignored by her fellow ghouls. Even the texture of her once pale skin seemed to glow with newfound life. In the quiet of night, as the world slept, she and Vandalu shared a sanctum of learning, their bond deepening with each passing lesson. Her hushed words of delight drifted into the night air, fueling the imaginations and speculations of those who dared to listen closely. The village buzzed with speculation, as notions unfathomed gave way to acceptance. Could it be that this boy, a mere 1-year-old in the eyes of the world, possessed the maturity of seasoned wisdom? It's truly something, they mused, with a curious blend of admiration and envy. Some ghouls even began contemplating the possibilities of winning Vandalu's favor for themselves, seeing it as an opportunity to capture a piece of this magical transformation. Vigoro, a natural leader amidst their ranks, could only marvel at the sight of Zadiris, youthful and radiant, causing him to reflect on the peculiar nature of young love. But while the ghouls chattered and hypothesized, a closer circle within the village, including Sam and his daughter Saria, pondered whether to share these curious rumors with Vandalu himself. A delicate dance of discretion and loyalty unfolded as they weighed each action with measured intent. Amidst this intrigue, the summer months approached, and with them, Vandalu celebrated his second birthday, marking the occasion with significant progress. Newly acquired skills, no attribute magic and mana control, graced his repertoire, even if at the most fledgling level by societal standards. But what others saw as modest beginnings, Vandalu embraced as leaps forward, strides towards safety and mastery in a world that often proved unforgiving. Gone were the days when he needed to draw upon every ounce of his profound mana to cast the youth transformation on Zadiris. The transformation had found its balance. She looked no older than the visage she presented to the world, an ageless image sustained by centuries yet unspent. This is more than enough, they both agreed, recognizing the gift of time Vandalu's efforts had secured. With each passing day, with every accumulation of magic and mystery, Vandalu stood upon the threshold of potential, eyes lifted to a sky that promised new beginnings. His journey, forged by perseverance and secret wisdom, was only beginning. Vandalu yearned to continue, but in a village devoid of any ghouls older than 250 years, circumstances left him no choice but to halt his efforts. Using the spell of youth transformation on other ghouls posed the risk of exposing his secret. Perhaps, when the opportunity arose to confront bandits, casting the spell on them before their demise might be a clever strategy to conceal his abilities. As he pondered these plans, Vandalu focused on splitting an acorn shell, the pieces breaking apart under his fingers, ready to be washed. Only then did he sense the presence of a ghoul woman nearby, assisting him with the task. It wasn't as if he had forgotten her. In a village where the population seemed larger than just a small cluster of monsters, but smaller than a bustling community, he had diligently memorized the faces of the 100 or so ghouls. While he might not have been close friends with each of them, he had forged friendships grounded in camaraderie, peppered with friendly greetings and light conversation. "Bilda-san, may I ask you something?" he inquired, turning his attention to the woman named Bilda. He remembered her vividly. She was among the ghoul women who had shown him almost motherly affection during the village feast when he first arrived, although their manner of pampering had been somewhat brusque. "What is it? Should I crush the acorns a bit smaller?" she asked, a flicker of surprise dancing in her eyes. Vandalu scrutinized her stomach, noticing its unchanged state. During that festive gathering in October, she had declared she was pregnant. Now July had rolled around, a span of nearly 9 months, and Vandalu wondered how far along she had been at the time. Curiously, he ventured to ask, "No, it's about your promise to name your child after me if it was a boy." His voice wavered, teetering on the brink of doubt, uncertain if his question might be inappropriate. Yet Bilda seemed unbothered, pleasantly surprised even that he had remembered. "Oh, sorry about that," she replied with a playful smile, her yellow eyes crinkling with mirth. "The little one didn't make it, but I'll name the next one after you if I succeed." Vandeleu blinked in disbelief as her words sunk in, realizing that her laughter wasn't laced with sadness or pretense. The other women, chatting nearby, shared Bilda's carefree demeanor despite the disappointing circumstances. "Such a pity, you know? Not even one baby was born last year," a woman mused. "Mine didn't even last 2 months. Did you last the longest, Bilda?" another inquired. "Yeah, almost 3 months," Bilda giggled. Their resilience was remarkable, their spirits seemingly untouched by sorrow. Perhaps uncontrollable circumstances were to blame, yet they bore no marks of despair. "Does this mean I'm next after Chief Zadiris?" someone asked playfully. "Wait, Van, let me be first then," another chimed in. Vandeleu, a tad bewildered by this line of conversation, decided to seek counsel from Badia, one of his closest allies in the village, alongside Zadiris and Vigoro. Bilda's voice echoed behind him with casual declarations of, "After Badia, I'm next," followed by playful jostling over who would follow. If things were different, the prospect might have lifted his spirits, but since it wasn't feasible, he chose to ignore it. "Van, I'm honored you chose me, but to do it in the middle of the afternoon," Badia began, misconstruing his intent. "Bastia-san, I have a question," Vandeleu interjected, putting an end to the misunderstanding he had anticipated. "You're puzzled by why Bilda and the others aren't mourning their losses?" Badia guessed correctly. "Well, Van, it's because, for ghouls, unsuccessful births are more frequent than successful ones." As Badia explained, it became clear that the ghoul race faced significant challenges in carrying pregnancies to term, with early miscarriages commonplace. Though the exact chances of pregnancy and successful births remained elusive among ghouls, it was said that only 1 in 5 children survived to be born. Wondering how the ghouls managed to thrive when their birth rate was, frankly, astonishingly low. Their secret lay in their extended lifespans of up to 3 centuries, a detail that compensated for their scarce offspring, at least until this moment in time. For Bilda and her kin, grieving wasn't much of a consideration because it simply wasn't customary. Their reaction, or lack thereof, puzzled Van. He mused to himself, "Isn't displaying sorrow expected? It is for humans, after all, isn't it?" In this world, the norms were worlds apart. Ask anyone from Earth, and they'd be incredulous. How on earth could losing a child ever be all right? But here, among the ghouls, the reality was different. With 100 millennia of isolation tugging at their history, they interacted sparingly with others, rooted firmly in their own worldviews. Had their paths converged more with other races, perhaps they'd have questioned the frequent loss of their offspring, possibly even faced self-doubt. Miscarriages among them often happened early, before visible signs of pregnancy, a time too soon for even a hypothetical ultrasound to hint at the gender of the unborn. This, perhaps, explained their stoic acceptance. At the very least, Vandeleu pondered aloud, "It's likely prudent not to talk about it with a smile, don't you think?" Badia, picking up on the cultural differences between ghouls and humans, nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. We've only had goblins, kobolds, and orcs for company, and they multiply like weeds, despite their weaknesses." It irked us. In a sudden epiphany, Vandeleu wondered if this envy partly inspired the ghouls' culinary innovations using goblins and kobolds. This revelation dawned. The absence of children in the village had always struck Vandeleu as odd. Amidst the 100 or so ghouls, the sound of children's laughter seemed conspicuously absent. He noticed young-looking ghouls, like Zadiris, who had children early, and he assumed the babies and toddlers were hidden away, perhaps as a safeguard against the new undead arrivals. But as his attention diverted to his magical studies, the peculiar absence of children drifted from his mind, until now. The truth was simpler than he imagined. There were no children. If Vandeleu had persisted in his inquiries, Zadiris or Vigoro would have been forthright. To them, it was a simple fact. The ghouls' active pursuit of mating now made perfect sense. With pregnancies likely to fail 4 out of 5 times, their survival strategy necessitated such behavior. Faced with this reality, it's hard to argue, isn't it? Vandeleu concluded, choosing to respect their long-standing resilience. He resolved to respect the struggle the ghouls have borne for eons, only offering help if specifically asked. After all, despite their challenges, the ghouls were thriving. Until someone reached out, meddling in their lives seemed unnecessary. But if one of them should reach for help, well, then, perhaps it would be a tale told differently. In a forgotten corner of the world, there lay a quaint village, shrouded in whispers of concern and hope. For a decade, not a single child had been born within its borders, a phenomenon that weighed heavily on the minds and hearts of the villagers. Among them, Mother and Vigoro could not mask their worry, eyes often drifting to the horizon as if expecting an answer to emerge from the mountains. In the midst of this quiet turmoil, a conversation unfolded, a gentle plea woven into the fabric of everyday life. "It's true, saying it can't be helped," a voice mused, tinged with a mix of resignation and yearning. "But it's been 10 long years since the cries of a newborn were last heard here. Mother and Vigoro aren't the only ones troubled by it." The voice was sincere, laced with a deeper desire that lingered unspoken, until now. "I know it may be beyond Mother's magic," she continued, her eyes settling on Van with a glimmer of hope. "But perhaps your magic holds the key. Not only do I wish for the joy of pregnancy, but even more so, to cradle a healthy child if it comes to pass." A pause hung in the air, a weighty silence filled with expectation. And then, with quiet determination, Van nodded. "I understand," he said, his voice carrying the promise of exploration and possibility. "I'll see what can be done." Thus, an intricate tapestry of hope, magic, and determination began to weave itself anew. In a village where the silence of 10 years was about to face its greatest ally. Vandeleu concluded with a thoughtful nod, his voice carrying softly through the gentle crackle of the blue flames. The realization was enlightening, yet it underscored the challenge at hand. This predicament meant that timing had to be impeccably precise for any chance at breeding success, and such precision was rarely achieved naturally, given the drastically short lifespan of both sperm and egg cells. Here lay the crux of the ghoul's fertility woes, his mind whirred with ideas and possibilities. He might not have Darshia's approval for this clandestine mission, but the urge to help his newfound family was strong. He couldn't ignore their plight. They had looked at him with hope and trust. It was a look he felt compelled to respond to, a call to action that stirred something deep within his young heart. Now, how to fix it? He pondered aloud, attempting to draw upon any useful fragments of knowledge he could recollect. His death attribute magic, though formidable, was a strange tool to try and address issues of life and birth. Yet, therein lay the fascinating paradox of his abilities. If used wisely, perhaps they could breathe life into the sleepy prospects of this village. As the summer sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the quaint village, Vandeleu felt buoyed by a sense of purpose despite his uncertainties. There was a spark of determination in his eyes now, an inner resolve fueled by each step of discovery he made towards solving their plight. He was harboring secrets, but they were secrets tempered with good intentions, ones that might just hold the key to a brighter future for an entire community. "First things first, I need a plan," he muttered to himself, his words mingling with the cooling dusk breeze. A plan, and perhaps a bit of innovation. The challenge was daunting, but Vandeleu understood the gravity of hope. Whether driven by innate talent, stubborn perseverance, or the whispers of destiny, he was ready to give it everything he had. Together with the willing assistance of the ghouls who had placed their trust in him, there was a flicker of optimism that maybe, just maybe, things could be different. And so, under the soft glow of the evening sky, Vandeleu began to sketch out the possibilities for a new dawn. A new day for the ghouls who had welcomed him as one of their own. To understand why ghouls struggled to conceive unless they attempted every day, one must first acknowledge their lack of knowledge regarding the optimal timing within a menstrual cycle. This absence of understanding served as a significant hurdle. "I see," Vandalyu mused aloud. "So that's how it is. But Vandalyu, why do you keep referring to making babies as doing it?" "I'm still at an age where I'm a bit hesitant to speak so bluntly," he admitted with a sheepish grin, avoiding eye contact with Bilda. She was lying on a bed crafted from interwoven tree branches, having finished doing it just moments before. On Earth, the person undergoing such intimate research and treatment might find it more challenging than the researcher, he thought. An odd sensation lingered in the air. Vandalyu was pleased with the progress being made. It reinvigorated his sense of purpose and motivated him even further. Yet strangely, a subtle sense of melancholy tinged his happiness. He couldn't shake the feeling of unfairness, as though he was somehow suffering. Perhaps it was the fact that he was working to understand and remedy the infertility of such adorable beings. Back on Earth, or even in Origin, he hadn't had much interaction with the opposite sex. Now, in Lambda, the situation seemed unjust. Yes, surely, everything could be blamed on Rodcourt. So, isn't the key just to stop the sperm and egg cells from dying so quickly? Can you do that? Bilda suggested, her expression one of earnest curiosity as Vandalyu considered her words with a steadfastly neutral expression. Despite her lack of detailed understanding about these biological components, she had hit the proverbial nail on the head. "I can," he nodded thoughtfully. Extending the lifespan of sperm and eggs was no complex task for someone with his command of death attribute magic. Indeed, he could sustain the life of a grievously injured individual for days on end if needed. Preserving the lives of microscopic reproductive cells was quite achievable. "Really? Then you've solved it," Bilda exclaimed, leaping up from her tree branch bed and celebrating, pulling Vandalyu into the moment by swinging him around with delight. However, he hesitated to agree fully. While her suggestion was feasible, calling it a true solution seemed premature. Progress called for deeper, more enduring remedies. "Now then, I must find a way to prevent miscarriages," he pondered aloud. "But there isn't anyone pregnant in the village right now." "Well then, we just need to get pregnant," Bilda declared with a radiant smile that left Vandalyu feeling undeniably peculiar. Under Vandalyu's careful guidance, the ghouls engaged in mating, and with the aid of his magic to nurture the sperm and egg cells, pregnancy soon followed for Bilda and the other females. Vandalyu confirmed the life nestled within the fertilized eggs and realized that the issue had been the susceptibility of the sperm and egg cells to premature demise. Vandalyu uncovered the cause of frequent miscarriages among the ghoul women during the early stages of pregnancy. The zygotes had inherently low vitality. By employing his skill of spirit form transformation, he determined that the mothers themselves harbored no illnesses or external factors that might lead to such tragedies. Instead, the high vitality of the mothers' own bodies mistakenly perceived the developing zygotes and fetuses as foreign invaders, attacking them as such. With the problem identified, the solution became apparent. Vandalyu utilized his magic once more, this time to shield the fledgling lives from death, offering them a prolonged chance at development until they could sustain themselves independently. Come the chill of December, when each breath vaporized into visible clouds in the air, their efforts bore fruit. When I let them know that everything was stable now, Bilda and the other mothers were simply overjoyed. Naturally, it's not only the mothers who are elated. The entire village shares their joy, Vandalyu beamed. "Indeed, young one, your efforts mean we can now warmly welcome new members to our village." "My gratitude is immeasurable," said Badya, with Zadiris nodding in agreement, meeting with Vandalyu in a cozy pit dwelling. They should now be stable 3 months into the pregnancy, as long as no one takes any reckless actions, Vandalyu added with the cautious optimism of a scientist seeing the fruition of his work. As the ghoul pregnancies progressed beyond that pivotal 3-month mark, they teemed with vitality. Now, while Vandalyu remained watchful until Bilda and the others safely brought their new lives into the world, his vigilance no longer needed to be an everyday concern. Previously, ghouls faced uncertainty each time they mated, unsure if conception would occur or if any pregnancy would endure beyond those initial fragile months. If I see, acknowledged Vandalyu, thoughtfully. It's often said that ghouls have never reproduced outside of devil's nests, even since ancient times. But now, with fortune favoring us, we might just manage to thrive beyond those boundaries. In the treacherous confines of devil's nests, monsters flourished, multiplying with a fervor unmatched in the outer world. Their young sprinted towards maturity amidst the harsh trials of survival, defying even the persistent incursions of adventurers who dared to hunt them. The ghouls, too, those enigmatic beings with one foot in the monstrous realm, felt the strange evolutionary push of the nests. Yet, even with these advantageous effects, their birth rates had been unsettlingly low. The very idea of producing offspring outside those cursed confines had seemed nothing short of futile. Thus, ghouls continued to reside in devil's nests amongst mightier creatures, preying and being preyed upon. Now, Vandalyu continued, all that remains is for me to craft a magic item, one that can prolong the life of sperm and egg cells and shield the unborn from death. Indeed, we cannot always depend on you, Van, remarked a voice filled with optimism. Vandalyu had indeed discovered a way to possibly reverse the ghoul's plight, a method steeped in practicality. However, it required his daily spellcasting on the ghoul women, a commitment strained by his plans to journey to the kingdom of Orbam. This relentless routine took a toll on him mentally, and his time was limited. You're quick to learn magic, yet your grasp of techniques like alchemy isn't as strong, Zadiris observed. Vandalyu was struggling with alchemy, a discipline unlike the elemental magics of Lambda. In this world, talents manifest in two ways, through elemental magic and through special techniques like alchemy and spiritual magic. The former is about one's affinity and mastery over certain elements. For instance, Zadiris wielded light and wind, while Vandalyu bore the death attribute, a profound and rare affinity. Techniques like alchemy involved manipulating one's attribute affinities in creative avenues. Spiritual magic, for instance, involves communing with spirits and channeling mana to evoke desired effects. Meanwhile, alchemy combines mana and mystical components to create medicines and magic items. Without death attribute spirits, spiritual magic was beyond Vandalyu's reach, but mastering alchemy could open doors to death attribute magic items. In his previous life in Origin, his captive powers had been harnessed to fuel magic item creation, though the exact techniques remained elusive. Now, under Zadiris' tutelage, Vandalyu was starting afresh. Unlike the straightforward arts of no-attribute magic and mana control, alchemy posed thorny challenges. At this pace, it might be another year before my departure, he mused, shifting his gaze. By the way, Badya, are you certain about your choice? With my presence, you could have a child now if you wished. In contrast to Bilda and many others, Badya had opted out of becoming a mother for the moment. Her serene demeanor caught Vandalyu off guard, especially given her previous eagerness. No, I'm all right for now, she replied candidly. If I conceive now, Badya reasoned, I won't be able to assist you with testing whether your magic items work after you've mastered alchemy. That's fair enough, Vandalyu conceded, though he couldn't help but wonder. But aren't you concerned about your age and similar concerns? Ghouls experienced a remarkable phenomenon. They ceased aging upon their first pregnancy. Badya, without having borne a child, bore the visage of a woman in her mid-20s. While she exuded an ageless beauty to Vandalyu, her lack of concern was surprisingly pragmatic for one so removed from the typical ghoul path. More energetic lately. It's as if the years have been rolling back, thanks to some of Van's magic. But let's not dwell on age right now. This isn't the time to discuss my birthing prospects with you. Zadiris chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous gleam. The moon's light danced across the village, casting lengthy shadows as the night breeze carried whispers that twined around them like threads interwoven with starlight. Vandalyu, with all the wisdom of his tender years, could only shake his head, feeling a mixture of bemusement and resignation. The village, with its quiet murmurs and ancient stories, seemed to listen, as if holding its breath in anticipation of the next chapter in a tale that bridged generations. "It's quite something to ponder," Badia mused, glancing at Vandalyu, her expression a blend of curiosity and future dreams. "Life here is woven with the unexpected, isn't it? Yet, there's a comfort in knowing that the bonds between us move beyond the span of any single lifetime." Vandalyu nodded, soaking in the warmth of the camaraderie. It was a reminder that no matter how complex the threads might become, they always formed part of a larger tapestry, one that promised the continuity of both life and legacy in this vibrant, unconventional community. Chapter 7. Whispers in the Chaos. The room brimmed with a peculiar air of mischief. It was the kind of atmosphere where secrets and revelations collided freely, leaving behind an undercurrent of unexpected truths. Zadiris, with her ageless demeanor and newfound vigor, mused out loud, "I feel younger lately. I am sure I would be fine having a few more children." Badia, her daughter, nearly choked on her disbelief. Where in the world did that confidence spring from? "Have you forgotten that incident 2 years ago? You were defenseless, unable to harness your magic, and nearly taken by adventurers because of your age." As Zadiris continued to drop bombshells without the slightest hint of hesitation, Bastia's words skittered around in a flustered attempt to tether her mother back to reality. She didn't realize the reason behind her mother's youthful elan. Vandalyu, their mysterious benefactor, had unknowingly reversed the clock for the wise elder, synchronizing her physical state with her deceptively youthful appearance. Quietly observing this familial tete-a-tete, while nibbling on a cookie crafted from acorn powder, Vandalyu allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. Here was the quintessential example of the whims of family bonds. Badia and Zadiris, who earlier had been playfully interacting with him, were now ensnared in a familial tug-of-war. Yet, as he savored the last morsel of his cookie, a sudden realization swept over him. This wasn't simply a time for mirth and mischief. Indeed, the world held other matters of more pressing import. Meanwhile, the air was thick with tension elsewhere. On a rugged battlefield, an arrow zoomed at the speed of calamity, barely grazing past Kachia's ear. The intensity of the battle churned forward as she barked, "Kachia! The goblin archers are aiming at us. Do something, Rickkin." Kachia pleaded, her voice taut with urgency and fire. Rickkin loosed an arrow in return, only to find it deflected by a hobgoblin, a staunch barrier for the kobold mage. This was no ordinary gathering of miscreants. Here they were, a coalition of goblins, kobolds, and hobgoblins, creatures that normally harbored enmity toward one another, now aligned in an unexpected alliance. Such camaraderie amongst these creatures was abnormal in the confines of a devil's nest. It wasn't unforeseen for hobgoblins to amalgamate with goblins, but for kobolds to integrate into this curious faction, it was beyond understanding. Monsters, by their nature, bore no allegiance to one another. Their drives were selfish, their goals simple. There remained only a few glaring exceptions. One such exception lay in the realm of human control, yet there was no sign of legendary tamers weaving magic over this peculiar horde. Then, the second possibility crept into her mind, a thought not welcome but inescapable. Could it be that the king has appeared or something? With a swing of her bastard sword, its arc graceful yet lethally precise, Kachia unleashed a spinning cut, reducing the goblin archers to nothing more than fleeting shadows of menace. The king? That's no laughing matter. Her shield-bearing comrade grunted, smashing a kobold rogue with a practiced strike, though the tremor in his voice betrayed a sinister unease. When distinct monster races united, it was often under the iron will of a more formidable presence. A demi-human-type monster branded with a crown of tyranny, a harbinger of devastation. Within the annals of the Adventurers Guild, such an advent was renowned as a portent of doom. And just as their fears sought form, a beastly cacophony filled the forest. Bugu, an army of orcs emerged, clad in armor and brandishing shields. The orc knights, vanguards of a creeping catastrophe. Shit, it's the third possibility? His words hung desperate as he invoked his martial skills, stone wall, stone shield, in rapid succession, his determination a dwindling bastion against the looming onslaught. From his makeshift throne atop a formidable treant, Bugin surveyed the scene with regal disdain. His voice echoed among his minions, a garbled command spoken in the guttural language of monsters. The reports from his advisors and sons continued, each word shaping their grim readiness for the violent embrace of war. Bomo, Bumaman, Bugi. His voice thundered approval for their progress. Weapons were forged, armor distributed, slaves bent to his will like blades of grass. Amidst these frenetic preparations lay an insidious aim, readiness to unleash annihilation upon foes, blurring the lines between order and chaos as the world watched, breathless and waiting. In the realm of creatures that lurked in shadows, Bugin understood a simple truth. Usable pawns were far preferable to those of no use at all. As a cunning leader, he worked tirelessly to instill loyalty among his minions. Yet, despite his efforts, his numbers dwindled. The goblins and kobolds, once as numerous as flies, had suffered great losses during a recent assault on a ghoul village. Their ranks had not yet bounced back to their former strength. Bugin's orders were clear and direct. Venture into far lands and capture new slaves, steering clear of ghoul territories for now. Bugigo, Bumu, Fubu Bujajayagia, he commanded, emphasizing yet again the chronic shortage of females. It would be perfectly adequate if his low-intelligence followers found satisfaction with the goblin and kobold females. This was the way of wild orcs. Reproduction was a simple affair. Yet, the allure of superior females often enticed them beyond restraint. With a heavy sigh, Bugin mused, Bugo. He lamented their failure to grasp their status. The offspring of a low-intelligence creature, regardless of the mother's race, was destined to mirror its parent. Nevertheless, Bugin's rule depended on these creatures, and bolstering their ranks remained imperative. Bugo, Ghoul Bugo Bumomomo. The possibility of inciting the ghouls loomed if they dared another attack on these villages, but Bugin dismissed the concern. As he announced plans to strike once again and capture females alive, a wicked smile spread among his ranks. Even the orc mages, noted for their sharper intellect, failed to suppress their desire. Bugin was reminded of the vulgar simplicity of the orcs. Why were these creatures so frail, so foolish, so crass? He considered this deeply, recognizing the necessity for a superior being like himself to govern such base entities. Indeed, as a member of the noble orcs, he deemed it his right, even his duty. With a hand smoothing his golden, mushroom-shaped hair, Bugin justified the foolishness of his subordinates with this thought. True power was rare and often singular, like a king emerging amongst orcs, goblins, or kobolds, a monarch ruling only their own. In contrast, high-class beings like high goblins, high kobolds, and noble orcs transcended such limits. Stronger, longer-lived, they bore the ironic title of noble, reminiscent of bygone corrupt aristocrats. At rank 6 minimum, noble orcs were formidable in combat, wielding magic and commanding lesser races with unyielding authority. An orc king would humble himself before any noble orc without question. Bugin hailed from a grand devil's nest, stretching across the southern expanse of the Bon Gaia continent, not a mere forest-like nest such as this. However, he bore the mark of a dethroned prince, a once pawn in the game of power struggles. His escape across the mountain range was marked by ambition ignited by defeat. His intention was clear: unite the lower races under his banner, forge an empire from dust, and cast conquest upon human nations. This goal fueled his relentless drive, propelling him through challenges and trials. Over a decade, he seized command of all orc villages in the Devil's Nest, culling the least intelligent and elevating the marginally wiser. He ordered the capture of goblin and kobold females, amassing an army, birthing sons through unseemly unions. Hidden from the prying eyes of ghouls and adventurers, Bugin's clandestine empire thrived, amassing into a potent force. After the trials of blood and might, only 3 sons remained. His orc soldiers now numbered 300, and he claimed 100 each of goblins and kobolds as slaves. His vision was clear, unmarred by past defeat. An empire of unmatched power, poised for the unraveling of nations. If the Adventurers Guild had caught wind of these staggering numbers, they would undoubtedly issue an urgent disaster containment request. Adventurers of B-class and higher would flock from across the nation. Thus, Bugin took great care to remain unnoticed by adventurers. He commanded his followers to ensure that every adventurer they encountered was either captured or killed. Another foe that Bugin grew weary of confronting were the ghouls. Although a single ghoul matched an orc's strength, they possessed intelligence. Unlike goblins and kobolds who turned on their kin if they belonged to rival factions, ghouls rallied against a mutual adversary, setting aside past disagreements to form alliances. While Bugin believed the ghouls couldn't defeat them, avoiding significant losses among his subordinates was paramount. Therefore, he systematically wiped out one small village after another, leaving no survivors. The most formidable of these ghoul tribes was led by an ancient ghoul mage, boasting 100 strong warriors. Until Bugin seized control, orcs were merely sources of meat, easily provoked by this powerful ghoul village. He had no desire to provoke conflict with such a ghoul mage's community. Then, a kobold slave delivered news that stirred hope. It seemed the troublesome ghoul mage was nearing the end of her natural life. Bumamomo, Fugafuguho, Bugin growled a command. An old kobold with white fur, the sole non-orc in the throne room, stepped forward. This kobold was a shaman, a rare spiritualist even in the sprawling devil's nest far beyond the mountain range from which Bugin hailed. The shaman communicated with spirits, providing prophecies that bolstered the kobolds standing in Bugin's empire. The prediction of the ghoul mage's impending death was one such prophecy. Yet now, the shaman quivered, its ears drooping as it murmured faintly, not channeling spirits but sharing dire whispers. Listening intently, Bugin's orc mage translated, "The old ghoul mage expected to die has clung to life. She won't perish naturally. Moreover, the spirits no longer heed my commands, leaving the village's state a mystery." Pondering this unsettling revelation, Bugin absent-mindedly stroked his hair before grabbing his treasured magic sword beside his throne. With a swift motion, he slashed the sword down upon the kobold shaman. "Jayabai!" echoed as the shaman's body split in two, severed from head to waist. Bugin wiped the blade clean, ordering the remains to be added to their food supplies. The kobold, once useful, had been granted this role. Yet, its latest report showed senility had claimed it instead of the ghoul mage. These creatures were no more than mongrels on 2 legs. Bugo, Bubobio, Bugabun, Buhoho, Buhihibumo. Bugin exclaimed with unexpected delight amid the grim news. His eldest son Bubobio had executed a successful raid, capturing adventurers alive. Of the 5, 1 male perished, but another male and 3 females survived, albeit injured. The capture of adventurers, especially 3 women, ignited excitement among the servants. Bugobu, Buhihibu, Buhohibuhibuhi, Bugin commanded, his strategy clear. First, he would extract information about the human world he aimed to conquer. Human females used repeatedly could not withstand it, and they were rare. Buhoho, Bugin mused, envisioning the captured women as future mothers while the male served as sustenance. Bubobio's success merited reward, and Bugin resolved to grant him one of the females. One might believe that the balance of power lies in the delicate dance of reward and punishment. It's a fine art perfected by those who rule. Now, imagine a week has passed, and we find Vandalyu taking solace in the clarity of the winter air. Despite the forest's damp whisper, he skillfully crushed medicinal plants, minerals, and magic stones into powders, prepping them for his alchemical pursuits. But suddenly, his hands paused mid-motion. "Boy, if you don't focus, when will you ever master the skill?" "Boy." Zadiris, who was quietly observing, found herself puzzled as she noticed his abrupt halt. There he was, gazing into the vast emptiness, nodding, shaking his head, responding to an unseen presence. Concerned, Zadiris gently prodded. Have you finished with the roots? Perhaps it's best we pause our lesson for today? Her worry was not unfounded. She feared that she might have burdened him with too much. Yet, it was clear to her it wasn't fatigue-induced hallucinations that had captured his attention. Vandalyu slowly turned towards her, his expression a mix of curiosity and resolve. I was just contacted by the spirit of a kobold shaman, he revealed. There's a large village of orcs deeper within this devil's nest, led by a noble orc. It appears they find this ghoul village troublesome. In that moment, the spirit's slip had shattered Bugin's cloak of invisibility. A note from the translator. A heartfelt thank you to all those who generously contributed to this sponsored release. I owe a special apology to our donor, Jeffrey M. Due to an oversight, your contributions for December and January had not been accurately recorded. This mistake has been corrected, and your $30 donation has been added to the tally. We now have $30 out of the $60 needed for our next chapter, thanks to contributions from 2 other kind readers. Your support is greatly appreciated. Now, let's dive into the chapter. Yoshi had a determined look in his eyes as he announced, I'm about to engage in a battle where my life will hang by a thread. It's all quite ordinary, so no need for concern. But a concerned voice spoke to him, Vandalyu. I must say, there's no parent alive who wouldn't be worried hearing that from their child. Vandalyu pondered this for a moment. So, you'd prefer I didn't fight? With deep conviction, the voice replied, well, considering you often face danger and have a knack for surviving, I suppose you'll manage. Just promise you'll cooperate with everyone, all right? Vandalyu nodded, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. I understand, Mom. A mysterious journey had brought the spirit of the kobold shaman, cleaved in 2 by Bugin's magic sword, to this very ghoul village. For 7 long days, it had traveled, carrying vital intelligence about the ruthless noble orc who had built a formidable settlement, raiding other ghoul villages, kidnapping adventurers, and amassing an army. Vandalyu had been apprehensive. Would the ghouls trust such a fantastic tale? His heart lightened with relief as they did not doubt him for a moment. 300 orcs, accompanied by 100 goblins and 100 kobolds. What course shall we take? Can we hope to defeat them? One ghoul pondered aloud. Another scoffed. Wait, you mean we face a total of 300 adversaries? That's 500, you dolt. A third chimed in. Do numbers baffle you so thoroughly? Every goblin, kobold, and orc stands against us ghouls, another asserted. If each of us tackles 5 enemies, victory is ours. Excuse me, are we included in these numbers? Asked a ghoul, gently patting her growing belly. Consider us, we carry children. One among them, Bilda, was clearly 4 months along. Bildasan's condition demands caution. Strenuous fighting would be inadvisable, a spirit cautioned. And remember, their leader is a noble orc, Vandalyu pointed out. Even at his weakest, he surpasses both Mother and Vigoro in strength. What? Badya, are you suggesting Vigoro would fall to him? Asked another. Ignoring pride, Vigoro himself acknowledged, Indeed, I would undoubtedly lose. Yet another voice of encouragement emerged. Vigoro, surely you would prevail? A more pragmatic ghoul urged, Stop deluding yourselves. While Vandalyu basked in the warmth of the ghoul's trust, they were engaged in serious deliberation about how to deal with the looming threat of the orc village. Their very survival hinged upon their choices. They gathered in a circle around a roaring fire under the night sky, holding a critical meeting to decide their fate. Vandalyu, could you verify the enemy's numbers once more? Zadiris requested, trying to quiet the restless group. The kobold shaman spirit, having fulfilled its duty by conveying this crucial intelligence to Vandalyu, had succumbed shortly thereafter. Driven either by an overwhelming desire for vengeance or perhaps influenced by Vandalyu's own skills, it lingered in ethereal slumber beside him. The opposition consists of 300 orcs, 100 goblins, 100 kobolds, and several dozen tamed monsters. In total, our foes number around 600. Their leader is a noble orc, father to 3 sons, flanked by several orc generals, knights, and mages. The goblins include soldiers, chiefs, knights, and mages but no generals or kings. They've assaulted other ghoul settlements, abducting females to breed with, and have recently turned their sights on adventurer parties. The ghouls listened grimly, absorbing the severity of their predicament and grappling with the knowledge that their kin from neighboring villages had suffered attacks. Orcs and noble orcs alike were notorious adversaries, and now they were poised to. In a world where the boundaries between races were starkly drawn, there lay a grim reason the males of certain tribes resorted to females of other races for breeding. They often turned to goblins and kobolds, sometimes even appropriating livestock stolen from villages. Yet, most unsettlingly, they had a particular preference for human women, a chilling inclination perhaps rooted in their origins as creatures born from the dark whims of the demon king meant to be humanity's scourge. The ghouls were regarded by humans as no more than monsters. Yet, in truth, their females bore no great dissimilarity to human women save for their unique skin and eye colors. This mirrored humanity stretched to their lineage, tracing back to the goddess Vita, making them strikingly human from a monster's perspective. Ghouls, however, faced a stark reproductive hurdle. Pregnancies were rare miracles unless aided by Vandalu's sorcery, with merely 1 in 5 offspring making it to birth. Strangely, this wasn't the case if the father happened to be an orc, a fact that brought more despair than hope. The riddle lay in their peculiar reproduction, possibly akin to a form of parthenogenesis rather than true fertilization, where the orc's genetic material might simply overshadow the mother's entirely. Amidst these musings, plagued by concerns over the ghouls' declining birth rates, Vandalu listened intently as the ghouls congregated to debate their fate. Driven by Vandalu's insights, they calmed and began devising a plan against the looming orc threat. For divergent voices emerged in the debate. Some ghouls suggested a laissez-faire approach, noting that if the orcs targeted human settlements, it bore little consequence to them, advising caution over action. They expressed a cold resignation for their captured kin and raided villages, reasoning that a fruitless battle would bring ruin upon them. After all, Zadiris' village bore no duty to sacrifice itself for others. Yet, this passivity was direly short-sighted. The noble orc, scheming from the shadows, awaited Zadiris' downfall to strike. Monsters operated under tyrannies, the ruler's whims governing all. This village could not escape his gaze, for among monsters, peace treaties held no sway. Allowing the noble orc's machinations to proceed unchecked would eventually meritorious adventurers, summoned by Orbaum Kingdom's famed military prowess, to descend upon them, eradicating the orc menace and the ghouls in their wake. Another ghoul considered fleeing amidst the orcs' chaos, but dismissed it swiftly. The notion of 100 ghouls, heavy with child and burdened by unfamiliar terrain, evading Orcish eyes was fantasy. The fields of the Devil's Nest were their heritage, but they knew little of the lands beyond. Though Darcia and Sam navigated these regions with some wisdom, escape was a perilous odyssey taking over 10 days, and discovery by humans loomed large. No one knew what lay beyond the mountains, and Vandalu, acting with foresight, had dispatched tiny undead scouts, mere insects and birds, to scout the range. Yet, their findings would surface only after months of patient waiting. As Vandalu pondered these potential futures, the ghouls locked in fierce debate, the weight of survival carving its mark upon each soul. To surrender to the orcs would be unthinkable, Bilda declared with a steely resolve, shattering any notion of yielding. The mere thought of it was appalling. Men reduced to slaves and soldiers, forced to join ranks with goblins and kobolds until they met their bitter end. Women condemned to bear the next generation of monsters. Such a fate was worse than death itself. We must fight. Let us rally with the other ghoul villages as well. It was Badia who voiced the hard truth. Their only hope lay in reducing the disparity in their numbers and striking before they were struck themselves. Vandalu understood that they were in for a busy time ahead. Before we proceed, there's something important I must address. Vigoro, the future chief, spoke in a tone heavy with seriousness, his eyes fixed on Vandalu. Vandalu, you should leave this village at once. No, Vandalu replied without hesitation. But I have a suggestion. Wait. Don't steer away from the topic. Vigoro interjected, a mix of urgency and frustration in his voice. If you stay, you'll end up fighting the orcs with us. Are you truly okay with that? That's fine with me. Anyway, my suggestion is that's not fine at all. Stop being so obstinate. I won't leave. Vandalyu maintained his stance. Stop interrupting me. Vigoro barked, a touch of irony given his own penchant for interruptions. Vandalyu was puzzled. Had his simple acceptance come off as presumptuous? He considered his phrasing. Might a more formal "I do not mind" have been better? But Vigoro, agitated, pulled at his mane and let out a roar. This is a fight between us ghouls and the orcs. You don't belong in it. Though Vandalyu had been a part of this village for some time, he wasn't a ghoul. His aim was to eventually move on across the mountains to the Orbaum Kingdom. Binding his future with that of the ghouls seemed unreasonable, especially since, by all accounts, he was merely a 2-year-old child. The unpredictability of battle was no place for him. It absolutely has something to do with me, Vandalyu replied, his voice even, his youthful face unchanging. You are my companions, my family. Now, would you hear my suggestion? Vigoro, momentarily caught off guard by Vandalyu's unexpected sentimentality, resisted a chuckle. Still, his voice rose with earnestness. And what can you do, exactly? He challenged. In this world, strength often defined a person's worth, and by such measures, Vandalyu would be considered lacking. Though his mana reserves mightily outweighed the norm and his damper lineage lent him remarkable physical prowess for his age, his mastery of martial arts was absent. His understanding of strategy came from a self-taught place. How could he possibly be an effective tactician? Even with a vast ocean of mana, it was raw potential at best, a tool not yet honed to lethality. His abilities in Death Attribute and No Attribute magic were limited. While he could nullify mages with his magic absorption barrier, the crude physicality of orcs negated such advantages. They were warriors first, their raw power wielded through sheer weaponized might. Vandalyu bore this in mind ever since Darshia's tragic passing. But he also believed there were countless ways he could still contribute. To start with, my presence brings 3 rotten beasts, a phantom bird story. He'd find this exchange a bit touching. The scene was lively as Sam, Saria, Rita, and even a skeleton soldier stood tall, ready to serve under their master, Vandalyu. There was an undeniable energy surrounding them, one that promised no small contribution to the impending battle with the orcs. Each servant, a rank 3 or higher, added their formidable might to the gathering storm. And then there was Vandalyu himself, offering a valuable suggestion. I think that having me around when reaching out to other ghoul villages could be quite beneficial. The group nodded in agreement. Ghouls, as it was well known, fell under the spell of the Death Attribute charm, a skill that Vandalyu wielded with remarkable effect. You're not wrong, Vigoro admitted, letting out a pained groan, conceding the truth in Vandalyu's words. You were only thinking of what's best for him. Another voice reassured Vigoro, lending him some compassion. Van's family, just like the rest of us, chimed in another, their words a soothing balm to any troubled thoughts. Yes, Vigoro, don't overexert yourself. Even if unintended, it's clear he's deeply involved. Came yet another comforting voice. Vigoro stood reluctantly alone in his dilemma until, with a hint of frustration, he declared, "Ah, fine. I'll make sure you're so entwined in this that no soul can claim you have no part in it." The group's attention shifted back to Vandalyu. With a figure speaking up in encouragement, it appears the next chief has given you his blessing. What do you propose? Taking a breath of relief, Vandalyu unveiled his simple yet pivotal idea. I thought of distributing the equipment and magic items I don't plan to use soon among everyone. To his surprise, the group's reaction suggested his proposal was far from ordinary. In this mystical realm, magic items carried weighty significance, each classified into tiers: beginner, middle, upper, special, legendary, and mythical. Form a line, everyone, Vandalyu called out, directing the gathered ghouls. The magic items he now handed out were mostly of lower and middle classes. Initially, when he acquired these treasures from the dungeon, Vandalyu could only sense their magical nature and estimate their stored mana. His understanding grew with the no-attribute magic appraisal spell, though the details still eluded him like a half-forgotten dream. So, these artifacts languished in his collection, unsellable and unattached until now, when he saw the necessity for ghoul strength in the orc village invasion, and thus, his generosity blossomed. This one grants low-level agility enhancement. That one, a minor stamina recovery, he noted, as he appointed Zadiris to appraise and allocate the items. Give those to Guda-san and Ghibli-san, he directed, ensuring even distribution among his allies, hoping this gesture would fortify their resolve and might in the adventures to come. In the bustling heart of a thriving human town, Vandalyu knew he could sell his precious items for 1,000 amid each, a price that, while notable, was not too steep for such valuable pieces. Within the mysterious realm of the Devil's Nest, these items held significant worth, and the villagers welcomed them eagerly. For Vandalyu, the joy of giving was a novelty. On Earth, he had been devoid of friends or family, and in the world of origin, he was nothing more than a lab specimen. But now, in far-off Lambda, he relished for the first time the pleasure of gifting. "I'm going to give those orcs a beating with this," one villager exclaimed, while another promised, "I'll give you a belly full of orc meat to repay you for this bracelet." It seemed orc meat was surprisingly delicious. Unlike goblin or kobold, it needed no special cooking to elicit its wild boar-like flavor, which the ghouls eagerly anticipated. "I've got a special battle axe for Vigoro from the Skeleton General, and the kite shield is for Badia," Vandalyu announced, distributing the most precious spoils from his dungeon exploits, aside from the suits of armor that were now part of Saria and Rita. Vigoro accepted his new weapon with gratitude, but then met Vandalyu's eyes with a serious gaze. "Vandalyu, you should be the king," Vigoro declared. "I'm sorry," Vandalyu responded, bewildered. "In times of crisis, we ghouls band together, uniting under a leader, the king." "That has to be you," Vigoro continued. "I'm sorry," Vandalyu repeated, his confusion deepening. Though he understood the role described, he couldn't fathom why he, of all people, was suited for such a position. Yet Badia chuckled at his response. "I'm glad you've agreed, Van," she interjected cheerfully. No, I didn't mean yes as an agreement. I meant I'm sorry." As in confusion, Vandalyu clarified, a tad flustered. "But Van, everyone else thinks you're the most suitable," Badia insisted. "Who do you mean by everyone?" Vandalyu asked, perplexed. "Everyone but you, Van," she replied, leaving him even more astounded. "When did this happen?" Vandalyu probed, sensing the discussions had taken place behind his back. "Congratulations, Bakken," Sam and his daughters chimed in, having evidently been part of the decision-making process. Even Sam gave a ghostly thumbs up, while Rita and Saria added their clattering applause. "Oh, Vandalyu, you've grown into such a fine boy," his mother, Darcia, exclaimed, tears of joy in her eyes. She resembled a proud parent whose child had just been chosen as the class star or the lead in a school performance. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," Vandalyu interjected. "Even if you're all fine with it, will the other villages accept a damper king? After all, I'm from a different race." "Rest assured, that isn't a problem," Vigoro replied confidently. "Yeah, if you were human, there might be resistance, but as a damper, it should be fine," Badia agreed. "Even I think it'll likely be all right," Vandalyu nodded thoughtfully. The Ghoul's founder was believed to be kin to the founder of the vampires, making a damper like him akin to a relative. Moreover, the Amid Empire and its territories regarded Dampirs as creatures of legend, and Vandalyu's unusual charm wasn't hurtful either. It seemed the other villages wouldn't strongly oppose his kingship. "And you've already proven your worth as king, boy, with your abilities and achievements," Zadiris added. Vandalyu had previously confided in her about his rare skill, strengthen followers. "The skill you mentioned, boy, enhances the attributes of your followers, whether they be your undead or us ghouls. By becoming king, you'll bolster all who stand under your banner. It's indeed a skill befitting a monarch. With these words, Vandalyu realized the profound implications of his abilities, contemplating the possibilities that lay ahead on this unexpected path to leadership. Deeply within the realm of kings and monsters, where the title of king held an aura of power and strength far beyond ordinary comprehension, a remarkable tale unfolds. This coveted title was more than just a name, for it imbued the monster leader and his following with extraordinary might, turning them into a formidable force. Legend spoke of a goblin king who had mastered the strengthened followers' skill to its 10th level, rallying his ragtag troop of branch-wielding goblins to battle knights in full armor with nothing but their loincloths of fur. It was no surprise that the Adventurers Guild regarded the emergence of such a king as a cataclysmic event. In this world, a young man named Vandalyu found himself unexpectedly thrust into the role of leadership. You are the one who worked tirelessly to solve our reproductive struggles, opening the door to our future and leading us toward prosperity. If these are not the achievements of a leader, then truly, what are? Zadiri's words resonated with a heartfelt conviction that Vandalyu felt was somewhat overblown, yet their sincerity could not be denied. Ghouls, as a race, were burdened by the struggle of reproduction, limiting their numbers and stifling their growth. Vandalyu's solution to this pressing issue was indeed a catalyst for change, potentially drawing countless ghouls under his command, something he hadn't foreseen when he embarked on this path. Momentarily overwhelmed by the situation, Vandalyu placed a contemplative hand upon his forehead, while Vigoro, nearby, reveled in the triumph and the new responsibilities that came with it. With resolve, Vandalyu declared, "I understand. I will become the king," thus earning the title of Ghoul King even before he had taken his first steps as an adventurer. Vandalyu has acquired the title of Ghoul King. The level of the strengthened followers' skill has increased. With this newfound title, Vandalyu embarked on his first regal duty, armor fitting for his men. "Gudon, do you feel any restrictions or discomfort?" he asked with genuine concern. "It's hard to move my elbows and neck, and my helmet feels tight," Gudon replied, frustrated by the limitations of armor designed for human form. Ghoul men, with the heads of lions and arms so long they scraped the earth, needed armor suited to their unique forms. Ordinarily, adjustments would demand the skill of a practiced craftsman and no small amount of time. Yet, Vandalyu had devised a spectacularly inventive solution, bypassing tradition. "Stand tall now," he instructed, embarking on a transformation that was nothing short of magical. By employing his golem transmutation skill, the metal armor began to reshape, groaning with the sounds of imminent change. Within minutes, the human-centric armor seamlessly adapted to fit the ghoul's needs. Though lacking in ornamental flair, its practicality was undeniable. The armor's incomplete coverage, due to the ghoul's lengthy limbs, would be remedied with leather crafted from monster hides. Gudon marveled at the transformation, exclaiming, "Oh, it's become really comfortable." "Thanks, King." "You're welcome," Vandalyu replied with a smile, motioning for the next ghoul. This task, although not typically kingly, was necessary because the village's artisans were only accustomed to working with natural materials. The real kingly responsibilities, forming alliances with other ghoul villages, were set to begin the next day. These villages, each keeping to their own hunting grounds to avoid territorial disputes, existed as competitive entities without a common foe. Zadiri's herself had no knowledge of their precise locations or populations, but Vandalyu had at his disposal scouts in the form of undead insects and spirit informants, ready to chart the way. Though the plan was deliberate, there was a strategic window of time, as the noble orcs would not make their move until spring or later. The immediate objective was the rescue of captured female ghouls, a mission too vital to rush lest it end in defeat. However, the fate of captured female adventurers was given little thought among the ghouls. After all, adventurers had long been their adversaries, a sentiment reflected in the indifference of Badia and Bilda. The days to come would demand much of Vandalyu, testing his newfound title and the path he was destined to walk. In the realm of Murg, the adventurers were a complex swirl of foes and potential allies, but for Vandalyu, The distinction was clear. They were enemies. He harbored no intention of saving them, fearing they'd only repay him by trying to eliminate him. "Thanks for saving us. In return, we'll exterminate you, okay?" he imagined them saying. Still, a small part of him pondered, if I witnessed their anguish with my very eyes, or if they were acquaintances from another life, perhaps my heart might sway to save them. The echoes of his past, the image of Darshia, haunted his mind. He knew the sight of women being harmed would stir his memories, inflaming his ire and pouring fire into his blood. "We'll complete our mission swiftly and decisively. Should they still draw breath after our triumph, then perhaps I'll intervene." Vandalu's thoughts strayed to the cheaters predestined to reincarnate into this world, wary of their judgment on his potential inaction. I should inform Zadiris and the others about my situation. Yes, after this task, I'll share everything with Zadiris, Vigoro, and Badia. I intend to weave them tightly into my fate, just as they've intertwined me into theirs. While harboring these convoluted thoughts of peculiar retribution, Vandalu's next subject for armor-fitting approached, Badia. "Badia, feeling snug anywhere?" he inquired, dropping the formalities now that he bore the title of king. "Yeah, actually," Badia replied, relaxed. He had assumed that with their human-like physiques, the ghoul women's armor would need no further adjustments. "My chest is a bit, incredibly tight," she confessed. A realization dawned upon him. The armor had been crafted predominantly for male warriors. "I'll need to adjust everyone's armor, after all." A resonation vibrated through him. The levels of the golem transmutation, surpassed limits, and status effect resistance skills have increased. And as Vandalu pondered his burgeoning abilities, a thought surfaced about titles. Titles were bestowed upon individuals when they were widely acknowledged by influential figures. These titles, also known as written names or aliases, imbued the bearer with powers tied to the meaning and reason behind the title. The Ghoul King title enhanced his strengthened followers and death attribute charm skills among the ghouls, leveling up the strengthened follower's skill and even doubling the influence's weight when computing other effects. Skills like strengthened followers amplified the attributes of those under the king's influence, magnifying fertility and hastening the maturation of their offspring. Its strength scaled with the number of followers, level 1 with fewer than 100, level 2 at 200, and so on. While humans, elves, and dwarves of the Amid Empire were bereft of this skill, Vita's new races, under rare circumstances, could wield it. Predominantly, though, it resided within formidable creatures such as goblin kings. The air was thick with tension as the noble orc strategized his ominous plan to attack a human settlement. Whispers of fear rippled through his large village of orcs, speculating whether a strike on the neighboring ghoul village might precede the assault. At the heart of this brewing storm stood Vandalu, the Ghoul King, prepared to defend his family with the ghouls at his side. At that moment, Vandalu was deeply engrossed in an alchemy lesson. He meticulously crushed ingredients within a mortar, infusing the blend with a precise amount of mana. The mixture was a macabre concoction of kobold bones, magic stones, dried poison toad organs, and his own blood. His objective was straightforward yet formidable: to create a magic circle that would serve as a magic item. Success was measured by its functionality. Failure simply signaled another attempt. Regardless, he was resolute in his quest, repeating the process until the skill was firmly within his grasp. While the ingredients frequently changed, the essence of his lessons remained steadfast. Meanwhile, an elite figure, a noble orc of superior breed, commanded a formidable horde of monsters. This army of 500 included goblins and kobolds, relentless in their pursuit. Despite the looming threat, Vandalu was undeterred in his alchemical endeavors, even under the weight of his Ghoul King title. Unbeknownst to him, their orc adversaries reveled in heinous acts, treating captured ghoul women and female adventurers as mere playthings. Yet Vandalu remained focused, suppressing all intrusive thoughts as he continued with his task. "We must not rush hastily into actions. Such haste only breeds misfortune," Vandalu mused, a sentiment echoed by the ghouls. They prioritized gathering intelligence over premature confrontation. To this end, Vandalyu deployed undead insects to pinpoint the noble orc village and locate other ghouls. Simultaneously, emissaries were dispatched to distant ghoul settlements, recalled by Zadiris and her companions. Patience was their ally. Action would wait until all necessary information was acquired. The earliest the enemy might maneuver would be spring, and with winter still gripping the land in late December, there was time yet. An orc's gestation lasts half a year, and their maturation to adulthood another half. The ghouls, conscious of these cycles, planned to strike preemptively, reducing the enemy forces before they could swell in numbers. Mastering this skill is truly challenging, Vandalyu confessed, acknowledging the intricacies of alchemy that eluded him despite months of diligent study. "You're progressing faster than most, boy," Zadiris reassured, her encouragement a balm to his struggles. "However, were you human, the journey might be different," she added thoughtfully. Skill levels ranged from novice to transcendent, classified from 1 to 10. A level 1 indicated the start of mastery, merely enough to wield in a fight or akin to a beginner's hobby. Level 2 signified proficiency for soldiers and budding artisans. Adventurers and skilled workers achieve recognition at level 3, while a level 4 marks competence and independence in their craft. Level 5 denotes top-tier expertise, typical among C-class adventurers. Instructors to nobility and B-class adventurers often bore level 6, whereas level 7 practitioners were coveted by nations, their apprenticeships highly sought after. Masters of level 8 rose to nationwide fame, while those at level 9 etched their legacies into history alongside A-class adventurers. Skills at level 10 and beyond transcended into the superhuman, granting abilities that defied comprehension. Those rare skills surpassing level 10, known as transcendental, were the stuff of legends, conferring. Imagine a world where individuals could become deities among men, earning titles as grand as Sword King or Flame Emperor. In this realm, they would be revered, akin to legends we might know on Earth, such as the mighty Miyamoto Musashi. Yet, even the esteemed Musashi would find this world beyond his reach, where heroes can move at the speed of sound, battle for a week without sustenance, and cleave mountains of unyielding stone with ease. Such was the tapestry Vandalyu wove in his mind about these extraordinary skills, drawn from the tales spun by Darshia and Zadiris. Here, skills like alchemy and magic required more than just practice. They demanded something unique to this world, a component absent from both Earth and Origin: the power of jobs. With these mystical jobs, the inhabitants of Lambda could accelerate their learning, turning novices into masters in mere years. But for swordsmen, the quest was perilous, for many fell before gaining the experience points necessary to flourish. Without a job, mastering skills proved arduous, even with the finest of mentors. Indeed, a suitable job became essential, a key to unlocking a student's potential. And then there was Vandalyu, an enigma who defied convention, acquiring skills and honing them without the aid of a job. His curse barred him from reaping the direct benefits of past lives, yet his memory held the essence of acquiring skills. The vast reservoir of mana he possessed allowed him to practice magic exponentially more than others. As a damper, he enjoyed racial advantages, evidenced by his lack of martial skills, untouched by his experiences on Earth or in Lambda. In summary, getting a job makes learning new skills much easier, Vandalyu mused. Indeed, that is true, agreed Zadiris. Vandalyu's expression hardened. Another reason to despise this empire, he murmured, frustrated by the barriers that kept him from accessing the special rooms and guilds required for changing jobs. Even if he could reach one, his curse, preventing him from learning existing jobs, would stand in his way. But since cursing the empire won't earn me skills, I must persist with diligence, he resolved. Wise words, young one, said Zadiris, gently patting his head. Little did she know, Vandalyu had elevated his status effect resistance and surpass limit skills, driven by relentless overwork that defied the boundaries of his youthful form. His determination remained unshaken since the day Darshia was taken from him. The following day, he uncovered the locations of other ghoul villages, 10 in total. Their journey would span several days, requiring visits to only 4, as the remaining 6 had already fallen to orc onslaught. The men were slain, and the women were taken. Growling, lamented one spirit, "My village burned by those monstrous pigs," another cried. "It hurts. My mother screams. I can't breathe," screamed a tortured soul. "Our orders, from Bugin Sama, to attack the ghouls. Their poison, useless against Orc Mage Sama's magic," a defeated orc spirit confessed. Vandalyu listened intently as the defeated spirits recounted their anguish, their words fractured but vivid with the memory of battle. Piece by piece, he assembled their story. Noble Orc Bugin had orchestrated attacks on the smallest ghoul settlements, sending armies of goblins and kobolds, with his sons spearheading each assault. In some villages, where there were no mighty ghoul mages or barbarians, the slaughter was absolute. Assume a role she never imagined for herself, one that was a far cry from the artisan's life she had once dreamed of. Yet destiny had a different path laid out for her, and after countless twists and turns, Teria found herself here, leading and commanding with a presence both imposing and authoritative. Her ambitions had transformed, but her spirit remained unbroken. In Zadiri's village, the air was thick with tension, a palpable sense of unease settling over the inhabitants like a heavy fog. Despite occupying a middle-ranking position, the chief was well aware of the looming threat posed by the rank 6 noble orc. It would not be surprising if this menacing force, with its brutal might, was capable of obliterating the village in a one-sided assault. The orc mages, conjurers of dark arts, had prepared spells that granted their soldiers resistance against the venomous stings of the ghoul warriors. Ghouls were fierce, their resistance relentless, having taken many goblin and kobold lives in exchange for their own. Yet, the orcs perceived the price worth paying. They had captured ghoul females, and what might have seemed like a loss was, for them, a strategic gain. Bugin, ruthless and calculating, had already wrought havoc, leaving a trail of destruction with over 100 ghoul men slain and their women kidnapped. Ghoul women, with their robust forms, were sought after as mothers, contributing to the relentless growth of Bugin's orc army. The cycle of death and rebirth drove the orc numbers up by 100 each year, their casualties mere fuel for their breeding frenzy. Amidst the chaos, Vandalyu stood, his resolve simmering like a slow-burning fire. "We must act swiftly before the orcs manage to harvest their foul gains," he urged, his voice a wellspring of determination. Zadiri's and Vigoro watched him, concern etched on their faces, as unruly tendrils of dark energy seemed to form sinister shapes in the air around him. "Your spirit burns fiercely, boy, but anger unchecked will only lead to recklessness," Zadiri's cautioned softly, glancing nervously at the swirling vortex of dark mana. "I'm not angry," Vandalyu replied, his voice level, betraying none of the tumultuous thoughts within. "I am merely touched by the spirit's anguish. It is the orc's nature to behave as they do, driven by an insatiable instinct to continue their lineage. Truly, it is the demon king and the malevolent gods who have crafted such creatures that we must curse." Vigoro, standing steadfast beside him, withdrew only slightly, bemused. "Yet still, you call up such wrath as to rattle the very air. Tell me, what are these 3 main needs you speak of?" Pausing briefly, Vandalyu's gaze seemed to pierce through time itself. "These are but the primal needs driving all life," he whispered, though the words carried the weight of ancient wisdom. Wisdom or not, there was no time to dwell. There remained 4 villages untouched by orc hands. "We must hasten to warn them," Zadiri's proposed soberly, her eyes meeting Vandalyu's with a mixture of hope and determination. Meanwhile, in the heart of this unfolding saga, Teria sat upon her handmade throne with the confidence of a seasoned ruler. Her commands were law, echoing across the village as men and women scrambled to enact her bidding. Her golden eyes cast over her people with pride and a touch of satisfaction, a testament to her evolution from a mere smith's daughter to a formidable ghoul leader. Every wound from her past had been crafted into the armor she wore today, a powerful emblem of her transformation. In an age of uncertainty, both fear and courage intertwined within their hearts, these diverse souls banded together with a singular resolve. Their journey was fraught with peril, but they pressed onward, united against a tide of shadows that threatened to consume the world they cherished. Teria had been caught in the web of a harsh life, working as a prostitute, bruised by her family's treachery and drowning in her grim circumstances. Defeated, yet determined, she plotted her escape from the clutches of a brothel. One fateful day, she seized an opportunity, ending the life of a loathsome client and slipping through the city's shadows. Her daring escape led her into the ominous embrace of a devil's nest, hoping to lose her pursuers. But the cruel world wasn't done with her yet. Captured by a group of ghouls, Teria's despair deepened. Fear gnawed at her heart as she anticipated a gruesome fate, but the ghouls had other intentions. In a bizarre turn of destiny, they needed her not for her flesh, but as a rare prospect to bolster their numbers. Transformed into a ghoul through an ancient ritual, Teria's willpower was threadbare. She surrendered to the ghouls' demands, her life hanging by the fragile thread of reluctant obedience. Even with newfound superhuman strength and venom coursing through her veins, escape was impossible. She would be slain on sight by human eyes. Her survival hinged on compliance, but what future awaited her in chains of submission? Dark days bleached into weeks until a glimmer sparked in her eyes, the hunted fur of a colossal boar. As Teria brushed the coarse fur, memories whispered of the past. This could be armor, she mused softly. It wasn't long before the ghouls commanded, "Make it." Then Teria complied, fashioning ghoul-adapted leather armor rivaling any in the human realms, skillful hands turning scarcity into artistry. This moment marked a pivotal shift, setting her on an unanticipated path to prominence within the ghoul clan. Unveiling a dormant talent nurtured by adversity, Teria crafted pieces from monster remains, the carapace of a giant scorpion morphing into shields, the shell of an iron turtle reshaping into robust armor, the horns of an impaler ox honed into formidable spears. Under her guidance, the ghoul warriors, once stark, donned gear fit for adventurers, challenging and surmounting those who thought them prey. Rediscovering her inner resolve, Teria harnessed her experiences as a prostitute to bend the wills of men, teaching envious women the secret art of command and gathering them under her influence. A century slipped by as the group, once a ragged band, now thrived under her leadership. Her village, scant at first, burgeoned to more than 60, attracting trade from far-flung ghoul settlements eager for her creations. Her influence eclipsed even Zadiri's larger village. Clad in self-made majesty, Teria perched confidently upon a throne hewn from a treant, her figure adorned with gems plundered from fallen adventurers. Her ebony hair cascaded like a veil of night, and a fan crafted from an iron turtle shell concealed her sly smile. This woman, once a slave and a mere commoner, now poised to conquer the Devil's Nest, was fittingly termed a ghoul queen. Yet, in her heart, her reign by hand held questions as quietly shrouded as her ambitions, unshadowed by the lurking menace of Bugans or Cord. To have sunk so low, only to rise again amid a realm teeming with forces beyond human strength. My heart dances with the prospect, she mused softly, grasping the depth of her transformation not only in form but in fate. Teria-sama, please make my shield. Teria-sama, my armor too, please. Patience. You needn't ask. I shall provide, she declared, commencing her morning's work, emboldened by the power she had carefully crafted, one unyielding stitch at a time. A chief, Teria had learned the importance of caution and diplomacy. Her eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the ghoul who stood at the forefront, his demeanor suggesting a leader's role. He exhaled, a serious, weighty pause hanging in the air before he spoke again, revealing the tension they all felt, even if it was masked by the stoic faces surrounding them. Several roaming bands of monsters have banded together under a powerful leader, he revealed, his voice carrying a somber note that echoed through the clearing. "They threaten not just your village, but all settlements within this vicinity." The reality of such a threat sent ripples through Terria's mind, her thoughts darting through possibilities like darting fish in a stream. Her duty was to her people, to their survival and prosperity, yet the offer was not without its risks. Stepping forward, Terria's presence alone seemed to command the respect of every ghoul within earshot, their eyes fixed on her with silent deference. "If what you say is true, then an alliance might be beneficial." Her voice was steady, holding within it the resolve of someone who had weathered many storms. Yet, trust is hard-earned and easily lost. "We shall need more than just words to forge such a pact." The lead ghoul met her gaze, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. "We have documents from the other villages and are prepared to host a council meeting. We've all suffered losses, and now we've agreed it's time to retaliate." Teria absorbed his words, considering them with the weight they deserved. Her fingers tapped the ivory handle of her folding fan thoughtfully. She knew well the balance of fear and hope that danced in partnerships such as these. The ghouls, her close-knit family formed by bonds forged in trials and triumph, relied on her wisdom. "Very well," she said finally, her decision wrapping around her like a protective cloak. "We shall meet and speak of this alliance. Prepare yourselves to stay the night. We must remain cautious, as always." A murmur of approval rippled through her own ghouls, a quiet testament to their faith in her leadership. Teria felt the weight of their trust settling over her like a mantle. She gave a small nod to the visiting ghouls, a signal of tentative acceptance. Returning to her village, a flurry of activity caught her perceptions. Preparations for guests, for discussions that could steer the fate of their lives, began to take shape. She moved through her people, a steady presence among them, offering words of encouragement, drawing strength from their shared purpose. In that moment, as the setting sun cast long shadows through the trees, Teria felt the bond of community knit tighter still. She was more than just a leader. She was an anchor amidst the swirling currents of uncertainty and change. Teria had always been fascinated by the sheer simplicity of ghouls. They weren't creatures designed for plans wrapped in shadows or grand deceit. Their nature was refreshingly straightforward, and thus, when questions arose, the most direct path was often the best. "Yes, I will explain the details," came a voice as a small silhouette emerged from beneath the canopy of the carriage, a figure unassuming in size, but unmistakable in presence. Teria glanced up and saw him. He was someone who, amidst the ghouls, could not be hidden or overlooked. No, he was beyond overlook. His very presence demanded attention, inspiring others to kneel before him with nothing more than the gravity of his being. There stood a figure with long, ethereal white hair, eyes the mesmerizing hue of blood red intertwined with mysterious blue-purple, and skin as white as alabaster. Not a standard ghoul, certainly, yet carrying an aura of undeniable importance. Even before Teria realized, the ghouls around her were on their knees. She too felt the compelling urge to sink her knees into the earth, but a voice pulled her back. Please be at ease. You're Teria, right?" "My name is Vandaliu, and I've been chosen as the Ghoul King for this incident," he announced, genuinely embarrassed by the deference around him. Kings like Goblin Kings and Kobold Kings commanded instinctive obedience from their kind through titles, bolstered by the powerful skill of strengthening followers. It seemed in Vandaliu's case, this natural response was magnified, drawing from a combination with another enigmatic skill, the death attribute charm. "You're quite remarkable, King," murmured one of Vandaliu's escorts. "I never imagined they would kneel just from hearing your voice," another chimed in. Yet for Vandaliu, the scene was far from one of triumph. In their supplication, he saw adults, towering figures greater in body if not in spirit, bowing before a boy. He felt an unshakable guilt. Despite living across 3 lives for nearly 4 decades, his years counted only at 17, 20, and 2, leaving his spirit fragmented, never quite fully matured. For him, the title of Ghoul King was merely a practical designation, a tool to enhance his capabilities, and this ceremonial reverence left him deeply unsettled. Teria herself was a figure of influence, known across multiple villages and regarded by some as a queen among ghouls. Seeing even her supplicant gesture churned deeper guilt within him. Given the circumstances, Vandalyu spoke with a tone of humility. "I humbly ask for the strength of your village too, Teria-san. I can offer something in return. It may not seem like much, and what would this compensation be?" Teria queried, cautiously intrigued. "I can't provide it now, but I can create items to increase the ghoul birth rate and preserve food longer," Vandalyu offered. In a society with no use for currency, his options were limited, but these magical solutions he could craft were invaluable. At the mention of boosting the birth rate, astonished gasps filled the air. Low birth rates were a plight faced by not only Teria's village but the ghoul race at large. Vandalyu had offered hope, and their awe was palpable. "I feel like my status effect resistance is going to level up from all this stress," Vandalyu thought, overwhelmed but silenced by the weight of expectations. "Please, be at ease," he murmured again, trying to set a tone that was earnest yet approachable. "Just call me Vandalyu, or even boy if it feels right." In that gentle plea, he sought to bridge the gulf between him and them, hoping to find familiarity amidst all the reverence. Longer influences the individual's development, redirecting their path toward a new vocation. Forced job changes, typically imposed under duress, reshape destinies by stripping away past achievements and resetting future possibilities. Such was the life of Teria, once a human brimming with potential, whose circumstances had cast her far from the path she anticipated. Now, under the cloak of night in the Devil's Nest, her ambitions glittered like stars in the inky sky. Her unwavering resolve to elevate the Ghoul King, Vandalyu, placed her in an unexpected role of power and purpose. Her eyes glimmered with dreams as vibrant as her memory of youth, ready to weave her legacy from the fabric of the impossible. Meanwhile, Vandalyu stood in a vortex of change, surrounded by characters each with their own designs. Teria's fervor and dedication perplexed him, but he sensed there was much more weaving under the surface than her simple pledges of loyalty. "I never asked for anything like this," he thought with a puzzled frown, glancing at Sam's spirit form, comfortably positioned in the coachman's seat. Sam cast a teasing smile, his voice echoing in a gentle rib from beyond. "Bakken, older women do seem infatuated with you." Vandalyu brushed off the comment with typical indifference, pondering the nature of his appeal, or lack thereof, as amused spirits danced around him. Even his mother, Darcia, saw potential in this bewildering attention, fostering an environment where he could practice handling complex social dynamics. At least his mastery over the strengthened followers' skill granted him a small comfort, muting the impulsive obedience from Teria and her fellow ghouls, who were now bound by a simmering sense of stability and cohesion. Vandalyu's thoughts drifted, their threads weaving tales of uncharted futures and unquenched curiosities. Elsewhere, within the chaotic heartbeat of the Devil's Nest, a lone woman trekked under the canopy of shadows and danger. Her form was solid, yet engaged in an eerily fluid dance amid prowling threats. Armor gleamed with the sparkle of untarnished youth, barely skimming the essence of protection a battle-worn warrior would demand. Her quiet was a defiance as she deftly dispatched lowly minions, horned rabbits and goblins, leaving their remnants untouched. "It's time," she murmured, toneless yet ancient in its depth, as ominous figures emerged. A cluster of orcs, their leader a golden-haired noble orc, observing her with an intent to conquer. Yet, she met their stares with an unsettling emptiness, her weapon falling to the ground as if relinquishing the very essence of resistance. Hers was a story veiled in mystery, a past painted in strokes of too many contradictions and considerations, while her gaze remained fixed on the inevitabilities of the moment. In this world relentless in motion, each soul carved their tale with flawed hands and unchecked dreams, bound by the cyclical dance of power, survival, and the relentless quest for meaning. Amidst it all, Vandalyu stood as a reluctant axis, heart burning with untold potential and a path yet fully realized. His allies, his companions, his odd followers. Every character played their notes in a symphonic tale still unfolding, as electric and unpredictable as life itself. At that point, the effects on one's status faded away, leaving no room for further advancement or the hope of leveling up. This change was plainly visible when a person's status was assessed at establishments like guilds. It served as a mechanism to deter slaves from attempting to flee, but that was a method employed over 200 years ago. In our current age, a new norm has arisen. Now, it is more common to secure slaves with collars that only their owners can remove, adding another layer to their control. A stark reminder of the passage of time and the evolution of practices in our ever-changing world. In the shadows of a realm both haunting and surreal, a lone female adventurer found herself in the grip of fate's cruel hand. Captured by a band of merciless orcs, she submitted without a struggle, her wrists entwined with verdant vines in place of the traditional rope. A young noble orc, with a sneer as vulgar as his intentions, tugged at her bindings, treating her as if she were nothing more than a loyal hound to be led. The monsters under his command echoed with laughter, a chorus of wicked delight, for their master's amusement was secured. Dragged mercilessly into the sprawling orc kingdom, erected by the young noble's father, the woman bore no emotion upon her face. Her destiny loomed darkly ahead, a future of bearing monsters until death's release. Yet, in her stony silence, not even the discerning eye of the noble orc noticed the absence of fear or despair, for understanding the subtleties of human expression was beyond their monstrous comprehension. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room far from the reach of the orc's foul reign, an oval-faced man sat with closed eyes, as if drifting into a troubled sleep. Suddenly, he jolted awake, pressing a handkerchief to his lips in repulsion. "Oh, how repulsive," he murmured, the air around him tainted with the imagined stench of orcish breath, the cackles of goblins, and the slyness of kobolds. And there also hung the shadow of those enslaved women, bearing the weight of their tragic lot. Luciliano, as he was known, had prepared himself for the unsavory vision gnawing at his senses, part of the grim work he had been tasked to perform. Yet, the horror still clung to him, gnawing at his resolve. "Are you all right, Luciliano Dano?" came a voice of concern. "Nothing to worry about." "Ugh," he replied, struggling to quell his nausea. "More importantly, Steward Dano, please call for the Viscount. I have something to report." "Certainly. I will summon the master." "Please, bear with us, Luciliano Dano," responded the butler, whose timely visit seemed almost serendipitous. Before departing, he left behind a cup of rich, aromatic black tea. The gesture was a silent balm, meant to soothe Luciliano's churning stomach and present apprehensions. With the delightful scent of tea assailing his senses, Luciliano found the ghastly images weakening their grip on his mind, though he remained vigilant not to forget. Such was his duty. It wasn't long before a robust figure, heralded by an equally robust handlebar mustache, bustled into the room. "Your reconnaissance succeeded?" boomed the figure. None other than Viscount Berno Balchess, the region's lord and the wise nobleman who had enlisted Luciliano's skills. Setting his cup aside with care, Luciliano bowed in respect. "I will now report Viscount Berno Balchess," he began, launching into the details of his harrowing venture. "My live-dead has safely infiltrated the orc village," he continued. "This creature, a unique blend of life and death, was his greatest tool, a facsimile of life animated by powerful magic. Though it appeared as real and vital as any living being, it lacked a soul, and thus its purpose was to serve as the eyes and ears in that perilous domain. For some time, rumors had whispered among the adventurers, rumors that the Devil's Nest, a forest of nightmares, bore a new and deadly secret. Adventurers who ventured there vanished without a trace, dismissed at first as casualties of inexperience. Yet, a lone thief's chilling revelation had sparked fear. An assembly of orcs, goblins, and kobolds, each led by the clever and formidable noble orc. Such creatures could organize and lead armies, turning rumors into a reality that could no longer be ignored. In a world teeming with mystery and intrigue, Luciliano found himself in a precarious position. On a mission of great importance, he was tasked with uncovering whether the monstrous entity the thief had witnessed was indeed a noble orc. If it was, he needed to assess the size of the monster horde the noble orc commanded. The entity controlled by my live-dead was intercepted by a medium-sized company led by a noble orc and has been escorted to their village, Luciliano reported. It's a journey of about 3 days from the edge of the Devil's Nest. With palpable urgency, the inquiry came. How many noble orcs are there? What is the size of their force? Luciliano's response was grave yet measured. I have identified at least 2 noble orcs, one leading the company and another serving as the king of the village. There might be 1 or 2 more. I believe their total numbers hover around 400 to 500. Viscount Balches felt a chill creep up his spine as he absorbed Luciliano's words. The prospect of 3 noble orcs, each commanding potentially deadly monsters, was enough to make him nearly swoon. These creatures, ranked 6 monsters at their weakest, were reputed to possess the prowess to slay dragons. If his entire realm's forces were to rally, the knights, the city guards, and even the adventurers of the region, certain defeat seemed inevitable. But, Luciliano continued, offering a glimmer of hope, I surmise that these noble orcs, including their king, are not particularly exceptional individuals compared to others of their kind. Given my assessment, assembling around 200 C and D-class adventurers under a B-class adventurer's leadership might turn the tide. Viscount Balches' pallor improved with this news, yet he sighed, weighed down by the gravity of the situation. Even with that being the case, this matter is grave indeed. I must convene a body of adventurers and a first-rate leader of B-class or higher. But whether my knights and soldiers can truly stand against such monsters is uncertain. I must appeal to Marshal Palpapec. In pressing circumstances where his own capacity to act was stretched thin, Viscount Balches was wise enough to seek aid from those more powerful than he. Pride held no value when the stakes were as high as his entire domain's survival. The noble orcs seem intent on making their move come summer, Luciliano disclosed. It appears they are dealing with another group of monsters within the Devil's Nest that eludes their grasp, likely the ghouls. This provided some time, however limited. Excellent work, Luciliano. I will ensure the Adventurers Guild compensates you, but please, maintain utmost discretion. Widespread fear would not serve us. Luciliano sighed in relief, his reward finally at hand. He had long been saving to flee the Amid Empire, where the Church of Alda held sway and delved tightly into restricting the use of undead. His sights were set on the neighboring kingdom of Orbaum, in hopes of finding a tranquil city to settle into. Yet Viscount Balches' next words threw a wrench in his plans. You'll be taking on my next job, won't you? Meanwhile, in the Devil's Nest, events unfolded swiftly. By the onset of February, Vandaliu had marshaled the surviving ghouls into an army, preparing to confront the noble orc threat. Ordinarily, a king would secure a fortified position, but Vandaliu traversed the region, urging other ghoul villages to rally under his command. The allure of his death attribute charm made the gathering of ghouls seamless, but it led him to muse. Am I reduced to a mere handyman despite holding the title of king? Not at all, king, came the reassurance. Incidentally, our numbers have grown, so do build us some new dwellings, king. Yes, yes, Vandaliu murmured, turning his attention to his craft. Using his golem transmutation skill, he instructed the wood golems to transform, constructing new pit homes. Though he lacked the expertise to erect substantial houses, his efforts spoke of adaptability and leadership in uncertain times. For over a year, he'd been living in pit dwellings. Through his experience, he had become quite adept at constructing them. The materials seemed to obey his very thoughts, moving and reshaping themselves by his command. With the power of golems at his disposal, building became an effortless endeavor. As long as he had the resources, it took him less than 10 minutes to erect a single pit dwelling. Oh, amazing! 10 more houses, please, came the enthusiastic requests. King, we're expanding the village, so please build some outer walls as well. Yeah, yeah, he responded with a nonchalant nod. With a flick of his will, he transformed felled trees into wood golems, crafting them into perfectly cut lumber. The soil shifted and danced as he turned it into an earth golem, excavating the earth in moments to make way for the new homes. Within his line of sight, he could construct 10 pit dwellings all at once. It was a wonder he mused over sometimes. Could he make a living doing this in the Orbaum kingdom? Did they even have any use for pit dwellings? Such thoughts wandered through his mind as he leisurely set about his task. After he finished erecting the dwellings, attention turned to the outer walls, a task simpler than even he could have anticipated. Commanding materials to forge sturdy barriers around the village seemed effortless, and in mere minutes, the walls stood tall. That's our king. The ghouls cheered, their voices rising in fervent praise, their fists aloft. The ghouls, a leisurely folk by nature, knew well to extend lavish accolades to Vandalyu, who spared them the laborious effort they eschewed. Strangely, they showed little interest in learning his methods themselves. Van. Mother is calling for you, came another's voice, interrupting the celebration. All right, well then, I'm leaving the rest to you. Vandalyu offered a polite nod and made his departure, leaving the grateful ghouls to continue voicing their admiration. He had done much for them. In uniting several villages, the community had swelled to over 270 members. Half of them were women, and among them, elders resided. Though age did not strip ghouls of their prowess, even up to 3 centuries of life. While the villages lacked higher-ranked warriors like Vigoro and Zadiris, they were blessed by Terria's craftsmanship. Armor fashioned from iron turtle shells offered the protection of full plate without its weight. Their spears, tipped with lance bull horns, could pierce iron armor with ease. Even D-class adventurers would envy the gear at their disposal. But despite such equipment, the ghouls had more to learn. Tension crackled between 2 figures, Badia, a towering female warrior in her prime, and Teria, diminutive yet with an aura of long-lived wisdom. What do you mean, you can't fight properly at your age? Have you really lived 10 times longer than me? Badia questioned, her voice tinged with disbelief. What about it? I've used my skills in smithing and the wits of a woman to forge my place in this world, Teria retorted, her voice steady as the mountains. A little girl who hasn't even borne a child should hold her tongue. Their bickering underlined the gap in martial training. Despite their strengths, Teria and her village lacked combative technique, relying only on basic spells for daily life, far from battlefield proficiency. Yet, amid their shortcomings, hope stirred, a community poised on the brink of transformation. As Teria crafted, each piece of armor became a shield, and every spear a promise of what they might yet become. Within the heart of a bustling workshop in a village of ghouls, a group of adept craftsmen labored with purpose. Though their expertise didn't quite rival that of Teria, a master among them, each artisan was more than skilled enough to fashion weapons and armor for the warriors preparing for the battles ahead. The clamor of their tools was a testament to their dedication. Meanwhile, a more personal skirmish unfolded. Vivan will give me a baby, one voice proclaimed, echoing with a mix of hope and excitement. Vansama, could it be true? To grant such a gift to this humble girl? Another inquired, eagerness clashing with disbelief. Vandalyu, the young leader at the center of this unconventional community, turned his gaze far away, curious about the animosity between these 2 ghoul women. It's true, he mused, though perhaps not in the way you're envisioning. Their debate stemmed from his plans to confront the low fertility issue troubling the ghoul race. You're too familiar with Van, one woman accused sharply, and you simply refer to him without adding Sama to his name, the other retorted, eyes narrowed in a reflection of ghoul-like intensity. Their ongoing feud had simmered since Vandalyu returned with Teria. Teria, seizing the opportunity to ingratiate herself with Vandalyu, had joined his entourage under the pretext of discussing strategies for an imminent battle. Her actions, however, did not go unnoticed. As she cradled Vandalyu during his afternoon nap, Badya, another indomitable spirit among them, beheld the scene with rising vexation. An altercation ensued, and tensions escalated. In truth, Vandalyu grasped the root of the discord. Yet, given that ghouls